This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents A Dark Night in Aurora, Inside James Holmes and the Colorado Mass Shootings, by William H. Reed, MD, MPH, performed by the author. Dedication. To the victims, both the deceased and the survivors, who lived daily with memory and disability, the first responders, the Colorado judicial system, and to Holmes's parents, Arlene and Robert, who did nothing wrong, Jonathan Blunk, A.J. Boyk, Jesse Childress, Gordon Cowden, Jessica Gawi, John Larimer, Matthew McQuinn, Michaela Medic, Veronica Mosier-Sullivan, Alex Sullivan, Alex Teves, Rebecca Wingo. Introduction. The Aurora, Colorado cinema shootings were striking tragedies, leaving a dozen people dead, scores wounded, hundreds emotionally scarred, and a community that will never be the same. But it wasn't the only mass shooting of our time. James Holmes, unique though he is not the only killer of his kind. This book arises from a confluence of tragic event, surviving perpetrator, scrupulous investigation, and the uncommon fairness of the American judicial system, a system that provides resources and due process to both sides in even the most heinous of cases. That confluence created a rare opportunity to study a mentally ill but very intelligent, highly organized murderer, the extraordinary events that led to his crimes, the shootings, the trial, and its sequelae. A Dark Night in Aurora exists because James Holmes survived. He wasn't killed by police, he didn't commit suicide. The elements of the shootings, a web of important precursors, and Holmes himself received extraordinary scrutiny during the 3 years in which the prosecution and defense prepared for a trial that would last for months. The verdict and sentence were not plea bargained, as often happens in such cases. This time the investigators and other experts had information and data, there's a difference, from many sources, and their work was shielded from media contamination. Most of those with access to the huge mass of material collected worked for either the prosecution or the defense. Only 2 forensic experts were retained in entirely nonpartisan roles by the judge rather than either side: Colorado psychiatrist Jeffrey Metzner, MD, and me. Dr. Metzner came fairly early to the process. I was retained a bit later as a result of legal wrangling that caused Judge Samur to search for a second court expert. I had the benefit not only of the existing 75,000 pages of evidence, hundreds of audio and video files, and access to the defendant and scores of witnesses, experts, and others associated with the case, but also of Dr. Metzner's earlier work and counsel as I pursued my own investigations. This book is a result of all that happened and all that was uncovered. It doesn't spring from an author's mind. I didn't make up the characters, imagine their words and actions, or manipulate any events. I've tried to describe those characters, words, actions, and events with scrupulous accuracy and express my interpretations and opinions in ways that readers will find intriguing. My greater hope is that the book does justice to all concerned. Finally, a note about the quotes and short transcripts scattered through the chapters. Many are from Holmes's conversations with me during our 9 private, video-recorded interviews, almost 23 hours in all. They are memories, thoughts, explanations, and impressions expressed in his own words after the shootings. One of the early manuscript readers called it an unedited look behind the curtain at a man whose thoughts and plans had been hidden for years, a chance for the reader to see and consider for himself or herself what Holmes was like as he spoke with me. Other quotes are taken from text and email exchanges between Holmes and others before the shootings, things that he said or felt, and what others perceived about him. as he moved through the years, then months, then days that culminated in the tragedy. WHR, January 2018. Jimmy. 1. Jimmy. Lots of hugs. James Holmes's memory of his early childhood. James Egan Holmes came into this world December 13, 1987, in Scripps Memorial Hospital, La Jolla, California. His mother had a briefly complicated labor and a cesarean section, but there was nothing particularly special about his birth. Arlene and Robert were excited to see their first child, the first grandchild in either of their families. They named him after a paternal uncle and added Arlene's family name. His birth announcement, which in a bizarre twist became a piece of evidence in his later fight against receiving the death penalty, says he weighed 7 pounds 8 ounces. There's a lovely photo of him resting on Robert's chest. Every baby is cute. Every baby is sweet. Every baby brings its parents and the world a promise for the future. For the next decade, this baby was a normal little boy named Jimmy. Arlene Holmes was a nurse at Scripps Memorial when Jimmy was born. Bob was a statistician at the nearby Navy Personnel Center. They had met at Berkeley during the late 1970s, where Arlene pursued a degree in English before going to nursing school, and Bob, having graduated in mathematics from Stanford and gotten a master's at UCLA, completed his PhD in statistics. The couple got married in Los Angeles, lived briefly in Washington, D.C., while Bob worked with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then moved to San Diego. Both parents were models of success, with family backgrounds that contained both achievement and adversity. Arlene was a Southern California girl, born in Santa Clarita near Los Angeles. Bob and his twin sister Betty were born in Istanbul. Their father, Jimmy's grandfather, was stationed in Turkey at the time. Bob's father, also Robert, was a West Point graduate and brother of an Annapolis graduate, with a distinguished military and civilian career that included service in the Pacific during World War II. The family can be traced to early colonial times. Bob's mother once served as governor of the exclusive Monterey Bay colony of Mayflower descendants. As in most families, there were difficulties as well as successes, and difficulties to come. A few relatives on both sides of the extended family had alcohol problems or minor emotional conditions. At least 3 were diagnosed with more serious mental disorders that required, at times, psychiatric hospitalization. Bob's twin sister, Betty, developed severe mental illness early in life. "It was something we never really talked about," he said at his son's trial. He suspected that Betty, who's been mentally disabled for decades, has some variety of schizophrenia. Bob's father, Jimmy's paternal grandfather, had notable psychiatric symptoms as well, especially late in life. His military record refers to psychiatric evaluations, and, although he was successful in many ways, he was once admitted to the Monterey Peninsula Community Hospital for disabling obsessive-compulsive disorder. Jimmy and his sister, Chris, enjoyed both Betty and Robert Sr. The adult James remembers Betty as a kind and loving aunt. Arlene's father, Bert Egan, was hospitalized during midlife for bouts of depression and psychosis. He died when Jimmy was 4. Her mother, Helen, was a kind and patient grandmother who loved Jimmy and Chris. The family visited Helen often. Jimmy and Chris loved to swim and watch movies at her Los Angeles retirement complex. There's a family video of grandmother Helen and young Jimmy making gingerbread cookies, and Jimmy excitedly asking, "When we're done taking our nap, can we eat all these?" It was a good family, with closeness and love. Lots of hugs, James the adult would remember from jail, and parents who modeled values of education, initiative, and family life. Jimmy hit all the usual developmental milestones. He talked at the right age, began walking at the right age, and was obviously a smart and loving boy. An early phase with temper tantrums evolved into a boy who liked to hug, laughed a lot, and showed all the joys and feelings of childhood. There were no problems in preschool at KinderCare or in kindergarten at Sundance Elementary. All little kids have fears, and Jimmy had his. On family trips to visit Arlene's mother in Los Angeles, he sometimes worried that thugs would climb through a window and kidnap him. Back at home, he was afraid for a few months of what he called nail ghosts, monsters that might hammer nails through the wall beside his bed at night and poke him. Mom and Dad reassured him. They let me sleep in their bed, he remembers, or they'd say there's no monsters, and the fears went away. His parents treasure photos and videos of Jimmy as a small child, singing a Christmas song, for example, or during grace before a meal. There's a home movie of Jimmy sitting at the kitchen table getting a haircut from his grandmother, another of him wearing little rabbit ears, another of the toddler running to hug his father, and one of a proud 5-year-old Jimmy gently holding his baby sister Chris soon after she was born. When Chris was about a year old, Jimmy composed a letter to her. He didn't write it himself, he had just turned 6. He told his mother what to write. Dear Chris, I love you, Chris. I wish you could play basketball and soccer with me. I wish you could play light bright. You have soft, cute skin. You're a happy baby. I wish you could play marbles with me. You can when you grow up. You need 4 more years. Love, Jimmy, your brother. Years later, in a different world, Chris would read that letter to the jury at her brother's sentencing hearing and say, when I was only 1, he was happy I was his sister. A few minutes after that, looking at photos being shown in court of the 2 of them riding bikes and smiling and wearing Christmas hats, she quietly added, there was a time when we were happy. When Jimmy was about 7, the family moved several hundred miles north to Salinas, California, in order to be near Bob's ailing mother, Jane. They bought a house in the rural suburb of Oak Hills, a couple of miles northwest of town. They planned to stay in Oak Hills, Salinas for 5 years, and then reevaluate the situation. Bob began work in statistical forecasting at the nearby Defense Manpower Data Center, largely on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, ASVAB, a test to determine qualifications for enlistment and military occupational specialties. Arlene, a registered nurse, raised the family and was eventually employed by the Central Coast Visiting Nurses. Jimmy started elementary school in Castroville. In a few years, Chris would go there as well. Salinas, the county seat of Monterey County, had about 150,000 people. Oak Hills was much smaller, a few hundred middle-class houses surrounded by the huge farms that fill the Salinas Valley and support its motto, Salad Bowl of the World. Although just a few miles from Tony, Monterey, and Carmel by the Sea, agricultural and diverse Salinas, Oak Hills, and Castroville, a rural working-class town of 7,000, were very different from suburban San Diego. The family lived in a modest one-story ranch on Foxtail Place, with a wood shingle roof, lots of bushes in front, and plenty of eucalyptus trees behind the house. Jimmy had his own room. Their backyard opened into vacant land about a block from State Highway 156, with hundreds of acres of strawberry fields just beyond. If you walked southwest along the path beside Charter Oak on any given afternoon during the late 1990s, passing Clover Trail and turning left onto Foxtail Place, you might see Jimmy and the gang of grade school kids playing basketball in the cul-de-sac in front of Jimmy's house. James the adult remembers a big canyon behind the house, adventurous to a kid but actually just a dip in the landscape with a little creek, where he and his friends would play capture the flag for hours. He remembers digging ponds in the backyard, mud holes really, and jumping into them as he pretended they were a water park. He remembers playing with his little sister, who sometimes helped him dig. He remembers interesting neighbors. One ran a jewelry shop, Another taught art at a penitentiary. He remembers friends and neighborhood parties, games and sports, Halloweens and Christmases. No mystery here, no violence, nothing unusual. Just lots of good memories for everyone who was there. In early 1996, just after Jimmy turned 8, Arlene and Bob became a little concerned about his behavior. They brought the family to local counselor John Adams and told him that although Jimmy was doing fine in school, he was very Nintendo-oriented, socialized poorly at home, and sometimes threw his stuffed animals. The counseling records indicate that Jimmy was quiet and non-communicative during that first visit, but was otherwise pleasant and alert and played with his sister. Adams made some recommendations about discipline and the differences between mom's and dad's parenting styles. Within 3 visits, Arlene and Bob reported great improvement. All seemed normal, and they stopped the counseling. Psychiatrists and psychologists sometimes exaggerate the importance of a few counseling notes, especially when the subject is as sensational as James Holmes. It's important to point out that none of the complaints or descriptions in those early childhood records was particularly worrisome. Little boys throw things all the time. Kids often behave differently at home than at school or with friends. Counselor Adams gave Jimmy a common, almost generic diagnosis at the time, oppositional defiant disorder, perhaps just to be sure the sessions would be covered by the family's insurance. By the 2nd or 3rd visit, the diagnosis no longer applied. Nothing in the family services notes suggests future social or psychiatric problems or what was to occur in Aurora some 16 years later. During his first few years in Oak Hills, Jimmy attended Castroville Elementary, 2 or 3 miles down Highway 156 from the family home. He was always on the honor roll. His teachers remember him with adjectives like intelligent, smiling, active, helpful, and sweet. There's a video of him receiving an award for 100% attendance. His 2nd grade teacher, Ann Hestand, recalls a little boy who was friendly, considerate, and popular with the other children. Testifying during the sentencing phase of the trial, she remembered his wonderful smile. His 5th grade teacher, Paul Carr, remembers him as a very bright boy, friendly and popular. Carr testified during the trial that he was balanced, like a Renaissance kid, the leader of the exceptional students. He had academic abilities, and the kids liked him. As a special project, Mr. Carr let Jimmy and another 5th grader write computer code to create a class website. No easy task during the late 1990s, after they finished their classwork. Carr had a contest during gym classes in which the kids would try to outrun him for prizes. Jimmy was the first to beat him. Jimmy and his friends were the kinds of students that make teaching rewarding, Carr said. He was a wonderful kid when he was 10. Susie Diaz was the school secretary at Castroville Elementary. She knew Jimmy from the time he registered for 2nd grade until he moved on to Gambetta Middle School, now North Monterey County Middle School, after 5th grade. She, too, remembers that Jimmy stood out even among his especially bright peers as they moved from Ms. Heston's 2nd grade class to Ms. Miser's 3rd grade, Mr. Frost's 4th, and Mr. Carr's 5th. The family took lots of trips together, to Disneyland, to the beach, skiing and camping. There are photos and videos of Jimmy and Chris in the ocean, at an aquarium, on segways at a wildlife park, camping in the woods, playing miniature golf, snorkeling in Hawaii, and having super soaker fights in bumper boats at Big Bear Lake. As they got a little older, Jimmy and Chris loved visiting their Uncle Dexter and Aunt Terry near Chico, California, where they could ride horses and fish in the couple's pond. Bob and Arlene cared deeply about each other and the kids. Mom made sure they had dinner together every evening. Mom and Dad went to the kids' concerts and sports events and spent time with them whenever they could. Dad coached Jimmy's soccer team. Chris went to his games too, tagging along, she remembers, and handing out oranges. Jimmy was happiest when he was playing soccer, Bob said, and liked having his father as his coach. He wasn't a star athlete, but he participated in lots of sports in Salinas and San Diego: soccer, basketball, kickball, track, and martial arts. He was a runner on the Monterey County youth track team, going with friends and family to meets around Northern California. There's a photo of him getting a medal at their first meet on the Hartnell College campus. Former friends and team members remember him as a team player, a good sport, and never a poor loser. Bob and Arlene were loving and caring of each other. They never fought in front of the kids, and Chris never saw them being mean to each other. Chris remembers their father as conservative, mathematical, and analytical. Dad could be a little socially awkward, she says, perhaps more than James at times, because he's always thinking. Bob and Jimmy were both quiet types and sometimes took a while to articulate things. Mom was more creative, open, free-flowing. Chris says her parents instilled a hard-working ethic to do well in school, treat other people how you'd want to be treated. Although they were close and loving, no one talked very much about feelings. Bob testified that we were more scientific, non-emotional. Much as Jimmy is universally described as shy and not seeking of the limelight, Bob doesn't like public attention or speaking to large groups of people. He doesn't easily show his emotions. I asked James the adult about memories of times with his parents and what he remembered as the nicest things they'd done for him. His answers were short and a little superficial, but poignant in their own way. The 3 nicest times with his dad were Dad's paying for most of his car, taking him to the beach, and helping him move. The beach vignette was the closest James came to remembering feelings from that list. We had ice cream. It was good. We got to spend family time together. He remembered more personal times with his mother, the letters she wrote to him, taking him to the zoo and a Where's Waldo adventure, and making spaghetti with him. I asked about the time they cooked spaghetti. He smiled as he remembered the boiling pot of pasta and Mom testing it to see if it was al dente. She threw a piece of the spaghetti onto the cabinet, he said, and she left it there. When she took it off, she stripped the paint off the cabinet. The memory, like the pasta, left a lasting impression. Mom did lots of other things with Jimmy and Chris, like creating papier-mâché art projects and coloring Easter eggs. Those times in the kitchen with Mom and Grandmother Helen stand out in Jimmy's family memories. He still likes to cook. Chris, their parents, and their neighbors all remember that Jimmy was gentle with his little sister and that she always looked up to him. She was occasionally annoying, like all kid sisters, but they were very close. Jimmy tried to feed her when she was a baby, and he read to her when she was a toddler. He often included her in the big kids' games. Chris remembers playing with her big brother, building forts and throwing things for Zuby, their Labrador retriever, to fetch. She remembers the secret treehouse Jimmy built with his friends when he was 10 or 11 years old, and the day he finally let her into it. Chris would go to Jimmy when she was uncomfortable among the older kids, and he'd calm her down. She felt secure with big brother Jimmy around. One of neighbor Catherine Barrett's most vivid memories of Jimmy and Chris was a trip to a water park. Chris wasn't allowed to go on a big water slide. "That's okay," Jimmy told her. "I'll stay with you." And he put his arm around her while the older kids climbed up the steps. He was always there. He had her back. Jimmy was considerate toward the other younger kids in the neighborhood, too. He often included them in games and sports, and sometimes protected them as well. Oak Hill's neighbor, Lori Bidwell, whose son was Chris's age, talked about the Halloween haunted house that Jimmy and 2 other boys created at the Holmes home 2 years in a row. Jimmy would guide the little ones through the peeled grape eyeballs and jello brains in a way that made them squeal and giggle with delight, not scream in fear. Lori and Mark Bidwell first met the Holmes family in Oak Hills in 1995. Their son was a good friend of Chris. They remember the Oak Hills neighborhood as a family-oriented place. Bob and Arlene were very good at making sure their children were well behaved, Lori said. Arlene was the main disciplinarian. Bob was reserved, very quiet. Jimmy was shy and laid back, but could open up once he got to know you. When Lori played Apples to Apples, a family word game, with Jimmy, he gave really intelligent answers and had a great sense of humor. Jimmy was very much a part of the group when they played, she says, and when he was with his friends. He never got into squabbles with the other children. Catherine and Martin Barrett lived 4 houses away, just across Charter Oak Boulevard. The Barrett home was a gathering place for the local kids, including Jimmy. To them, he was a gentleman, sweet, a very happy boy, fitting in well with the other kids as they built things with Lego bricks, shot off bottle rockets, and played street hockey and basketball in the cul-de-sac. Jimmy wasn't very outgoing, but he wasn't an introvert either. He was shy with the adults, but interacted well with his peers. He was the least confrontational of the group, standing back when they argued, staying off to the side in scuffles. Their son Joe remembers Jimmy as a track teammate, a good friend, and a normal kid. Claire Vincent has taught piano in Oak Hills for over 4 decades. She taught Jimmy from the time he was about 9 until the family moved back to San Diego when he was 12. He learned easily, she says, performing in programs and recitals. There's a photo of the 2 of them playing a duet in her studio, and a video of him playing Jingle Bells with Chris. Young Jimmy liked animals and loved the family pets. Zuby was a Labrador, Wimby was a Scotty. The dogs were with him every day, warm, ready to listen, never critical. James the adult could picture them in his mind as we talked, loyal friends who liked to play fetch and snuggle up to him. Then Zuby got bad hip problems and couldn't get up anymore. Soon Wimby got sick too. One day when Jimmy was 7 or 8 years old, the vet came to the house. Jimmy had no warning for that visit, so far as he remembers, one that would end with his parents telling him that Zuby had been put to sleep. No one prepared him for the second visit either, when the vet came for Wimby. When he learned what had happened, he went into the backyard, climbed into his favorite tree, and cried. Neither Jimmy nor James the adult ever told anyone the stories of Zuby and Wimby, or that he had cried. It was pretty personal, James told me later, and personal things were kept inside. Some of James the adult's memories contradict other people's descriptions of his childhood. Different people who were there remember those early years in different ways. The record isn't clear about whether or how much Jimmy's outward behavior had begun to change before the family left Oak Hills, but troubling, unspoken thoughts and feelings seemed to have begun around the time that the family moved back to San Diego in 2000. One account says his parents began to notice that he was keeping more to himself when he was in the 6th grade at Gambetta Middle School, a few months before the move. James's own version of his preteen years in Oak Hills and Castroville describes important differences between some of his inner thoughts and his outward behavior. Whether the earliest changes came before or after the move, seemingly ominous fantasies soon began to appear. Jimmy was thinking about killing people. When Jimmy was about 10 years old, vague, amorphous, recurring pictures of nuclear bombs began to intrude on his thoughts from time to time. He recalls that they occurred sporadically, sometimes more than once a week, sometimes less. The thoughts didn't seem attached to any particular situations at first, and they didn't come when he was playing or interacting with other people. They happened on my downtime and before going to sleep, kind of times when nothing was happening. He kept the thoughts to himself, never talking about them with anyone. No one else knew they were there. He didn't think his thoughts were normal, but they didn't particularly worry him at the time. I asked James the adult, if I had been some kid about your age playing with you, age 10, 11, 12, would I have thought you were abnormal? No, he answered, just a normal guy. Young minds go through a lot as they develop, and we all find psychological ways, whether completely unconscious or within our awareness, but forgotten as we grow up, to deal with childhood fears and infantile wishes. Every small child has thoughts and fantasies that, if taken alone and at face value, are unsettling. But the early, disturbing thoughts that James the adult remembers are unusual, both for their content and for the fact that he appears to remember them at all. Most of our childhood memories become distorted with time, to some extent, and entirely false memories are not uncommon. After 5 years in Oak Hills, Bob and Arlene reassessed their situation. Arlene missed her family in Southern California, her mother had become ill, and both she and Bob were dissatisfied with the Castroville schools. Bob landed a very good position with a San Diego software company and soon found a house for the family in the Rancho Peñasquitos subdivision. The decision to move back to San Diego came quickly. They would leave about 2 weeks before the end of the 1999-2000 school year. Jimmy and Chris would have to start school in San Diego just as the year was closing, and just as final grades were being determined. Jimmy dreaded the prospect of starting over in a completely unfamiliar place. From his viewpoint, life was turned upside down, and his protests were ignored. No one listened to him. Jimmy and Chris stayed with the Bidwells for a few nights while Arlene and Bob packed and prepared for the move. Lori Bidwell describes the children's final moments before leaving as heartbreaking. Chris, age 7, was in the family van, plastered to the window screaming. Jimmy, she said, just had tears in his eyes as they drove away. Jimmy sat alone in the back of the van as they left, watching his home, then his neighborhood, then whole years of his short life disappear. No one noticed as he tore a stiff piece of cardboard from a box and began sawing at his wrist. Aurora, Colorado, July 20, 2012, just after midnight. Veronica was 6 years old when her pregnant mother, Ashley, took her to the Century 16 Theater. Veronica wanted to sit on her mother's lap, but Mom said she was a big girl and could sit in her own seat. She settled between her mother and her 13-year-old friend, Haley. James Holmes shot Veronica 4 times that night. Another friend, Kaylin, tried desperately to give her CPR as she became the youngest victim to die. Ashley was shot twice, lost the baby she was carrying, and remains paralyzed from the waist down. 2. The changes begin. We stopped playing together as much, spent less time together. Maybe it was because of having to restart everything. Chris Holmes, Jimmy's sister, about the family move back to San Diego. Jimmy never told anyone about the way he felt in the back of the van as the family left Oak Hills for the last time. His mother noticed his wrist, but he told her it was a paper cut. When I asked why he never told anyone that he cut it himself, James the adult said, "Just because I wanted to keep it private." Things had begun to change. Rancho Peñasquitos is a northeastern San Diego suburb of about 55,000 people. Peñasquitos is Spanish for little cliffs. It has lots of hills, parks, and open space, including the huge Los Peñasquitos Canyon Preserve. Bob and Arlene bought a 2-story Spanish-style home on Sparran Avenue, just a mile as the crow flies from the one they'd left 5 years before. His father's hope that Jimmy would make friends easily when he started Mesa Verde Middle School during the last couple of weeks of the school year and cultivate friendships over the summer didn't pan out. Instead of adapting when he was thrust into Mesa Verde, he turned inward. Summer came with no new pals. Jimmy focused on reading, sometimes in his bedroom closet, along with video games and other things he could do alone. Arlene tried to help by going around the new neighborhood and introducing herself to families, seeking those with boys who might befriend him. She made a few connections, but nothing clicked. She took Jimmy to a local comic book store, hoping he'd join the kids there who played fantasy games, but at that point he gravitated to online games, playing from his own room and having pseudo-relationships with faraway, faceless people and their avatars. Autumn and the 7th grade at Mesa Verde brought better social opportunities. Jimmy developed friendships, joined the Mesa Verde Eagles school band, and played soccer. School at Mesa Verde went fine. Jimmy's intelligence served him well, and there were plenty of boys who enjoyed being with him. Many either shared Jimmy's shyness and social awkwardness or excused it. He began to play a strategy card game called Magic: The Gathering with real people, and he had a best friend, Earl. Best friend is a relative term. Today, Earl agrees that he and Jimmy did lots of things together, were often immersed in magic, and ran with the same group for several years. But Earl also remembers Jimmy as very quiet, very soft-spoken, not warming up or even talking to you until you get to know him. In all those years, Earl says, Jimmy came to his home only once. The various descriptions of his childhood by Jimmy, his family, schoolmates, neighbors, and others are understandably inconsistent. We view memories of long ago through all kinds of filters, and the filters change with context. James himself sometimes remembered an ordinary kid, and sometimes an unusual, even odd one. Childhood themes, often accurate, are there, but none of us ever remembers things exactly as they were. Everyone agrees that Jimmy was accepted at his new school and in Rancho Penasquitos, but he wasn't forming the kinds of relationships he had as a younger child. It wasn't anything like the gang of kids in Oak Hills, running in and out of neighbors' houses on Foxtail Place, Clover Trail, and Trefoil, shooting hoops in the cul-de-sac and playing capture the flag in the kid-sized canyon behind Jimmy's home. From age 13 or 14, James the adult said, he used escapist stuff, like video games, as well as schoolwork, sports, and television, to ease the painfully awkward feelings that swept over him when he was with others. In October of 2001, when Jimmy was nearly 14, the family sought counseling once again. We were concerned, Bob recalls. Chris seemed to be making friends and fitting in, but Jimmy seemed to be having a little trouble. He seemed to be much more isolated than he did before. They went to an agency called PsyCare and began family counseling with social worker Mel Lipsey. The detailed records of their 12 or 14 sessions were destroyed years ago, but the visits seemed to have focused on adjustment issues related to the move from Oak Hills to San Diego. Jimmy was indeed becoming more isolated. He talked and interacted less than before, and often seemed irritable and angry around home. Arlene told the defense team investigator that by middle school, Jimmy had developed an aversion to talking on the telephone. She once rehearsed making a call with him, but when he tried using the phone by himself, he clammed up and couldn't do it. Lots of adolescents are socially awkward. Bright kids, the so-called nerds of the world, may be a little more awkward than most. Jimmy had some friends. He did well in school and participated in sports. Some readers may wonder whether his isolation and self-absorbed activities were truly pathological or were within the normal range for adolescent boys. The childhood thoughts and fantasies that James, the adult, looks back on today may or may not have been so pronounced in his early teens. Holmes himself is our only witness to them, and, as mentioned earlier, memory is a fragile, changeable thing. Jimmy's home life didn't seem to be a cause of his isolation. People who were there around that time described the Holmes family as very close, but neither Jimmy nor his father was very open with emotions. That doesn't mean they didn't have them. Bob, himself somewhat reserved, says Jimmy's relationships with his parents and sister were fine. He describes Arlene as the main disciplinarian of the family and says Jimmy and Chris had a normal teenage brother and sister relationship, teasing and sometimes picking on each other, but with no big fights. Jimmy saw his mom and dad talking together, caring about each other, James the adult told me after the shootings. You could see love between them. They showed it. The feeling came to Jimmy too, he said. Warmth, hugs, and he was a part of that. Chris recalls a noticeable change in Jimmy after the family moved back to San Diego, and another as he moved into adolescence. She says he communicated less, perhaps because they were 5 years apart and he was in high school. James the adult doesn't remember their relationship that way. He remembers being with her in the house and in the backyard, where sometimes she was a bit of a pest. She wanted to do exactly what I was doing, but he knew she looked up to him. For most of Jimmy's childhood, the family went to church regularly. He recalls a Presbyterian Sunday school early on, but after returning to San Diego, they attended Peñasquitos Lutheran. James the adult says he went to Sunday school because Mom insisted. As he got older, the family sat together during adult services. He remembers being indifferent to Sunday school and church. The family would go for donuts or Mexican food afterward, James the adult says with a bit of a smile. They had to bribe me with Taco Bell. Then he added, I was never really a believer, I guess, a statement redacted from the interview videos shown to the jury. On the other hand, he volunteered to help with Vacation Bible School and church gardening, and he attended pretty much every Sunday. Religion was pretty much insignificant in the adolescent life, James remembers. It was most important to Arlene, but, he says, she left it at the church, rather than bringing her faith into the home. Bob was kind of like me, but he would go because of my mom. As he entered high school, Jimmy's social difficulties and some troubling thoughts and mental images were evolving, but he still didn't tell anyone. The gist of neighbors' and classmates' stories from that time is that Jimmy kept to himself with everyone except family and friends. They remember him as quiet and shy, even though once he became comfortable with someone, he could be talkative, funny, and pretty normal. High school classmate Sumit Shah told the media after the shootings that Jimmy always had really good grades, even in advanced placement courses, and would join in lunch hour football games. Neighbor and classmate Anthony Mai knew a happy and smiling Jimmy for years, who played soccer and ran cross-country on the track team at Westview High. Ilana Aronson, who lived across the street and a few houses north, remembered that he used to swim with the neighborhood kids in the Aronsons' backyard pool. Jimmy hung out with one of the quieter groups, going to movies and playing paintball. He and Alex Van Horn played junior varsity soccer. There's people you see in high school that you worry about sometimes, Van Horn told the San Diego NBC affiliate, but he wasn't one of those. Jimmy didn't stand out, but he always seemed fine. Jimmy wasn't particularly successful at sports at the time, but he stayed with it. Track coach Lori Godwin says he wasn't very athletic, but he kept coming to practice. She saw a painfully awkward boy who kept his head and eyes down around strangers as if to say, I can see you, but please don't talk to me. None of them could see what was going on inside him. James the adult remembers what was going on inside during those early and middle teens. He remembers mental images of atomic blasts and nuclear winter that began to slip into his thoughts when his mind wasn't occupied. He remembers a kind of shift from the disturbing but passive thoughts of death and destruction of a year or so earlier to more active ones, from images of anonymous people dying to thoughts of killing them himself. The thoughts were sporadic, intruding to fill blank spaces, what he called downtime. Read. You wrote in your notebook a few weeks before the shootings, the obsession to kill since I was a kid, with age became more and more realistic, started as the entire world with nuclear bomb and then shifted, more amorphous when you were a child. Holmes. Right. There wasn't any clear detail, it was just nuclear bombs. Reed, what did you mean by obsession? Holmes, recurring thought, sometimes multiple times a week, sometimes every other week. Reed, did it interfere with any of your kid activities? Holmes, no, it would occur on my downtime and, like, before going to sleep. Kind of times when nothing's happening. Holmes said that to me on August 27, 2014. Almost 4 weeks earlier, on August 1, I had asked him about his earliest obsessions about killing, which occurred during middle school. He generally denied feeling any hatred, just strong inner thoughts of killing people, without any images attached. There were no specific victims in his thoughts or fantasies, no enemies or people who teased him or video game bad guys. They were just abstract humankind. James the adult would speak of hating mankind years later in our post-shooting interviews, but he told me that the hate was as a child hates vegetables. He picked broccoli rather than in anger. It wasn't vengeful, but he still wanted to kill people. He seemed perplexed when I asked about his motives or the context for those early thoughts. It just popped up, he said. I didn't really have anything to be angry at. Jimmy had the impression that he made other people uncomfortable, and that their being uncomfortable would cause problems. At first, James the adult explained that the worst outcome he, young Jimmy, could imagine from his awkwardness during those years was simply to make the other person feel awkward too, or maybe to start a fight. As time passed, he began to think about it in terms of death, if somebody gets killed or not. Around that time, perhaps a year or two before, Jimmy had read Of Mice and Men, the John Steinbeck novel about two California migrant workers, George, wiry and smart, and Lenny, a mentally defective gentle giant, whom George protects from a world that doesn't understand him. When I asked James the adult if there were characters in the book he found particularly interesting at the time, or with whom he might identify, he chose Lenny. George liked him, James said. That's what made it hard for him to kill him at the end. George killed Lenny because he was the closest one to him. There's a lot of psychological evidence that Jimmy was afraid of letting his angry feelings get out of control, that those emotions might hurt others or drive them away. That's a routine childhood fear, shown in different ways by children of all ages, and it was of great concern to Jimmy. For example, like all kids, sometimes he got mad at his mother, and sometimes he felt that he hated her. He was so afraid of those feelings, or that he would lose control, that he made a pact with himself never to hate her. It wasn't acceptable to be angry at her, he told me. If a kid gets really angry at his mother, she could treat you differently, and maybe ignore you. Later, things became more complicated and more ominous. Jimmy's early fantasies and mental pictures of nuclear winter, metaphors for thinly suppressed anger getting out of control, evolved into more complex mental defenses. His parents didn't notice very much in the way of emotional symptoms, but he was getting worse. Sometime during late middle school or early high school, Jimmy developed a particular way of mentally defending against his anxiety and awkwardness in uncomfortable situations. Others saw him withdrawing, unable to find words or climbing up, but Holmes described it more dramatically, as freezing. In mild, even imagined confrontations, Jimmy would stop talking, moving, or outwardly reacting. He told his various examiners, including me, that he didn't remember anything about the early freezing episodes because he couldn't think or feel when he froze. Nothing was going through his mind, he said. It was kind of a mental block. Later, sometime during high school, disturbing images began to appear within the freezing. Holmes has vivid memories of violent images, saws going against other people, and getting their heads cut off. But he has trouble pondering the possibility that the images had any psychological meaning. The saws just popped up in his mind, he remembers, like a floating saw, chopping off a limb or a head. Then there's no more. It's done. It's a random saw that Jimmy didn't associate with himself. The saw is doing it on its own. Of course the saws were associated with Jimmy's feelings and wishes, but he truly failed to see any connection, either at the time or during our interviews years later. In spite of his considerable intellect and in spite of his fervent wish to understand why he was different, neither Jimmy the teenager nor James the adult ever pondered their psychological meaning. Thinking about one's own unconscious wishes and fears is very difficult. The unconscious is unconscious and is inaccessible for good reason. However uncomfortable our conscious thoughts and fantasies may be, the ones they conceal scare us even more. That kind of fantasy is not extremely rare in adolescence, and it isn't always psychologically ominous. When people are faced with great anxiety, their minds create ways to feel safer. That means either eliminating the threat, mentally or physically, or moving away from it. It's like fight or flight in the jungle, but without real lions. When the person is trapped in the situation, as Jimmy when he was frozen in a verbal interchange, the mind automatically comes up with ways to eliminate the perceived threat. But we're not wild animals. The rational part of the mind knows that we don't want to destroy the other person just because we feel awkward. We, including young Jimmy Holmes, almost always control our animal protective impulses and quickly create mental and physical actions that protect us without resorting to violent measures unless they're truly warranted. We often suppress our most violent fantasies so well that we don't even become aware of them. Jimmy did become aware of his. He didn't recognize them as his own impulses, that is, the images were seen as sort of free-floating, rather than his consciously imagining himself wielding the saw or the nuclear bomb. But Jimmy, even though he didn't experience the fantasies as his own wishes, came to realize that they, like some of his other feelings and behaviors, meant that he was different. Dr. Raquel Gurr, a prominent Philadelphia psychiatrist, reviewed the Holmes records and interviewed him several times for the defense. She, too, elicited evidence that being different was painful for Jimmy and that those feelings intensified during his adolescence. She believes that by the 9th grade he had begun to think he might be crazy. By the next year he felt isolated, couldn't communicate with people, and thought that others could tell that he was different. Dr. Gurr suggested, or at least James the adult told her, that Jimmy was paralyzed by fear of people, not specific ones, but humans in general. James the adult told both Dr. Gurr and me that he believes his thoughts of hurting others were mentally blocking out thoughts of hurting himself, though other interview materials suggest that he wasn't actually aware of feeling self-destructive, assuming he was suicidal at all. He didn't have any concrete plans for either suicide or killing others at the time, he told us. They were just thoughts. The thoughts of hurting others that would pop into Jimmy's head went away when he was active with schoolwork or computer games. Still, he knew that he was different from other people, and he wanted to understand why. He hoped understanding would fix him. Is my brain different? Jimmy asked himself. He became interested in neuroscience, how brains work, because there's nothing more important than my brain in my daily life. By age 14 or 15, Jimmy believed there was something wrong with his mind, but he didn't call it mental illness. He thought of it as a broken brain. He was pretty sure there were other kids who thought there was something wrong with themselves too, but he never talked about it with anyone. I kept it private. Kids have all kinds of private thoughts and secrets, but the reasons for keeping things to oneself provide hints about how a young boy sees his place in his family and the world. Is that place solid and predictable, or is it precarious, shaky? James the adult consistently speaks of anxiety and discomfort when he was in even innocuous social situations, especially when he couldn't easily leave or control the setting. but he shared very little with his family or his friends. Separately from his inner thoughts of the time, James the adult remembers high school as more or less typical for a bright, shy kid. He enjoyed schoolwork and hanging out with friends. Math, science, and history were his favorite subjects, and he made outstanding grades, often in advanced placement courses. He wasn't at the very top of his class, but his GPA, adjusted for his AP courses, was close to 4.0. His social life was about as one would expect for his nerdy, mostly male group. He wasn't very specific in later interviews, but all the evidence points to guys who hung out and played lots of video games, especially StarCraft, a real-time strategy game. His group didn't gravitate to the violent ones, the first-person shooters. Jimmy talked a lot about athletics and participated in several sports, partly because of a little pushing from his parents. He describes himself as mediocre, but holding his own in soccer and cross-country since elementary school. And girls. The guys in his group didn't have girlfriends, and Jimmy was no exception. One thinks of boys like that as not dating much, but very open to the invitation if a girl gives them some attention. James the adult, though, chuckled a little when he said that when girls asked him out, he said no. Maybe he was gay? "Nah," he answered, "I don't fly that way." Jimmy applied to lots of California universities during his senior year at Westview. He was accepted by all of them and got a full-ride scholarship to the University of California, Riverside honors program. During that senior year, he also applied for and won a position in the highly competitive summer internship program at San Diego Miramar College. After a week of Miramar Science boot camp to prepare him for laboratory work, he spent 7 weeks in Dr. Terence Sanowski's computational neurobiology lab at the San Diego Salk Institute. His main job, supervised by a graduate student named John Jacobson, was writing computer code for an experiment related to humans' perception of time. Some commentators and media reports after the shooting completely misunderstood that project, erroneously labeling it a crazy attempt at time travel. Late that summer, Jimmy and other Miramar interns presented their work in scholarly talks. A video of his presentation, Temporal Illusions, shows him behaving quite normally, explaining scientifically sound student research to a large audience of peers and strangers. In spite of all the comments from neighbors, friends, and classmates about Jimmy's shyness and awkwardness, and his own memories of painful interactions and freezing in the face of slight or imagined confrontation, the Jimmy who gave this 10-minute presentation is poised, confident, and humorous, and interacts well with his audience. Dozens of other photos and other videos by family and friends, taken over many years, also seem to show a normal, social, happy adolescent at parties, with sports teams, snowboarding, and joking around in groups. He doesn't appear to be freezing or even uncomfortable. That's a little perplexing, but candid photos and brief video clips can be misleading. They're quick snapshots, no pun intended, from a much longer continuum of actions and expressions that occurred over months and years. One can find inconsistency in virtually all descriptions of homes that rely on cherry-picked events, such as those that appear in many prosecution and defense statements and in media accounts. Single or isolated examples of James Holmes's behavior or appearance are woefully inadequate for understanding the whole person. Jimmy was not one-dimensional. His mental problems, which indeed have been present since late childhood, influenced his adolescence, but they didn't overwhelm it. There were times when his emotional foibles faded into the background, when the healthier parts of Jimmy's mind took over, when his emotional defenses did their jobs effectively, when life was good. Aurora, Colorado, July 20, 2012, just after midnight. Jonathan was the 26-year-old father of 2 young children, a Navy veteran with 3 tours in the Middle East. Tall and well-built, he was planning to re-enlist to become a Navy SEAL. He and his girlfriend Jansen came early to the Century 16 Theater to see The Dark Knight Rises. About 10 minutes into the movie, Jonathan pushed Jansen to the floor and threw himself on top of her, saying that someone had a gun. A woman just behind them screamed that she'd been shot. Jansen felt blood spray onto her as Jonathan was shot in the head and back, one of the bullets penetrating both his lungs. Jonathan gurgled, she said, and did not move, saving her life as James Holmes killed him. 3. College. We'd all be better off if everybody on Earth dies, James Holmes thought in high school and college. Jimmy started calling himself James around the time he started college, in the fall of 2006, although family and friends stuck with Jimmy or Jim. He remembers coming to UC Riverside with the often nihilistic thoughts that he had in high school. At one point, he described them globally. I suffer, other people suffer. We'd all be better off if everybody on Earth dies. But he also thought that such ideas were not realistic. It's impossible to say, looking back with only James the adult to tell us, whether his thoughts were simply dramatic or philosophical, indicated severe, even delusional depression, represented a wish to kill or something else. Whatever the case may be, he decided to focus on academics for the next 4 years. James started his freshman year living in the honors section of Pentland Hills Residence Hall. Pentland Hills is a large freshman dorm made up of 22 buildings that resemble an apartment complex with modern 3-story structures, courtyards, and walkways. Students live suite style, with shared bedrooms and bathrooms and a living room with microwave and refrigerator in each suite. The buildings are co-ed, but the suites themselves are same gender. There are study lounges, computer centers, and a fitness center. After his freshman year, he moved to an on-campus apartment for 2 years, studying and hanging out with many of the same friends. He rarely called or emailed his family, although he came home for summers and holidays. James remembers living in the freshman honors dorm as fun because of the dorm atmosphere. I got to meet a bunch of people. It helped me kind of bridge between new people. Ryan LaCroix lived a couple of doors down the hall. They became good friends. Ryan found James very shy socially, never initiating conversations, but he says James soon became part of a group of similarly intelligent, somewhat reserved students who hung out together, played video games like Mario Kart, and watched Lost on television every week. They stayed together through all 4 years of college, went on snowboarding trips, and had some hilarious experiences. Ryan testified that James was like top 5 in the world at World of Warcraft 3, a popular strategy-based online multiplayer game. The group occasionally played Halo, which is much more aggressive, but first-person shooter games were not James's style. Classmate and friend Harry Soren Carr also remembers James as introverted, with a self-deprecating sense of humor. He was sociable among the science majors, often joining them for dinner in the cafeteria, but they didn't party much. James was singularly non-aggressive. The only time Carr saw any hint of anger was when the group was playing a video game and one person on James's team kept killing him. James simply got up and walked out of the room. Carr says there was nothing unusual about James. He was quiet, dressed normally, didn't talk about weapons or shooting, and didn't seem to have any mental issues. He was just smart and aced tests without even taking notes. He never showed any interest in Batman movies and never commented about the Joker, a topic that would greatly occupy news and social media after the shooting. Carr gave the FBI 3 photos of James, in which he was smiling, clowning around, and looking like a perfectly normal college student. 2 showed him as an undergraduate. 1 showed James and 5 or 6 other members of the group enjoying an impromptu Christmas-time reunion at a Woodland Hills restaurant in December of 2011, 6 months after graduation and 7 months before the shooting. The friends' consensus was that he had changed since college, but they weren't sure how. There was lots of studying, but James also had a social life. He went out to dinner with friends, sometimes to the dormitory diner. He had a full scholarship, and his parents paid for the dorm and other expenses, so he didn't have to work during college, although he sometimes did. He had a car, a white Hyundai Tiburon. In a few years, he would drive it to the Century 16 Theater in Aurora, Colorado. Although James remembered college as a relatively social time in his life, some fellow students recall that he kept largely to himself. He stayed in his room a lot, they said, and participated in dorm gatherings only after much encouragement. He didn't participate much in social media. He almost never updated his Facebook page and never had a Twitter or Instagram account. James didn't mention freezing during college. He still had the intrusive, violent thoughts and probably the ominous fantasies that were prominent earlier, but he could usually keep them away or control them by occupying his mind with studying and video games. Some of his peers remember peculiarities, but no one recognized anything terribly wrong. Jessica Cade, a friend who lived across the hall from James for a year and shared a study group with him, described him as a little strange, but not in a threatening way. Another female student told defense investigators that James had a spaced-out stare much of the time. A roommate from his sophomore and junior years said he was a loner who liked to go off by himself and would lie on his bed at night staring at the ceiling as if deep in thought. James says he partied a bit, but it doesn't sound like much by college standards. He brought up the traditional college drinking, but he drank only socially, if that. He never got so drunk that he passed out or got into trouble. The parties themselves sound like an insult to UC Riverside's reputation as a party school. Somewhere below Berkeley, Cal State Fresno, and the San Francisco Art Institute, according to student surveys. Those he went to had a lot of talking and playing video games. He finally told me, "I wasn't really partying. Partying was like a once-a-year type of thing." Dating is a big part of social life for most college kids, but it wasn't in James's world. He had female friends, but no girlfriend, which wasn't unusual for his peer group. No one interviewed after the shootings recalled that he ever had a girlfriend before graduate school. James was interested in girls to a point. He even had the obligatory sexy dorm room poster on his wall, but his dating efforts were tentative at best, and women weren't a high priority. For most of his time in college, he didn't, maybe couldn't, ask women out. James's first real date happened between his sophomore and junior years at UC Riverside. He was working at a summer camp and went out a couple of times with one of the other counselors. He called her cheerful and bubbly, easy to talk to, nice, and thinks she would have described him as shy and kind because he was nice to her. They went to the movies, then back to a secluded room at the camp. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, but things didn't go any further, he remembers. It was just hard to get started. Most of their second and final date was spent simply walking around Hollywood near a dance club. They didn't go inside. There was another girl, a student who lived in an adjacent dorm, who James hoped would be a girlfriend. His roommate called it a crush. That girl, too, was cheerful and bubbly, but circumstances and his reluctant, non-assertive style dissolved his hopes. She never showed any romantic interest. James's rationalization was that she was Persian, so I think she had a cultural barrier. He admits that he never actually asked her out. The closest he came was simply saying hello. He didn't try again with her or with anyone else until he started graduate school. James responded differently to children than to people his age or older. He seemed to be comfortable around kids, even empathic. He didn't keep them at a distance, as he did with peers and adults. In his childhood Oak Hills neighborhood, he invited younger kids to a Halloween haunted house in the family home. At UC Riverside, he volunteered to visit an orphanage. The honors program required community service. James went on 4 group trips to a Tijuana orphanage called Corazon de Vida. The Riverside students paid $25 each to ride there on a bus, spend the day with the children, distribute small gifts, and return to campus in the evening. James signed up because he thought it would be good to learn about kids. He had trouble remembering any feelings about the children, in spite of visiting them at least 4 times. They seemed just like normal kids, he told me. He played soccer and cards with them and usually made them lunch. Once the students brought toys for Christmas. James, the adult, thought it was a nice thing to do. He remembers the events, but no particular individuals, none of the kids' reactions, no emotions of the time. He couldn't bring up a mental picture, an internal video in his mind of the experience. Between his sophomore and junior years, James was a summer counselor at Camp Max Strauss, a Glendale, California camp for underprivileged urban kids. He had no problems at the camp, though supervisors encouraged him to be more outgoing. He lived in a cabin with each week's young charges, taking care of them, guiding their activities, and giving each child an experience to remember. Kevin Wright, his supervisor, remembered James as good with the counselor team and goofy in a positive way. He made the kids laugh and worked with them in the various camp activities. Gabriel Manchaca, one of his co-counselors, said James was shy but acted fine with the children. When I asked about that summer, James remembered the counselors singing songs for the kids around the fire pit, sans fire because of dry weather and wildfire danger. I sang On Top of Spaghetti, he said. It was just a song about spaghetti. He chuckled at the memory, then became more serious when I asked, Reed, how did you enjoy being there that summer? Holmes, it was kind of stressful because I'm not that outgoing. Reed, as you look back on that summer, how does it make you feel? Holmes, it was a fond memory of at least trying to get out there and be more social. 2 years after graduating from UC Riverside, as he planned his mission, he would choose a primarily adult setting for his shootings, dismissing venues such as schools where children were likely to be present. He deliberately picked a time at the Century 16 Cinema, midnight, when small children probably wouldn't be there. James was happier in college than he would be in graduate school. One reason he gave was that there was less necessity of public speaking as an undergrad. Graduate school required scholarly talks and presentations to colleagues. When I asked him how public speaking is so powerful or distressing that, in his words, it brought an end to his happiness, he said, because I worry over saying the right things. That worry was part of James's ongoing impression that something was very wrong with him. He was obsessed with flaws he thought he saw in himself, that he focused too much on himself, for example, and that he was still having violent thoughts. He was especially concerned about being self-centered. Something felt wrong about putting all his studying and learning toward improving himself or getting a good-paying job. Most important, he wanted to use the knowledge to see why I was different. He was interested in comparing normal people and people who were different, outside the norm, I guess. James was thinking of himself, of course, and of people like him who were mentally ill, with social awkwardness, with the intrusive thoughts. Which intrusive thoughts? I asked. The violent ones. Several post-shooting interviewers and examiners, and James himself, surmised that studying hard helped to keep his odd thoughts and obsessive defenses at bay, and perhaps, in defense psychiatrist Dr. Raquel Gurr's words, diverted his attention from the inner turmoil he was experiencing. Dr. Gurr believes he was nevertheless continuing to deteriorate, and that there were signs and symptoms of emerging delusions that would continue in graduate school. James moved to an off-campus apartment on Everton Place for his senior year at UC Riverside. His friend Soren Carr visited the apartment only once, but says he noticed nothing unusual about it. James lived there alone because, in his words, "I prefer that way. There was a lot more freedom to do what you want to do." During his senior year, he applied to 8 university graduate schools with doctoral neuroscience programs. The schools to which he applied were often described in the criminal case records as top tier or the best in their fields. In reality, and in fairness to other schools, the ones he chose that year varied from excellent to ordinary as doctoral programs go, according to academic ranking sources such as phds.org. One, the University of California, Irvine, is very highly ranked. Another, Montana State, isn't in the phds.org top 100. The graduate school application process is lengthy and complicated. Grades are important, of course. Letters of recommendation from faculty count for a lot. One must also score well on a multi-part test called the Graduate Record Examinations, GRE, participate in positive college and life experiences, and write a narrative personal statement about his or her academic goals or scientific philosophy. Good schools receive a great many applications for only a few enrollment slots. They try to choose the best candidates and to gauge the whole applicant once basic qualifications are met. James's college grades were outstanding. He had a cumulative grade point average, GPA, of just under 4.0 in the top 1% of UC Riverside graduates. He was a Regents Scholar, a Dean's Fellow, and a member of Phi Beta Kappa. His reference letters were strong. One read, in part, "A very effective group leader, brings a great amount of intellectual and emotional maturity into the classroom." His GRE scores were very good as well. But James's personal statement essays hurt his applications. They were oddly worded, referring, for example, to using his clairvoyance to solve difficult problems. He sometimes invoked the infinite vastness of indefinite knowledge, or called upon our own minds as the primary source of all things. When a staff person at Montana State called James to follow up his written application, she found his voicemail greeting so strange that she was relieved not to hear from him again. Most graduate school candidates are culled during the written application process. A well-qualified few are interviewed by faculty and sometimes students as a final step before the acceptance decision. The interviews, sometimes stressful and sometimes relaxed, give the admissions team a chance to see the applicant in person, and the applicant an opportunity to meet some of the people with whom he or she might work. Final interviews also assess the candidate's motivation for a career in James's case, science, and his or her fit for the school to which admission is sought. James was offered an interview by only one graduate program that year, the University of California at Irvine. He isn't sure how he came across in the interviews there, except to say that he was a bit anxious and probably seemed shy. UC Irvine turned him down. In fact, in spite of his very impressive college transcript, James was rejected by every graduate school he contacted. A few weeks later, he graduated summa cum laude from UC Riverside. There's no record that he attended the ceremonies. After graduation, James moved back into his parents' home and applied for several low-level science-related jobs, such as laboratory technician. No one hired him, and he settled into what family members described as a life of sleeping late, watching television, and playing video games. His mother particularly became increasingly frustrated by his passive refusal to become productive or even to contribute to the household. Arlene was more vocal than Bob, according to James, but both parents ultimately let him know that if he didn't get a job, he'd have to leave. In October of 2010, 4 months after graduation, James registered with Aerotech Staffing, a temporary placement agency specializing in scientific and technical jobs. They sent him to Marical Incorporated, an Orange County dietary supplement factory, where he operated a pill coating machine from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. 5 days a week. Most Marical staff reported that James was a model employee. He didn't get into disputes or participate in the drama that was common in the workplace. He was competent, and they liked the fact that he never destroyed a batch of vitamins. Some co-workers, though, thought he was arrogant and standoffish. Some saw him as intelligent and just doing his job, essentially watching the pill coder hour upon hour, day to day, week to week. One said he seemed retarded at first. A human resources manager thought he might have had autism or Asperger's disorder. Once he was seen staring into a corner of the room and giggling. He said he had just thought of something funny and kept chuckling intermittently. They started calling him the giggler. One co-worker believed James was childlike and fragile and needed protection from the other workers. Later, when an aggressive employee did harass him, the self-appointed protector intervened and a loud argument began. James, standing nearby, simply didn't get involved in the fray. When Human Resources investigated the incident, he said he hadn't heard a thing. After about 3 months, James submitted his resignation. Marical supervisor Adam Plachta urged him not to quit, but James said he wanted to pursue work in another state. In fact, at his parents' urging, he was applying to graduate schools once again. In early 2011, James applied to 6 more graduate schools with neuroscience programs. He was offered in-person interviews with at least 4, but withdrew his application to one, the University of Kansas. The University of Alabama refused to release any information about his application, but is known to have turned him down. He applied to Texas A&M University, but they didn't release details either. In the end, he was interviewed at the universities of Iowa, Illinois, and Colorado. One admissions reviewer at the University of Iowa Graduate School said James's application looked like a slam dunk on paper, but his interviews told a different story. Some of the faculty members there who met with him wrote comments such as bizarre, disconnected and aloof, and global lack of effort. An Iowa psychology professor who met with James told the admissions group not to admit him under any circumstances. Faculty and liaison graduate students at the prestigious University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, gave James mixed reviews. His personal statement essay had been very peculiar, referring to the complexities of long-lost mem thought seemingly arising out of nowhere into a stream of awareness, and, as he wrote in some earlier applications, the seemingly infinite vastness of indefinite knowledge. James was quiet and awkward during his visit to the school, avoiding conversations with the students assigned to orient him. One, who hosted him for a couple of hours at her apartment as he waited for his ride to the airport, found James so socially uncomfortable that she simply had him watch television while she went about cleaning house. But very bright neuroscience students often seem a bit odd to the rest of us. Eccentricity isn't a disqualifying factor. UIL Urbana-Champaign approved James for admission, his first graduate school acceptance, and offered him a research stipend to join their doctoral program. James was also offered interviews at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus in Denver, Aurora, which accepts only 6 new neuroscience trainees each year. He met individually with 7 faculty members in February of 2011. Their comments and recommendations to the admissions committee are interesting. His scientific accomplishments are without question, probably the top student recruit on paper. But I do have concerns about his maturity and/or interest. He did not take this interview seriously at all. I found the interview very disappointing. I vote alternate, a recommendation that he be placed on a waiting list and admitted if an accepted applicant backs out. Overall, very positive. Excellent breadth of knowledge, insightful questions, seemed genuinely excited about the science. Good interview, good test scores, and letters of recommendation. Pretty good. Suggested interesting experiments. Interesting candidate with loads of potential. I think he would be just fine. He does have a somewhat quirky character, but what good scientist doesn't? Very focused on one particular area, articulate, a bit naive, but that's to be expected. Probably would be a good student. Excellent, but a bit socially awkward, not necessarily a liability. Very shy. This can come off as disinterested in a group setting. Responded well to every question. Besides appearing quiet and disinterested at times, I feel that James is a very strong candidate. All of the Denver interviewers except one recommended immediate admission. James was offered a tuition waiver and a $26,000 per year National Institutes of Health, NIH, stipend. He accepted. He says he chose Colorado over Illinois mainly because of the larger stipend. In April of 2011, he flew to Denver and rented an apartment near the Anschutz Medical Campus. Then he returned to San Diego, packed his Hyundai Tiburon for the move, declined his dad's offer to make it a father-son trip, and drove alone to Aurora. Aurora, Colorado, July 20, 2012, just after midnight. Rebecca Wingo was an Air Force veteran and the mother of 2 young children. She sat in the 5th row of the Century 16 auditorium with her friend Marcus Weaver. As the dark night rises began, they heard whizzing noises immediately over their heads and then gunshots coming in bursts from the front of the theater. They huddled behind the seats, surrounded by screams, more gunfire, and the sounds of bullets hitting things and hitting people around them. The gunman began to walk up the aisle. James Holmes shot Rebecca 5 times, with both a shotgun and a rifle or handgun. She was hit in the trunk, arm, and head, her skull and brain instantly destroyed. Holmes shot Marcus in the shoulder and leg. When the shooting slowed, Marcus tried to lift Rebecca, who was covered in blood and not moving, and then scrambled out of the theater. James. 4. Aurora. I am not inherently evil. James Holmes in a text to Gargi Datta, March 25, 2012. The Anschutz Medical Campus of the University of Colorado, Denver is in Aurora, about 10 miles from the main campus downtown. The medical school, laboratories, and hospitals are its core, with schools of dentistry, pharmacy, nursing, public health, and biomedical graduate studies, as well as research facilities and housing, making up the rest of the largely new 230-acre complex. There are dozens of graduate programs on the Anschutz campus in virtually every biomedical field, and almost $500 million in grant-funded research. Holmes moved into his Aurora apartment April 28, 2011. The building is nondescript, brick, 3 stories, at the corner of East 17th and North Paris Street, walking and biking distance from the neuroscience laboratories and about 3 miles from the Century 16 Theater. There's another apartment building across the parking lot, an elementary school in the middle of the block, and a couple of small restaurants, the Blue Lagoon Asian Bistro and La California, around the corner on Peoria. Hundreds of other students, trainees, and staff live in the area, on and off the campus. Several had apartments in Holmes's building. Holmes often commuted to the campus on a small BMX-style bicycle that he'd owned for years, usually wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and an open plaid shirt. His apartment was on the 3rd floor, a simple 1-bedroom, rented sparsely furnished in student modern, to which James added the usual television, computer, and a few posters. There was a zombie poster, one from the film Pulp Fiction, one that referred to a movie about the misfortunate, a word that would later come up in Holmes's writings, and one of a scantily clad woman. He kept the place very neat and clean, but it lacked soft or homey touches. Post-shooting photos show a Batman mask peeking from behind the top of the television. There was only one other living thing in the apartment, a nondescript potted plant that he named Planty. James's communication with his parents was almost exclusively by email. He didn't like talking on the phone. Bob's emails were about as one might expect from a father, interested in his son and often offering advice. James always answered quickly and sometimes added a little friendly banter. Arlene's notes were warm and motherly, saying they missed him and thought of him every day, asking how he was doing, wondering about friends, expressing little worries about things like whether or not he had a warm coat, and offering to send things from home. James didn't express much emotion in his emails. When his mom told him that Rocky, their family dog during the years after Zuby and Wimby, had died and the household felt empty, he simply wrote back, "That's too bad, at least he had a good home." That response was very different from the sadness and loss he'd expressed about Zuby's and Wimby's passing. There's no indication that he ever brought it up with friends, and he never mentioned it to me. After a day of group orientation to the Anschutz neuroscience program, James settled into classes and his first laboratory rotation. Classes at the graduate school level are small, seminars really, usually with fewer than a dozen students. The lab rotations, which lasted about 10 weeks each, provide hands-on experience in a biological research environment designed to acquaint future doctoral candidates with different professors and projects and to allow the professors to see which students would be a good fit for future training and research. Had he been anywhere except an esoteric scientific community, James's shy demeanor and social awkwardness would have stood out far more. In the neuroscience graduate program, though, he only stood out a little. Almost all of his classmates and teachers agreed that his behavior was within the expected range for his peers. Cammie Kennedy, Neuroscience Department Staff Liaison for students and trainees, saw James several times a month from the very beginning of his Anschutz experience. She liked him. He was quirky, she said, a cute little geeky kid, shy and extremely intelligent, with a quick sense of humor. He wasn't particularly different from lots of other graduate students. James's first lab rotation was with physiology and biophysics professor Achim Klug, helping with research using Mongolian gerbils. Otto Albrecht, a third-year graduate student who interacted with him in Professor Klug's lab, reported that James wasn't very motivated. He worked minimal hours, Albrecht said, although he seemed intelligent and gave an impressive talk at an internal lab meeting. He saw James as quiet and unemotional, but he became more sociable as time went by. Otto, James, and another grad student, Florian, went to a couple of movies together, one at the nearby Century 16 complex. From time to time, James was assigned to sacrifice the gerbils, a humane and strictly regulated procedure, and prepare their brain material for examination and experimentation. There is no indication that he enjoyed killing them or was particularly fascinated with death. Most of the friends James made that year were in the classes he took in the fall. Ben Garcia, Tim Tapscott, and Gargi Datta stood out early on. Tim had been raised in California. He and James were known as the California boys in the group. James almost never talked about his family or California home, though. Tim didn't even know he had a sister. He met Hillary Allen and Yampyo Lee around that time as well. Hillary and Yam were part of his small neuroscience program group. The rest were in other graduate tracks, but took the same core classes that met every day. Ben, Tim, Gargi, and James became close. Ben described Gargi, a computational bioscience graduate student from India, as the alpha of the group. She made most of the group plans and selected entertainments. James tended simply to go with the flow, often a bit disconnected from the others. The friends spent several hours a week doing things like eating, playing strategy board games, and drinking a little beer. No one ever saw James very inebriated or taking drugs other than very occasional marijuana. They sometimes took Saturday hikes and short trips, once to the New Belgium Brewery in Fort Collins, once to hear Infected Mushroom, a psychedelic trance electronica band. They saw Sherlock Holmes at the Century 16. Ben was James's best friend in graduate school. He went to James's apartment often during the first few months of the academic year. Both liked games, neither did drugs, drank more than socially, or talked much about girls. Their conversations, in person or by text, would sometimes turn to philosophical venting or to their respective mental discomforts, but nothing out of the ordinary at the time. Gargi became more than a friend for James. They met at the graduate student orientation and shared core classes. She liked him, but he seemed painfully shy. They finally went out together in October when she invited him to a horror film festival. After that, they dated several times a week, often going to his apartment to watch movies or play games. She has memories of Slurpees and study sessions, Ethiopian food, and watching Saturday Night Live sketches. Gargi became James's first and only girlfriend and his first and only sexual partner, but she wasn't interested in a long-term commitment. James's second laboratory rotation with Professor Mark Delacroix began in November. Jonathan Murphy, a third-year doctoral candidate in the lab, says that he was socially awkward but could come out of his shell. James attended some social events outside the lab later in the rotation, such as joining students at the Cedar Creek pub on campus, but largely isolated himself from those beyond his group. According to Murphy, he didn't interact much with others in the labs, had a poor work ethic, took long lunches, and spent minimal time on the memory and learning project that had been designed especially for him. James had potential, Murphy thought, but didn't grasp the concepts. Maybe he was just lazy. Professor Delacroix himself found James so withdrawn in the lab that it was difficult to see whether or not he was learning anything. His required scholarly presentation to peers and faculty was acceptable, however, in spite of his seeming uncomfortable and attempting forced and poorly timed humor. Delacroix questioned James's fitness to continue in the program, but gave him a low but passing grade of B. C is a failing grade in most graduate schools. Neuroscience is a broad field. James's interest since high school had been in human brains and minds, particularly his own, but to get to a human level of study, he would have to learn a great deal about smaller, non-human things like brain cells from Mongolian gerbils. Perhaps that's why he didn't do as well as expected in his graduate seminars and labs. Professors reported his work as mediocre to very good, often contradicting Administrator Cami Kennedy, who once commented that he was top of the top and best of the best. Several professors and advanced students who were interviewed after the shootings described James as unmotivated, leaving the laboratories early, and not seeming to care about the tasks to which he was assigned. He did much better with bookwork. A few thought he wasn't particularly intelligent, albeit by the very high standards of people who work at the cutting edge of scientific knowledge. I don't think that was the problem. He was, as one peer said, scary smart. Maybe James was impatient. Maybe his studies weren't moving him fast enough toward his goal of figuring out what was wrong with him. Maybe, as a couple of the post-shooting psychiatric experts theorized, he was descending further into a severe mental illness that kept him from focusing on the increasingly difficult scientific training. The descent into madness theory by itself is too simplistic, I think. The story of James Holmes and his terrible mission is much more. This is a good place to reiterate that all of the interviews of peers, faculty, supervisors, and others, and of Holmes himself, were carried out after the Century 16 massacre. The news media and internet at the time were packed with sensationalism, rumors, unsupported theories, and uncorroborated accounts. Some of the people interviewed were swept up in the events and prone, if unintentionally, to hyperbole and/or inaccuracy. Many statements by Jonathan Murphy, for example, the graduate assistant just mentioned who was critical of James, don't seem to jibe with on-the-spot videos of James's academic presentations. When one looks at actual footage of his May 17, 2012 talk, James appears quite normal. In November, James's friend Tom Tapscott, a recreational shooter, was shopping for a particular handgun, a Glock Model 26 9mm pistol. Ben, Gargi, and James went with Tim to a couple of gun shops. Tim eventually bought one and showed it to the group. James showed no particular interest and appeared to know little about handguns. He held it improperly, had trouble racking the slide, pulling back the top part of the gun as if to eject a spent cartridge, seat a new one, and cock the hammer, and was surprised at the pistol's weight. He had probably never fired a gun in his life. James went home to San Diego for 8 days over the 2011 Christmas holidays. The family would spend Christmas Day with Arlene's terminally ill brother Dexter in Havasu, near the Arizona border. Just before Christmas, James and some former college classmates from UC Riverside got together in Los Angeles. He, Soren Carr, and a few others met at a restaurant in Woodland Hills and then went to the then-new movie Mission Impossible: Ghost Protocol. Carr said later that the old gang clicked as if they were back at Riverside, and Holmes seemed about the same as he had been in college. Another friend said he had changed a little, but the differences were vague. James complained of a sore throat and fatigue before going back to San Diego. A CU Denver doctor had diagnosed a cold or mild flu, but a San Diego Kaiser Permanente physician discovered that he had infectious mononucleosis, mono. On December 29, knowing that James was going back to school, a Kaiser Permanente clinician told him to follow up at his campus student health service. James returned to Colorado the next day, but didn't go back to the clinic. He felt better after a while. The primary symptom of mono is an unusual tiredness that interferes with physical and mental tasks. James's version was mild, but the diagnosis introduced a new possibility for explaining his performance in the lab rotations. As it turned out, though, his work was mediocre both before he became ill and well after the symptoms went away. A careful attempt to link his psychiatric symptoms to mononucleosis met a dead end. There is no evidence that mono causes or is associated with mental symptoms such as his, fantasies of violence or violent behavior. To almost all observers, James's classwork and class presentations about scientific data were not a problem. He earned an A in Professor Diego Restrepo's winter neuroscience course. Although he was more reserved than most, he was similar enough to other graduate students that his behavior raised no red flags. Personal interactions and direct day-to-day work with others, except for close friends Tim, Ben, and Gargi, were something else again. Some of James's texts with Ben Garcia suggest that things were beginning to deteriorate by early 2012 and that he, James, might be having trouble holding his mental problems in check. Most of their texts and online communications between November and January had been chatty and normal. They often carried on a repartee that might have seemed unusual out of context, but it was, after all, repartee, a jousting between friends who could, like all of us, joke back and forth without explaining every nuanced comment. Their talk of killing each other and a passive reference to the Highlander television series referred to their avatars in a game, not real life. There was nothing clearly ominous in the texts, nothing particularly symbolic, nothing that should have predicted the events of July 20. Nevertheless, by about January, James's emotional problems were finding more and more foothold in his inner life. He socialized to a point, but only to a point. James, the adult, told me later that unusual things had started to happen to him around that time. He began to see, or at least to perceive, troubling images that appeared not only in his mind, as they had off and on for years, but also in the room around him. There's a difference between seeing and perceiving. The first is something that registers on the retina in the back of one's eye. The second is a broader category that includes both visual hallucinations, images that arise in the brain rather than in the eye, and misperceptions, illusions, in which things that are actually seen are misidentified by the brain. At first, his descriptions were vague. He seemed to attribute some problems to his mononucleosis, saying that he became more disorganized and, I guess my mind was kind of falling apart around the time he returned to CU from Christmas break. In late January, James sent Ben a text saying that he had psychotic delusions. His meaning wasn't clear. He didn't describe the phenomena in detail. Ben wasn't sure how to take the text. James said he didn't hear voices and that the subject of his delusions, maybe hallucinations, maybe illusions, was a secret. He would keep a lot of things secret during the next few months. On Valentine's Day, James prepared a special evening for Gargi at his apartment. He made French fried onion chicken with vegetables and bought ice cream for dessert. He lit candles, the good-smelling candles. They watched videos on Netflix. I asked whether he had gotten the candles because he liked them or because Gargi might like them. He chuckled and replied, "Because I like the candles." Gargi broke up with James at the end of February. Gargi says it was because he didn't like to have intellectual conversations, told bad jokes, and tried to be cool, but was socially awkward. James said that Gargi simply didn't see a future with him. He didn't contradict her choice. He speculated that she couldn't picture a family life with him and that such a life would probably lack ample conversation. James's investment in the relationship, as much investment as his flawed personality could make, was greater than Gargi's. He cooked for her, he told her he loved her, but Gargi later said that she had never felt close to him. James told me he was glad that he succumbed to falling in love. I got to know another person well and care for another person. By late February or March, James began seeing things that weren't there. He described a flickering in his peripheral vision when he was alone in the laboratory. Then there'd be like shadows moving with nothing causing them. When he turned toward them, they stayed in view, kind of dancing, usually the shape of a person, like juggling or doing something. Sometimes he saw them when he was in bed with the lights out. Sometimes they seemed to have guns. Sometimes they were juggling heads. He wasn't frightened. They were just shadows, he said, so they can't do anything to you. He wanted to figure them out, but there was nothing else there. They stayed for as long as he focused on them. When he stopped focusing for a few minutes, they disappeared. As spring break was approaching, James's mother wrote to him. James answered promptly and talked about having a barbecue with friends. He also told her, with his usual less-than-emotional brevity, that his relationship with Gargi had changed. "The Gargi situation has gotten complex," he wrote. "I did my usual complete disassociation, but then she wanted to get back together, and we did last week, but not as in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship capacity or as just friends. So now we're seeing each other somewhere between friends and a relationship." Gargi and James remained friends and, according to him, became friends with benefits, sexual benefits, about 2 weeks after they broke up. James was depressed, but he accepted the new, more superficial relationship for a couple of months. In his words, a non-committal relationship was better than nothing. He had no hopes that there would be a future together. The little group of Tim, Ben, James, and Gargi began to dissolve that spring. James was the only neuroscience student, and they often had different classes. Gargi continued to be a main focus in his life. By the first week in March, Gargi had become concerned about James, particularly his moods and some of his conversation. She told him about some of her own emotional issues and gently suggested that he see a therapist. He took her advice. On Friday, March 16, James visited Margaret Roth, MSW, an experienced counselor at the CU Denver Student Health Service. He told Roth that he had anxiety around people and public speaking, her words, and that he had recently broken up with his girlfriend. When queried further, he talked about not being able to trust others and having a habit of pulling at his hair. He declined to talk about other symptoms, telling Roth that if he did, Roth, would have to report him. He says he wants to kill other people, but no one in particular, and has never done anything to harm others. It was very hard to interview him, as he would just stare and take a long time to answer. He said it was very hard for him to come in. Margaret Roth notes of March 16, 2012. In spite of his statements to her, Roth described James in her clinic records as having no dangerousness. She gave him a diagnosis of obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and referred him to psychiatrist Lynn Fenton, MD, medical director of the Anschutz Campus Student Mental Health Clinic. Dr. Fenton is a clinician, supervisor of psychiatric trainees, teacher, and researcher at the medical school. Roth emailed her on March 19, "He is the most anxious guy I have ever seen and has symptoms of OCD, but most concerning is that he has thoughts of killing people, though I do not think he is dangerous. He said that he did not want to tell me everything he was experiencing, as I might have to report." Holmes's first appointment with Dr. Fenton was on March 21. He described his primary symptoms as a mixture of anxiety, ruminating thoughts, difficulty with losing Gargi, depression, decreased energy, and trouble concentrating and focusing his thoughts. Most of those things had gotten worse during the past couple of weeks, he said, since breaking up with Gargi. Dr. Fenton took a thorough history, relying, as most doctors do, on Holmes's own statements for accuracy and honesty. She wondered if James's thinking was impaired to the point of psychosis, inadequate contact with reality. Noting his poor eye contact, short and stilted answers, and some odd thought processes. Holmes told Fenton of his recently increased stress and girlfriend problems, which he said had made his obsessive symptoms, daily, intrusive, ruminative thoughts of killing, and behavioral compulsions, inconvenient but harmless at that point, worse than ever. He revealed that, in fantasy, one solution to his biological problem would be to eliminate it with homicide, adding vaguely that since he couldn't kill everyone, that wouldn't be an effective solution. Fenton explored Holmes's thoughts of killings as best she could in the session. She wrote in her documentation that his violent ruminations were not entirely ego-dystonic. That is, they didn't seem to trouble him very much. Nevertheless, James denied specific plans to kill, specific targets of violence, and suicidal thoughts, all of which contributed to her impression that he appears not currently dangerous, but warrants further understanding and following. Dr. Fenton's preliminary diagnoses included OCD and social phobia, with the possibility of schizoid personality disorder, a chronic and pervasive pattern of detachment from social relationships and of restricted emotional expression. After considering antipsychotic medication, she decided to prescribe only for James's anxiety and depression, and she scheduled a return appointment for a week later. Meanwhile, James's texts to Gargi became darker. After months of routine, chatty exchange, sometimes with black humor or puns back and forth, he was now more specific with her about his violent fantasies and ponderings. In the context of the time, his words could have been interpreted as odd humor, fantasy, or just talk between friends. In retrospect, and perhaps only in retrospect, they were ominous. On March 25, some of his texts with Gargi read, "James, well, what I feel like doing is evil, so I can't do that." Gargi, "What is so evil that you want to do?" James, "Kill people, of course. That is why I live in the future. There is no way to do it and not get caught, but the only way justice can be served is by taking away your time or life." Their next exchange was Holmes's earliest communication of his chilling, at least in retrospect, concept of human capital. His unique idea that some experts and investigators later viewed as a philosophy, some as an idea, some as a delusion, and some as simply an excuse to kill. James. Human capital. Some people may make $1 million, others 100,000, but life is priceless. You take away human life and your human capital is limitless. Gargi. It depends on the perspective. What would you do with the human capital? James. Have a more meaningful life. Because if there is meaning to life, and if you take that away from other people, you have prevented their purpose. Gargi. Someone else will fulfill the purpose then. It doesn't help you. It may satisfy you, but it doesn't help you fulfill your purpose. James. It still makes my life more meaningful, increasing my human capital by taking theirs. Gargi. I don't understand the concept of human capital. I don't see how it is useful. It's not being incorporated into you. You are just taking away a life. That seems to be like destruction. James. I don't believe there's absolute good and evil. Gargi. If you want to kill people, why don't you kill me and Ben and other people who are around you and have wronged you? James. I would be caught and could not kill more people. I would also lose the rest of my life. That's why I won't kill until my life is nearly over. Your meaning of life doesn't address the meaning of death. Life came into being and ever since has been a cancer upon death. Gargi. I don't understand the purpose of your view, but that could just be because I don't think the way you do. James. Were we not dead before we were alive? I am not inherently evil, Gargi. My outlook on destroying life is Plan B. I also found a purpose for good. Gargi. I know you are not inherently evil. What is your purpose for good? James. You sure you want to know? Gargi was concerned about this new direction in James's texts, so she showed them to Ben Garcia. Ben's relationship with James had begun to sour, but he still wanted to help. Neither thought that James would become violent, but they knew he was seeing a psychiatrist. They told him that he should talk with the doctor about his thoughts of killing. James said he was already doing that. They believed him. Aurora, Colorado, July 20, 2012, just after midnight. Teenagers Brooke and Sierra Cowden came to the Century 16 cinema just before midnight, July 19, with their father, Gordon. He had joked about taking them to see Walt Disney's Brave. They were relieved and excited to be seeing The Dark Knight Rises instead. The family sat in row 13, about halfway to the back of the auditorium. Brooke remembers firecracker noises and thinking they were from some kind of stunt. Then she realized she was hearing bursts of gunfire. The girls heard someone scream, "I love you." Their father stood up to move them away from the danger. Just as Gordon Cowden turned to be sure that Brooke and Sierra were following him, James Holmes shot him. He died there, trying to lead his daughters to safety. 5. Seeds of the Mission. Pretty sure I'm a psychotic being. James Holmes in a text to Ben Garcia, early 2012. Ben continued to text with James from time to time in March and April, even though the two weren't as close as they had been. Like James and Gargi, James and Ben exchanged dark-sounding thoughts, but they always seemed to be in a context of humor or fantasy, often connected with the board and video games the two often played. In January, Ben jokingly asked why James had tried to kill me last night in a video game. They wrote back and forth in what was obvious kidding about the game, but a little later in the same exchange, James's conversation became more ambiguous. Was he being serious, or just continuing the banter that Ben had started? James. Pretty sure I'm a psychotic being. Ben. Do you hallucinate often, or are you demented? 'Cause psychotic encompasses dementia. James: Nah, no hallucinations. Ben: What kinds you have? James: Psychotic delusions. Ben didn't take James's comments about psychosis or delusions to mean that anything was seriously wrong. Ben had had a few psychological issues himself. His interchanges with James were more jousting and commiserating than mental explorations. Those texts included a brief reference to the Highlander television series, which, in turn, referred to killing competitors to absorb their powers. That allusion would resonate with many experts and investigators after the shootings, leading them to postulate some connection between the Highlander premise and Holmes's human capital motivations. In fact, however, the reference appears to be coincidental. It is not repeated in any of Holmes's later writing, and Holmes denies any association between the two. On April 3, at his third appointment with Dr. Fenton, James said he was a little less anxious, but still tired during the day and having trouble remembering things during lab presentations. Dr. Fenton made some minor medication adjustments. She was now prescribing, and James was ostensibly taking, sertraline, brand name Zoloft or Lustral in some parts of the world, usually prescribed for depression, but often effective for anxiety and obsessive-compulsive symptoms, and propranolol for anxiety. James was very reserved during the session and extremely withholding, but he smiled from time to time, for example, when making a small joke about his lab experiences. As in all of his psychiatrist visits, his eye contact with the doctor was poor. He routinely looked down or around the room instead of directly at her. The straying of his eyes was not as if he were looking away in thought. It was, in Fenton's words, an odd gaze. His classwork wasn't suffering. 2 days after the above visit, James learned that he had gotten an A in Professor Thomas Finger's Systems Neuroscience course. The several professors who co-taught the course, Drs. Finger, Klug, and Restrepo, agreed that he had done very well, and he made a perfect score on the anatomy portion of the final exam. In early April, James, usually awkward with women in person, began texting with Hillary Allen, a fellow neuroscience student. She didn't recognize his phone number and asked who it was. He typed, "Jimmy James from Neuro." The texting became flirtatious. He talked about her shorts distracting him in class. She responded in kind. Over the next few days, they chatted back and forth about shorts, sexy distractions, school, California, mountains, and going on a hike together. Hillary seemed enthusiastic. Pretty soon, James invited her for a hike. She was excited. He picked her up. She brought snacks. Later, when Hillary mentioned that she had gotten warm on the hike, James texted, "As if you could really get hotter than you are nows." Hillary suggested they study for prelims together, examinations required for progressing to the second year of graduate school. He agreed. In mid-April, a week or so before the last of the texts above, James joined Match.com, the online dating service. His Match.com profile provides a first-hand view of how he wanted to present himself to the internet dating world. "I'm looking to meet people outside my social circle, women ages 19 to 38. He described his physical appearance, 5'11", slender, hazel eyes, dark brown hair, exaggerated his sports activities, listing basketball, bowling, cycling, football, running, skiing, soccer, tennis and racket sports, walking and hiking, and weightlifting, and offered a surprising number of social interests: camping, dining out, hobbies and crafts, movies, videos, museums and art, music and concerts, exploring new areas, playing cards, video games, and watching sports. Match.com records indicate that James checked his account every few days, sometimes more often, to see if women had responded, but none ever did. He made no dates or other contacts through the website. James's fourth appointment with Dr. Fenton was on April 17, after he had broken off his friends with benefits relationship with Gargi and in the middle of what initially seemed to be a developing relationship with Hillary. He told Fenton that he had been taking the medications as prescribed and was doing okay, but there didn't appear to be any improvement. He was still having obsessive thoughts about women, killing people, and other things, but refused to go into detail about them with the doctor. Dr. Fenton wrote in her notes that day, "Won't answer rape plans/HI, no SI." HI refers to homicidal ideation or thoughts. SI is suicidal ideation. See below as well. James asked Dr. Fenton to tell him her own philosophy about the meaning of life. When she deflected the question back to him, as per psychotherapy routine, he became upset, saying, "I've told you all mine thoughts about life. Are you just a pill pusher?" Even then, he didn't show real anger. He simply raised his voice a bit and glared at her. She wrote in the medical record that day that James had a psychotic level of thinking, guarded, paranoid, hostile thoughts he won't elaborate on. Very tentative therapeutic relationship. She was concerned that he was taking his medication only reluctantly, but noted that he had kept all his appointments. His hygiene appeared adequate, and he seemed to be functioning in school. Dr. Fenton added a diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder at that visit. Schizotypal personality disorder is similar to the schizoid personality disorder described earlier, but schizotypal people have more obvious distortions, eccentricities, and intermittent disconnection with reality. She made a specific note about safety in the chart, saying, "No evidence of imminent threat. I'm worried about HI much more than suicidal thoughts in this patient, though he is very guarded and doesn't reveal much." At that April 17 appointment, Dr. Fenton made a mistake on one of James's prescriptions, writing James Hughes instead of James Holmes. The pharmacist caught the error, and no harm was done, but James sent Fenton a terse email message from the drugstore, "An inconvenience, Fenton, Holmes." The subject line that Dr. Fenton saw with James's email seemed bizarre and unsettling to her. Less than, open parentheses, small o dot, capital X, close parentheses, greater than, capital Q, open parentheses, small o dot, capital O, close parentheses, capital Q. Fenton had no way of knowing that the characters were an unintelligible, unintended text translation of common iPhone emoticons that James had used. James had no way of knowing that his message had been misconstrued. On his next visit, May 1, James was quiet and looked sullen. Dr. Fenton brought up her writing the wrong last name on his prescription and asked what the symbols in the subject line of his email had meant. Fenton wrote in her notes for the session that James told her the cues were his fists punching her in the eye, and said he had added, "Violence, is that what you needed to hear?" Dr. Fenton may have misunderstood James's explanation. He remembered it differently, or he simply changed his story. In his interviews with me, Holmes remembered feeling slighted by her miswriting his name, but said that his emoticons showed her figuratively punching him in the eye. James talked about Gargi with Dr. Fenton that day. He missed their relationship and valued its memory, saying, "The thorn in the side was well worth the rose." He mentioned his hiking date with Hillary Allen. He talked about his laboratory experiments and rotations not working well. He inferred things about Fenton, such as why she sometimes crinkled her nose. "You, Fenton, have an unconscious, and that makes you do things." At that point, Dr. Fenton wanted to get a second opinion. She asked James if it would be all right to have another psychiatrist, Dr. Robert Feinstein, join them for an evaluation session. He was reluctant, fearing that they would lock him up, but eventually agreed. His next appointment was a month later. During that first week in May, well before his next session with Dr. Fenton, Holmes purchased his first weapons through Amazon.com. One was a taser disguised as a cell phone, the other a large Smith & Wesson folding knife. He told me the combat style of the knife he chose was random, that he had no previous experience with weapons and was thinking of self-defense. He tested the taser when it arrived. It was a lot louder than I thought it would be. Around the same time, he tried to buy a Glock Model 34 9mm handgun from TGS-Com, an online Wisconsin company. His credit card was charged, but the pistol was never delivered. He acquired what he described as his first offensive weapons on May 10, 2 grenade-style canisters of clear-out tear gas. He bought a high-end gas mask with a special air filter on the same day from another online site. Holmes's first successful firearm purchase, a Glock Model 22 40-caliber handgun, took place on May 22 at a local Gander Mountain sporting goods store. He used his real name for all his purchases, a credit card, and his D. Sherlock B. email address. Glock handguns are moderately expensive, popular for personal protection, and often used by law enforcement because of their simplicity, reliability, and large 15-round magazine. 22 is the model number, not to be confused with a much less powerful 22 caliber pistol. The Glock 40 caliber has fairly good stopping power, and its lethality can be enhanced with special hollow point or saber cartridges. He purchased those as well. 2 or 3 months after they started their friends with benefits relationship, James and Gargi broke up for good. He had been depressed for a time, and the loss of his hope for a relationship made it worse. I asked him if anything brought him hope. He replied, "Just the mission." The mission was Holmes's budding plan to kill as many people as he could. He believed strongly, but somewhat vaguely, that committing homicide would somehow stop what he had called depression and keep him from committing suicide. He expressed this odd logic in different ways at different times and to different interviewers and investigators, but that part of his motivation is quite clear. Alleviating his perceived depression was one of 2 main drivers of his mission. The other, his belief that he could somehow acquire other people's human capital by killing them, 1 point for each, but nothing more substantial than that, had its first subtle portent in March 2012 texts to Gargi. Holmes didn't consider or care much about the fact that killing others would be trading their lives for his own comfort. As we talked 2 years later, he was able to see the selfishness of the concept, but not to feel its enormous self-centeredness. He knew that killing others for his gain was against the law, but he told me matter-of-factly, it was necessary to do what was in my best interest. James hadn't been honest with Counselor Margaret Roth or Dr. Fenton about all the reasons he sought psychiatric treatment. They viewed him, based on his own statements, as wanting help with anxiety and social problems. He knew, but his ambivalence wouldn't let him reveal, that he wanted to be rid of his thoughts of killing others. That's not quite accurate. A part of him, of his mind, wanted to be stopped. Another, competing part, would turn out to be stronger and exert more influence over his behavior during the next few months. That part of him wanted to be free to kill people. In late May, the university provided 3 or 4 weeks of open time for the first-year graduate students to prepare for their all-important preliminary examinations. James didn't study at all for the exams. He gave 2 reasons for not studying. The subject matter was too broad to study effectively, and I was focused on my mission. At first, most of the reason for not studying was that he didn't know what he should study. By June, however, his mission to kill people was filling a great deal of his time. Holmes sometimes told later interviewers that he viewed passing or failing the prelims as a matter of fate. If he didn't study, fate would control whether or not he passed, and perhaps control his future. Around the same time, on the other hand, he seemed to be laying the groundwork for a second year of laboratory experience, thesis lab. The 3 first-year laboratory rotations had given students a chance to explore their interests and familiarize themselves with research procedures, and the professors got a look at them in order to pick those who might be useful in their projects. Each was to choose a willing professor with whom to work on a thesis project. On May 25, James wrote to Akim Klug of the Department of Physiology and Biophysics, asking Klug to be his thesis mentor. Dr. Klug answered the next day, expressing concerns about James's past lab performance and offering to discuss the issue. Rather than talk further with Klug, James withdrew his proposal and, on the same day, applied to Professor Kurt Fried, head of the Department of Clinical Pharmacology and Toxicology. Dr. Fried was optimistic. They met a few days later and apparently agreed on a second-year plan. James notified Program Administrator Cami Kennedy that he had chosen Professor Fried's lab for the following year. On May 28, Holmes bought his second firearm, a Remington 870 12-gauge tactical shotgun, at a local Bass Pro Shop. Tactical refers to the gun's external construction. Inside, the 870 Tactical is basically the same pump-action shotgun that many thousands of Americans use every year to hunt ducks, quail, and other game birds. It holds a few more shells than the usual hunting version, a total of 7 rather than the standard 3 to 5, and looks a little different on the outside. Except for a barrel shorter by 10 inches and a slightly higher ammunition capacity, Holmes's purchase was essentially a hunting shotgun. It lacked common law enforcement and military-style additions such as a sight or accessory rail, hand grip, much larger magazine, special choke, and blade front sight. James's next psychiatric appointment was May 31, this time with both Dr. Fenton and the consultant she had mentioned at his last appointment, Dr. Feinstein. Dr. Feinstein was a professor of psychiatry at CU Denver, a well-respected clinician and published author in the professional literature whom many view as an expert on violence in psychiatric patients. The May 31 appointment context included something that had happened when James arrived for his previous appointment. On that May 1 visit, he had found the door to Dr. Fenton's waiting room locked. Not unusual, but a first for James. He had to wait outside until Fenton opened it. During the ensuing session, he noticed a bag of some kind behind Dr. Fenton's chair. James had a somewhat paranoid view of the door and the bag. He believed the locked door implied that Dr. Fenton was afraid of him and that the bag held something conspicuous. As we talked after the shootings, Holmes remembered the email he had sent to Dr. Fenton from the pharmacy and its emoticon that showed, on his smartphone, one figure punching another in the eye. He hadn't realized until our interview that the emoticon wasn't clear to Dr. Fenton, since her computer couldn't translate it, or that she hadn't known that it was meant to show him getting punched. During that appointment, James speculated that Fenton had a taser or something in the bag behind her chair with which to defend herself if necessary. By the time we spoke 2 years later, he still didn't discount the possibility of a taser. He thought the bag had probably held something benign, such as a birthday gift, but he continued to suspect that she was frightened. Dr. Fenton had indeed been uncomfortable around Holmes, but the locked door and the bag behind her chair had been innocuous. During the May 31 session, James told Fenton and Feinstein that he had recently been playing video games about 100 hours per week, largely a strategy game called Diablo III. He let them know that he wasn't studying for his upcoming critical oral examinations. He said he hated sheeple, people who behave like sheep, allowing themselves to be mindlessly led by others, and their shepherds. He told Fenton and Feinstein that he had read works by 19th century philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche and by Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and had read about the Tylenol product tampering murders of the early 1980s. There's no evidence that Holmes ever actually read any of Nietzsche's works or Kaczynski's rambling manifesto or had any special knowledge of or fascination with the Tylenol murders. He later denied having been influenced by them or any other philosopher or mass-killing figure. Still, whether or not he had actually read Nietzsche, Holmes's own writings before the shootings and some of his statements in post-shooting psychiatric interviews suggest that many of his premises about worldview, right and wrong, and even existence itself were similar to Nietzsche's thoughts on nihilism and perspectivism. That's the idea that there are no absolutes when it comes to ethics, morals, or even knowledge. They depend on each person's individual viewpoint, and each person's viewpoint is as valid as that of the next. Dr. Feinstein took a more psychodynamic approach in the session, examining various psychological hypotheses, including the possibility that James might have been bullied as a child. He wasn't. At the end of the session, Feinstein proposed that they talk again and perhaps consider antipsychotic medication, as Dr. Fenton had pondered for some time. James agreed to meet them again, and another session was scheduled for June 11. Both psychiatrists were concerned. James used vague, ominous words that raised suspicions, but they weren't enough to, in James's words, get him locked up. U.S. laws governing involuntary hospitalization, being admitted to a psychiatric facility against one's will, are very strict and heavily favor the potential patient. A long series of civil rights cases since the 1960s have made it very difficult to get help for severely mentally ill people who don't realize that they need it or, like Holmes, are tragically ambivalent about being hospitalized. The pendulum has swung over roughly half a century from allowing mental health agencies to act as a sort of kind parent and take over decisions on behalf of very sick patients, to forcing doctors and hospitals to prove in court, clearly and convincingly, that a person is seriously ill and imminently dangerous. Had Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein tried to commit Holmes to a psychiatric hospital based on what they had heard from him to that point, a judge would probably have stopped the process in its tracks. James continued his occasional texting with Hillary during early June. She invited him to hike again, but it didn't happen. Hillary would say later that she saw him as friendly, if a little strange, but she wasn't interested in a relationship with him. Holmes's version of the reason they never got together again was that he didn't want her to be the girlfriend of a murderer. Around that time, he ordered a pair of handcuffs, some road stars, and first aid supplies from Schomer Tech, an online source in Washington State. Road stars are small, jagged pieces of metal designed to be strewn onto a street or highway to stop cars by blowing out their tires. They look a little like large, sharpened jacks from the children's game. James took his preliminary oral exams, a critical hurdle for continuing in graduate school, on Thursday, June 7. He had told his friends that he wanted to see if he could pass without studying. He told me later that he had left it up to fate because passing was no longer relevant to him by that time. Professors Carl Fenninger, Diego Restrepo, and William Sather questioned James for about an hour. Dr. Restrepo asked questions about auditory systems. Dr. Sather focused on cells and cell chemistry, and Dr. Fenninger covered neurobiological development. Sather later recalled that James did all right at first, but got nervous and a bit scattered as the examination progressed. He, James, seemed frustrated when he left. The professors graded his performance after he left the room and sent their decision the next day to Dr. Sukumar Vijayaraghavan, chair of the Graduate Training Committee. I asked Holmes to walk me through his examination experience. He described the three professors, whom he knew from earlier classes and labs, in a small conference room asking him questions about the material they had covered during the previous year. The interchange wasn't abrasive or rapid fire, but somewhat casual. His overall impression at the time was that he wasn't answering the questions correctly. When I asked how he felt during the exam, he said, "I didn't feel one way or the other. It didn't matter if I passed or failed because I was going to complete my mission and get locked up or killed." That very restricted outcome, the only options being to die or go to prison, had become clear to him when I bought the shotgun over a week before the exams. A few hours after the examination, Holmes went to a local Gander Mountain sporting goods store and bought his third firearm, a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 5.56 mm .223 caliber rifle. M&P 15 is Smith & Wesson's brand of AR-15. in turn a civilian version of the military-issue M16 and M4 carbine. The M&P 15 is semi-automatic rather than fully automatic. Often described by the media as an assault weapon, it uses the same ammunition as many hunting rifles and can be used for hunting, but is sold as a light, partially plastic, high-tech sport or defensive weapon. Its Picatinny rail accessory platform allows lots of bolt-on modifications. Holmes would later purchase and install a special low-light sight, a Vortex strike-fire red dot with night vision capability, designed for close-quarters combat in the dark. Holmes bought his gun the same way millions of other Americans buy legally available firearms. He went to stores, looked at the selections, probably asked salespeople about the models, and said things like, "I'll take that one." For each purchase, he was required to sign a form certifying that he had never been a convicted felon or a psychiatric inpatient, and that he had no mental or physical impairment that would preclude safe use of the weapon. The clerks checked and recorded his identification and did online background searches using his birth date, social security number, and driver's license number. After a few minutes, not too much longer than it takes to verify a credit card manually, the background checks were found to be negative and the purchases concluded. Video surveillance at Gander Mountain shows Holmes at the gun counter and then walking around looking at other merchandise while his background check was taking place. The public often misunderstands, and news media commonly confuse as well, terms such as assault rifle and semi-automatic. Assault is not an official designation for firearms. It's a popular term that can be used for whatever effect the speaker wants to create. It sounds aggressive. It sounds violent. It sounds as if one is describing a firearm that gentle, law-abiding folks simply don't buy. But assault is just a poorly defined adjective, frequently used, justifiably or not, to make a listener or reader think something dreadful. Semi-automatic is clearly defined in the world of firearms. Although many writers and media presenters stress the automatic part of the word, it actually means not automatic. Fully automatic weapons, which are legally available only to a specially licensed few and not sold in ordinary stores or on legitimate websites, continue to fire as long as the trigger is held down and ammunition is available. Semi-automatic means that the gun fires only once when the trigger is pressed and will not fire again until the shooter releases the trigger and presses it again. On Friday, June 8, the examiners notified Professor Vijayaraghavan of James's failure. That afternoon, Vijayaraghavan sent James an email asking to meet with him at noon on Monday. When James wanted to change the time, the professor wrote back, "The prelims committee expressed a number of concerns regarding your performance. Please contact Professor Bill Sather ASAP. Come and see me anytime Monday afternoon. You and I need to talk regarding your prelim results and lab choice. Suk." Less than an hour later, James got a routine email from his father. He responded later that day but didn't mention the exam. His mother emailed him on Saturday, concerned about news of bad weather in Colorado. James answered, but he still didn't mention his prelims. Early Monday afternoon, James met with Dr. Vijayaraghavan, who told him that he had failed, but also said that the university would let him retake the exam in a few weeks, and that he, Vijayaraghavan, was confident that James would pass and move on to the second-year labs. James declined. James accepted the news of his failure with equanimity, expressing neither disappointment nor anger, and quit graduate school on the spot. Vijayaraghavan sent him an email that day to confirm his decision to drop out. James responded just 2 minutes later. "Dear Sirs, I regret to inform you that I will be discontinuing my graduate studies in the neuroscience program effective immediately. Regards, James Holmes." Hillary texted James that afternoon to ask if he had passed. He texted back, "No," frowning face. She thought he was joking. He replied again, "Nope, I'm probably gonna quits." She still thought he was joking. Hillary. Are you being serious? James. I'm being James. I'm quitting, Fave Red. Best of luck to you. He didn't answer after that. Later that day, after keeping his appointment with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, James started the process of officially withdrawing from the university. Aurora, Colorado, July 20, 2012, just after midnight. Psychological counselor Alexander Teves and his girlfriend Amanda Lindgren were sitting in row 18 near the back of the theater. Just after The Dark Knight Rises began, they saw smoke and the bright light of something being thrown across the front of the auditorium. Then they heard popping noises. Alex dived onto Amanda to protect her. Suddenly there was blood on her, on a nearby friend, everywhere, and Alex wasn't moving. She couldn't wake him up. James Holmes had shot Alex in the head, demolishing much of his brain. A few weeks after he died, Amanda changed her last name to Teves. Holmes. 6. Juggernaut. The cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. James Holmes's Notebook, July 2012. Holmes may have told someone on June 11, the day before he resigned from graduate school, that since he couldn't make his mark on the world in science, he would blow up people and become famous. All references to that statement are third-hand, however. The report apparently originated with Officer Len Whitten of the CU Campus Police, who attributed it to Professor Vijayaraghavan. Dr. Vijayaraghavan denied hearing anything of the kind from Holmes and attributed it to Dr. Fenton, who had spoken with him a few days after Holmes's resignation. Dr. Fenton's detailed notes, which one would expect to be reliable, don't contain any such quote, nor did she relate such a statement to me during our interview or in her testimony. Whether he said it or not, the next few weeks moved relentlessly toward catastrophe. Less than 3 hours after his June 11 final meeting with Professor Vijayaraghavan and his emailed resignation from graduate school, James kept his 4 o'clock appointment with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein. He had been on time for every session. He seemed to be functioning well and talking logically at first. He responded appropriately to the doctor's questions about his leaving school, where he would live, finances, getting a job, what he would tell his parents, and the like. He seemed relieved, not troubled, to be leaving the program. Later in the session, he voiced a number of odd thoughts. When I interviewed him after the shootings, Holmes revealed some paranoia about the psychiatrists. For example, in a prior treatment visit on May 31, Dr. Feinstein had worn a sling on an injured arm. At the time, he recalled, he thought the sling might have been a fake to test his empathy. He also suspected there was a knife hidden in the sling, so that he, Feinstein, could control the session. Holmes thought the doctors misunderstood him, that they were afraid of him. I don't think I made it clear enough that I was mentally ill, he told me. I'd already started getting weapons, and then I started thinking they were going to be frightened of me after I got the weapons. He never actually told Fenton or Feinstein any details or that he had begun acquiring weapons. A part of him believed and a part of him hoped that they somehow knew his thoughts and his plans without his revealing them. Fenton and Feinstein tried to keep Holmes in treatment. They assured him that even though he had just dropped out of school, he could continue to see them through the summer at little or no cost. James declined. About 20 minutes into the 50-minute session, he looked at his watch, said he had to meet with his advisor, and walked out without so much as a goodbye. He had left abruptly before, but never before his session was over. Drs. Fenton and Feinstein had no information about Holmes except what he'd chosen to tell them. During that last appointment, as in others, the doctors asked his permission to talk with his parents, friends, or the school. He always refused. They had no way of knowing whether or not the information he chose to share was accurate, whether or not it was complete, or what might lie behind his statements about killing. Dr. Fenton decided on a final diagnosis of schizoid personality disorder, but left room to consider Asperger's disorder and schizophreniform disorder. Schizoid personality is described in an earlier chapter. Asperger's, an older term now largely subsumed under autism spectrum disorders, is a lifelong condition, beginning in childhood, characterized by marked impairment of social interaction and relationships, as well as stereotypic preoccupations, rituals, and/or movements. It is not associated with frank psychosis, but may coexist with it. Schizophreniform disorder involves psychotic episodes, breaks with reality, identical to those in acute schizophrenia, and becomes a textbook diagnosis of schizophrenia once the symptoms have been present for 6 months. Fenton documented her and Dr. Feinstein's concerns at the end of the final session, concerns present for months but never acted upon by the psychiatrists up to that point, except for Dr. Fenton's bringing in Dr. Feinstein, a very appropriate measure, outside James's treatment sessions. His long-standing fantasies of killing as many people as possible, his caginess in discussing any details regarding methods, targets, timing, his refusal to give us permission to contact anyone who could give collateral info or speak on his behalf, the unclear timeline of his mental health status and past history. Has he always been this odd and angry, or is this new, suggesting a psychotic break, substance-related psychosis, or medical illness? This time, Dr. Fenton did take action. In addition to offering James further treatment, she decided to override the usual conventions of doctor-patient confidentiality and activate something called the CU Denver Beta Threat Assessment Team. The team was supposed to investigate and find a way to deal with any significant danger to others. Fenton contacted 2 of James's senior professors that day. What she told them is unclear, but neither reported any knowledge of threats, although they noted his awkward social interactions and odd comments. She learned that others had found James to be very anxious and often disinterested in his laboratory work. The beta team told her that James had no criminal record or weapon permits. They didn't know, no one knew, that he had bought 3 firearms, ammunition, and tear gas grenades over the previous 3 weeks. The investigation stalled and was dropped once Holmes had left the campus. Dr. Fenton also telephoned James's mother, Arlene, in San Diego. Fenton asked about violence, but she didn't mention Holmes's thoughts about killing people. Arlene was concerned, but not entirely surprised. She told Fenton that James has always been like this, odd, awkward around people, especially since the family moved from Salinas, Oak Hills, to San Diego when he was a young child. I've worried about him pretty much every day of my life. Arlene echoed others' impressions of James as having trouble in social situations, and then added a new twist, previously unknown to anyone else. James had been very angry at her, Arlene, a few months after he graduated from UC Riverside. He was furious at her, but never violent, for threatening to evict him if he didn't get a job. Fenton considered all the new information and concluded in a June 11 chart note, James appears to be intermittently functioning at a psychotic level. He may be shifting insidiously into a frank psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia, though does not have the more rapid worsening of function typical of most psychotic breaks. His fear or hatred of humans has markedly impaired him. She also documented her thoughts about hospitalizing James against his will. Does not currently meet criteria for a mental health hold. He is not gravely disabled and has no evidence of suicidal ideation. Long-standing homicidal ideation, but denies any specific targets, and there is no current evidence that he is angry at the grad school or anyone else for his failure. He has made many hostile remarks to myself and Dr. Feinstein, but no threats. No evidence of past violent acts. To those who don't understand why Fenton or Feinstein didn't simply put Holmes into a hospital, whether he wanted to go or not, it just doesn't work that way. Protection from unjustified confinement is a very important civil right in the United States. Commitment to a mental hospital, even for a brief evaluation, is an abridgment of rights that must be balanced by strong evidence, not mere nuance, that the patient meets strict legal criteria. Might Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein have made other decisions? Sure. But there is every indication that they made reasonable judgments with the information they had at the time. All three of the CU clinicians who saw James Holmes before the shootings considered the level of danger he might represent. They were guided by well-known but often confusing laws and clinical axioms, and by their interpretations of those axioms and laws in the context of what they knew or thought they knew about him. The rules for psychiatrists contacting others, including law enforcement, without a patient's permission or attempting involuntary hospitalization, require things like imminent danger, a specific plan to hurt someone, and/or an identifiable victim. That having been said, even if they had called Holmes's family, friends, or teachers, no one could have added very much to what the clinicians already knew. They simply didn't have the evidence while Holmes was their patient. Holmes had been isolated from his former classmates and friends since before his preliminary exam in early June. The friends say that he withdrew from them, in spite of Ben Garcia's effort to reach out. Holmes remembers the relationships at that time in two different ways. He felt abandoned. They had stopped inviting him to things. Perhaps, he speculated, because Gargi didn't want to see him anymore. On the other hand, he admitted that he ignored and dismissed them as well, deleting their names from his phone. He felt badly about that. They'd been my friends for months, so I was sad to see them go, he told me, but he did nothing to prevent it. Being alone was more comfortable most of the time, and maybe more important to his mission. He would later say that he didn't want them to be associated with a murderer. Holmes began something new in early June, just before his preliminary exams. He started writing and drawing in what would later come to be called his notebook. The notebook was at various times a personal journal, a record of his work, and a communication to future readers, specifically Dr. Fenton, according to Holmes. It is a valuable, first-hand record of some of his thoughts and behaviors during the weeks just before the shootings, although, as we'll see, it doesn't reveal the entire truth about his motivations and mindset. It is a window into the mind of James Holmes at the time, but only one window, and one with lots of distortions. The notebook itself is a loop-wire-bound computation book, the kind often used for class or laboratory notes. The cover has a place for the writer's name, James Holmes, and the course, Holmes wrote, of life. The first 25 pages are missing, apparently used earlier for something else, perhaps earlier drafts of the current contents, leaving some 30 pages of writing and illustrations. Everything is handwritten or hand-drawn, apparently chronologically from early June until a day or two before the shootings. There's a sort of title page. The questions. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? The symbol at the bottom, which fills about a quarter of the page, is Holmes's logo, representing what he calls the ultraception, a circle enclosing an infinity symbol called a lemniscate that touches both sides with a serifed numeral 1 through the middle. The ultraception was his own creation, not copied from any other source. The next page is the dedication to his family inside a wavy, hand-drawn circle. To Goober, Chrissy, Bobo, love yas. Goober was a long-standing pet name for his mother, and Bobo for his father. There are no entry dates in the notebook. Holmes says he started it around June 1 and stopped making entries just before the shootings. In spite of the dedication to his family, Holmes often told me that the notebook was intended to be a communication to his psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton. He mailed it to her on July 19, just hours before the shootings. I asked if he remembered why he created the notebook. Holmes said, to educate the psychiatrist Fenton so something like this wouldn't happen again, and Feinstein maybe. And if he had died in the theater, it would have kind of told my story. Some of the notebook entries seem consistent with those purposes, but many are disjointed and confused. Still others, such as his documenting the detailed planning and steps for his mission, have a more practical feel, writing and drawing the thoughts and processes that would lead to killing as many people as he could. It was also a kind of diary, because I have trouble communicating very clearly, so I kind of wrote it down as a way to get it out. They might have been surprised that there was all this stuff I didn't mention, that I did mention in the notebook. The whole human capital kind of explanation of it. Early in the notebook, in a section titled Insights into the Mind of Madness, Holmes used stick-figure drawings and vague words and phrases to allude to the value of human lives. The drawings indicate that, to him, each living person had a value of 1. That value goes to 0 when he or she dies. Some also seem to suggest that the value of life may be infinity, ultimate good, or negative infinity, ultimate evil. He writes about the value of a murderer, which on that page seems, ironically, to be 0. When I spoke with him in 2014, Holmes still held to his philosophy of human capital, and that one can acquire another person's value, 1, by killing him or her. See Chapter 4. The added human capital carries no particular advantage, no extra strength or longevity or special powers. It's just a score, an extra notch on life's belt. There are a couple of rules, he said. The killing has to be intentional. Accidents don't count. And if more than one person does the killing, only one gets the macabre credit. In spite of great temptation to interpret each page and symbol in the notebook, one should remember that much of it is simply a confusing, sometimes disconnected flow of expressions at particular points in time, points at which no one knows whether Holmes was being sophomorically philosophical, writing a stream of consciousness journal, contemplating mission plans, communicating to Dr. Fenton, or something else. The available information suggests that he functioned adequately, although with violent intent, during much, perhaps all of the 6 weeks in which he wrote in the notebook, and some sections seem quite rational. But we don't know his state of mind when he wrote any specific page, and his comments years after the shootings don't help very much. The notebook is thus an interesting source of speculation, but not of irrefutable information. Although the sentences and drawings should not always be construed as reflecting some coherent ideology, there is a frequent focus on death or fear of death. Violence appears early in Holmes's notebook, with phrases and sentences such as life's fallback solution to all problems, death. And when mankind can't find truth, untruth is converted to truth via violence, intermingled with a few figures and apparently meaningless equations. Several pages are dedicated to Holmes's concerns about his mental and physical health, and to either cataloging the diagnoses he thought he might have or describing them for the reader. His list of possibilities for self-diagnosis of his broken mind was long, diverse, obsessive, and largely derived from searching for answers online and superficially interpreting clinical websites. Dysphoric mania, generalized anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, OCD, PTSD chronic, Asperger syndrome, autism, ADHD, schizophrenia, body dysmorphic disorder, borderline, narcissistic, anxious, avoidant, and obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, chronic insomnia, psychosis, trichotillomania, a hair-pulling disorder, adjustment disorder, pain disorder, restless leg syndrome. The most important meaning of Holmes's list is that it indicates his great concern about his mind as he wrote it, and perhaps his wish to communicate those concerns to Dr. Fenton via the notebook. There's little indication that Holmes actually deserved most of those diagnoses and syndromes. There's evidence of a few symptoms and signs consistent with some, but not with others. On June 13, Holmes spent almost $1,200 on ammunition for his weapons, 10 extra 40-round magazines for his M&P 15 rifle, a special high-capacity 100-round drum magazine, and a beam-shot laser sight. The beam-shot GB800M is a green dot laser sighting system useful in low light that can be mounted under the barrel of a rifle or handgun. Holmes installed it on one of his pistols. The handgun ammunition was jacketed hollow point, a bullet type designed to expand upon impact, substantially increasing its stopping and killing power. The rifle cartridges, 820 rounds in this early purchase, had full metal jacket bullets. Full metal jacket bullets don't expand on impact like hollow points or soft core ones, but they have a higher muzzle velocity and greater ability to penetrate shielding or cover such as theater seats. The 250 shotgun rounds he bought that day contained single slugs rather than the scatter shot used for most bird hunting. Over the next week or so, he bought more human silhouette targets, 10 magazines for his Glock 40 caliber handguns, another laser sight, and a holster. On June 25, Holmes applied for membership to the Lead Valley Range, a comprehensive shooting facility about 30 miles east of Denver. His application says that he heard about the range from a friend, perhaps Tim Tapscott. He was turned down for some reason. He applied for California unemployment benefits around the same time. Holmes ordered Spirit lenses, he called them possession lenses, from 9mmsfx.com, a theatrical supply store. Spirit lenses are cosmetic contact lenses designed to make one's eyes look different. These were opaque black with a pinhole in the middle. The holes are too small for seeing except in bright light, but he would take selfies with them and some of his weapons just before the shootings. They made him look devilishly evil. On June 28, Holmes ordered another 2,500 rounds of 40 caliber handgun ammunition, 2,500 rounds of rifle ammunition, and 50 rounds of 12-gauge double-aught buckshot for his shotgun, all from an online bulk ammunition dealer. Then he paid over $335 for a Mitch Level 3A Advanced Combat Ballistic Helmet. The next day, he took cell phone photos of the interior of the Century 16 cinema. July 1 routine surveillance video at Gander Mountain Sporting Goods, as Holmes was purchasing a Vortex Strike-Fire red dot sight for his rifle, shows that he had recently dyed his hair bright orange red. A witness in the store noticed both his hair and that Holmes's eyes seemed wide open. The Vortex Strike-Fire sighting system is designed for close quarters, low-light combat. He made some routine purchases that day, too. Another video shows him shopping for groceries at King Super. One day later, Holmes was back online buying more weapons and materiel. MilitaryGear.com sold him a Blackhawk Urban Assault Vest, an Omega Elite triple pistol magazine, and an Omega Elite M16 magazine pouch, all in black, as well as a Blackhawk Be Warned tactical folding knife. He also ordered black ballistic bullet-resistant pants and chaps from BlueDefense.com and a neck protector and Kevlar groin protector from an Arizona store, Bulletproof Body Armor. Sometime on July 2, Officer Donald Ransom of the Fraser Winter Park, Colorado Police Department stopped Holmes for speeding near Hot Sulphur Springs. The officer noticed a rifle case in the back seat of his Hyundai. Holmes said he was on his way to the Byers Canyon shooting range. He was released with a warning. A man and his child saw Holmes shooting at the range later that afternoon. On July 3, he picked up a very heavy package at a FedEx center near his apartment. It was 170 pounds of ammunition. That day, he placed a new kind of online order, this time from CannonFuse.com, ignitable and electronic fuse materials, hollow plastic balls with fuse holes, and a miscue launch control receiver. He inquired about a remote control fireworks firing system and some clip igniters and ordered expedited shipping. He was planning something incendiary, but he didn't know anything about incendiary devices. On July 4, with no apparent sense of irony about Independence Day, he searched the internet for information about gunpowder and napalm. He asked in forums, "What's your fave bomb? How do you make it?" He looked for flash powder and inquired about black powder. That evening, July 4, Holmes's mother, Arlene, called from San Diego. It was the last time she would talk with him before the shootings. Arlene and Bob were worried about James. They knew he had dropped out of graduate school, and they sent him money just after Dr. Fenton spoke with Arlene. Bob gently suggested counseling at the time, not wanting to let James know that Fenton had called. Arlene shared that a psychiatric referral had helped her when she was at Berkeley. They told him they loved him and would be happy to provide whatever money and support he needed. On July 5, Holmes's California unemployment benefits were denied. He still had money in the bank, though, and a credit card. His parents had transferred $5,000 left over from his undergraduate college fund to his checking account and offered to send the remaining $3,000 of his college account. That would be plenty for the additional purchases he would make during the next couple of weeks. Dollars earmarked for college would finance his mission. Firearms and explosives took up lots of Holmes's time, but they weren't his only interests. When he wasn't planning the shootings, he played online video games for hours, and he seems to have thought a lot about women. Early in July, he registered as Classic Jimbo for an X-rated, his term, internet dating service, adultfriendfinder.com, and updated his Match.com profile, classic_Jim. His profile on Adult Friend Finder said that he sought women for short-term relationships. Looking for a fling or casual sex gal. Am a nice guy. Well, as nice enough of a guy who does these sort of shenanigans. He checked the websites often for replies, but none came. On July 11, he posted a narrative profile on Match.com. His new self-summary was simply, "Look down, look up." He told female readers, "Prefer listening to you, talking not so much, so if you need an ear, I am here." He mentioned his soul-penetrating eyes. Whoa, that's deep. He said his favorite book was Where's Waldo? Guy never changes his outfit, should probably find a better disguise. He told prospective readers that he spent a lot of time thinking about the future. Mind equals blown. The end of the profile read, "Message me if you're interested, obviously, or looking for sexy times. Very nice." His new, foreboding, dating headline was, "Will you visit me in prison?" Then he bought another Glock 40 caliber pistol. Holmes sometimes thought about how others would view him after the shootings, about his reputation, his legacy. He looked into submitting material to the Denver Post and the New York Times, although he never sent them anything. He took selfies with future viewers in mind. One, taken July 5, showed him in his ballistic vest with his M&P 15 rifle attached to the front. He looked rough and formidable, unshaven, with tousled bright orange-red hair, staring down at the camera with dark, seemingly threatening eyes. Two others, taken just before the shootings, showed him in close-up, looking almost comically diabolical, grinning into the camera from behind, respectively, a pistol barrel and a black spherical Boris and Natasha bomb with a fuse sticking out of its top. If he posted the photos on the Times website, Holmes thought, people would repost them. I asked him how people who saw the photos might interpret them. He said, "It looks a little devilish. It kind of portrayed the dangerous quality to it." "Tell me about being remembered as dangerous," I said, "particularly as you might have thought about it a couple of years ago in the selfies." just that this isn't someone you want to mess with. What kind of person doesn't get messed with? A tough guy, he said. The selfies were kind of frightening pictures. How did that fit with you, Jimmy Holmes, at the time? It's unusual, because I'm not normally a tough guy. Maybe a tough guy was something he wanted to be. The person he was trying to portray, the strong, frightening man in the photos, wouldn't worry much about having a broken brain. There are two complementary aspects to Holmes's wanting others to see him through his weapons photos. One was to be viewed as competent, strong, anything but broken. The other was to be remembered that way. They were mere wishes. Neither represented what he really felt about himself. Nevertheless, he would wear those wishes like he wore his body armor and punctuate them with the bullets he spewed a couple of weeks later. Holmes didn't live his life as confident or strong. Underneath the mildly arrogant, sarcastic exterior he showed to close friends, he was cautious with those around him. He was reticent. He wasn't even assertive enough to stick up for himself at the pill coating factory when a coworker called him names. He shrank from conflict and kept out of the smallest fray. He'd never been in a fight in his life except in fantasy, and given the effort required to keep his mental problems from spilling over into his studies and relationships, he separated fantasy from reality pretty well. Until mid-2012, Holmes had isolated his fantasies and his video game persona from his real-world self. I asked him again about being remembered. He answered, "Well, that's just what the photographs were for, is to be remembered. It's not so much a for or how reason, it's just this is a photograph of me and this is what will be remembered. I just wanted to be remembered visually by, like, my picture, any of the ones that were on my phone." I showed Holmes several of his selfie photos from July of 2012, wearing body armor, the tactical vest, and spirit contact lenses, and holding various guns and devices, and asked what viewers might think of them. He picked one of him holding a Glock pistol in front of his face and said, "They would remember the picture, and that was James Holmes." "And what would they think about the person in that picture?" I pressed. He answered, "That I'm familiar in the ways of weaponry and body armor. That I'm a killer, I guess." I asked what other inferences viewers might make. "This is a guy who's familiar with these things, and this is a killer," he said. He told me that he thought at the time, days before the shootings, this is what a killer looks like. He didn't feel any strong emotion as he took them, except that I would be remembered by those pictures. The Holmes who was amassing weapons, firing thousands of rounds at Byers Canyon, and reconnoitering the Century 16 Theater for a massacre was, at least in part, a twisted embodiment of his successful but less violent video gaming avatar, Sherlock Bond. Walter Mitty, James Thurber's mild-mannered fictional character of the 1930s story and Ben Stiller's 2013 movie remake, dreamed of being confident and powerful. Holmes tried to be, or at least to feel, confident and powerful, free of the fear and self-doubt that kept him locked in personal inadequacy, finding social success only in the four corners of his video screen. I asked, "Do you view yourself as a Sherlock sometimes?" Yeah." "Do you view yourself as a James Bond sometimes?" "Yeah, a man of action." "Are there any similarities or differences between you and James Bond?" "My actions are real. His are an actor's portrayal." By July 7, Holmes had decided several things about how he would kill people and documented his reasoning in the notebook. His targets would be random. He wrote on one page, "The cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate." He ruled out bombing, too regulated and suspicious, the notebook reads. He ruled out biological methods, too impatient, requires extensive knowledge, chemicals, and equipment. He ruled out serial murders, too personal, too much evidence, easily caught, few kills. He chose mass murder/spree because it would have maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. No fear of consequences, being caught 99% certain. Holmes vacillated between airport and movie theater venues for the shooting. An airport would have substantial security and too much of a terrorist history. Terrorism isn't the message. The message here is there is no message. Most fools will misinterpret correlation for causation, namely relationship and work failure, as causes. Both were expediting catalysts, but not the reason. The causation being my state of mind for the past 15 years. The Century 16 movie theater, which he called the Cinemark 16, would be isolated, proximal, and large. What better place to case than that of an inconspicuous entertainment facility? Once that decision was made, Holmes did case the Century 16 very carefully, visiting and photographing it several times. Drawings in his notebook describe the building layout and various auditoriums with notes for each, such as best side of approach, too many exits, wrong spatial location, excellent spatial approach, and visibility marginal. He used underlining and asterisks to rank them for his mission. He plotted potential exit paths that moviegoers might use, planning ways to limit victims' escape and increase the number of kills. He located the Aurora Police Department and calculated their response time to the theater. Then Holmes chose the movie he thought would attract the most viewers to a vulnerable auditorium, the midnight premiere of the 2012 Batman sequel, The Dark Knight Rises. He began to buy tickets online in an effort to get a seat in the correct auditorium. Auditorium assignments were random. He tried several times and still didn't get the one he really wanted. The detailed drawings and comments in his notebook reflect Holmes's actual planning and reveal his obsession with the process. Horrible as it was, the shooting was a relatively simple event. It didn't require the extreme detail that nevertheless occupied Holmes for weeks. Some of that detail may have been written in for future readers, but it also uncovers more about his mental condition. One reason Holmes gave for the shootings was his very unusual belief, both before and after the shootings, that killing people would somehow alleviate his depression and prevent him from committing suicide. His drive to kill and all his planning and preparation was quite conscious, something that felt logical and necessary to him at the time, but the pressure he felt in that preparation, the hours spent on intricate planning that wasn't always focused on the most important subjects, such as truly mastering his weapons rather than simply firing thousands of rounds indiscriminately at the Byers Canyon Range, came from hidden emotional roots, not practical or even conscious factors. His psyche created the unstoppable inner drive toward his mission, a drive designed, in large part at least, to crowd out less acceptable to him, more frightening, more anxiety-producing thoughts and feelings, and keep them from reaching his awareness. Those unconscious thoughts and impulses, whatever they were truly intolerable. His fragmented psyche, his broken brain, couldn't deal with them. His mind preferred to fill his thoughts and his days with obsessively preparing a personal Armageddon for Aurora. We all have intolerable thoughts locked deep in our psyches. We keep them at bay in different ways. The healthiest of us sublimate them into harmless outward representations. Unacceptable impulses to hurt others are sometimes disguised and transformed, for example, into jokes or drives to help the same people. But however you and I handle our hidden repugnant or forbidden urges, we don't do what Holmes did. We don't purchase psychological relief by killing people. 7. A Dark Night Rises. Floodgates open now. James Holmes in a text to Hilary Allen, July 8, 2012. Less than 2 weeks would pass before Holmes would kill a dozen people, injure scores, and terrify hundreds. Taken together, the 3 guns he would take into the Century 16 cinema could fire dozens of times without reloading. Over 300 more rounds in extra magazines and his pockets could be loaded within a few seconds, ready to fire into a crowd already crippled by tear gas, dark, and lethal chaos. On July 8, Hillary Allen, who had briefly flirted and hiked with Holmes before their preliminary exams and was surprised when he didn't pass, texted Holmes to ask if he had gone back to California. He answered that he was still living in the same apartment. They texted back and forth. She was chatty and suggested another hike. He told her he had dysphoric mania. Giving the beast a name makes it a little less frightening, and dysphoric mania was one of the names Holmes used in his notebook for what was happening to him. It was also an excuse for both his behavior and his failure to stop it. "I can't help it, it's the dysphoric mania," not a quote from Holmes. Sort of a psychobabble version of "the devil made me do it." Dysphoric mania is a real but very uncommon mental condition, not always differentiated by diagnosticians from the more common mixed episodes of mania and depression occasionally seen in bipolar disorder. In dysphoric mania, a manic episode, extremely overactive behavior, often to a psychotic extent, is characterized by severe depression instead of euphoria. It's a somewhat vague concept and very uncomfortable. But there's no good evidence that Holmes actually suffered from dysphoric mania, and no psychiatrist before or after the shootings ever diagnosed it in him. He was certainly dysphoric, which simply means unhappy. He was chronically troubled by his life and his inability to get along in it. He felt little real happiness and saw little prospect for real happiness. He searched for explanations and fixes as best he could, using his intellect and given emotional handicaps that interfered greatly with his insight and judgment, overpowering the part of him that wanted to be treated, wanted to be stopped, wanted to interrupt the juggernaut that his dark mission had become. Holmes wrote to Hillary during that texting session, "It's in your best interest to avoid me. I'm bad news bears." She looked up dysphoric mania and tried to be sympathetic and supportive, mentioning her own past depression to commiserate with him. Holmes was having none of it. He described the relief he felt as he ceased trying to control his impulses and gave in to the idea that the mission was now unstoppable. He texted, "Floodgates open now." Holmes told me several times that he felt obligated to carry out the shootings and that there was no other alternative. The only one he could think of was psychotherapy, adding, "But it didn't work." I responded at one point, "What other alternatives might there have been in addition to killing lots of people or going to therapy?" He didn't seem to catch on. I asked again, "What other alternatives?" "I guess I just didn't think of any at the time." "And what do you make of that?" I pressed him to be less vague. "After all, you're a smart guy." "I guess because it was so absorbing that I felt like it, the mission, killing people, was the only thing to do." "What would happen if you resisted the mission and didn't do it?" "Then I would have to commit suicide." I reminded him that he had denied thinking about suicide before the shootings several times during our interviews. "Well, I would automatically transfer those thoughts to homicidal thoughts, so I wasn't aware of the suicidal thoughts." Holmes often returned to the idea that he had been suicidal before July 19, even though he hadn't thought about killing himself. His homicidal drive, he said, somehow suppressed his suicidal one, kept it at bay and out of his thoughts. He wanted to believe and wanted me to believe that something inside him was using the idea of murder to keep self-destruction away from his awareness. That concept makes a modicum of psychodynamic sense, but only a modicum, when applied by a psychotherapist to someone else. It rings hollow when a person applies it to himself. The unconscious part of our minds, learned psychoanalysts agree, really is unconscious. It's simply impossible to see in ourselves. It sounded as if Holmes were trying to avoid responsibility. Was Holmes lying about his obsession and the mission somehow protecting him from suicide? I don't think so. He was inaccurate, but inaccuracy isn't the same as lying. I believe he needed something to help him make sense, even very odd sense, of his persistent, intrusive thoughts of killing. The mind greatly prefers some explanation for unthinkable thoughts and behaviors to none at all. That explanation may be less than perfect, even illogical, like the superstitions that calmed early humans when thunder rolled or eclipses swallowed the sun. But it's better than the terror of a beast without a name. Life and Holmes' planning and preparation went on after the texts with Hillary. Sometimes it seemed depressive and sometimes business as usual. He bought groceries at the King Super. A traffic camera photographed him, easily identifiable through the windshield of his Hyundai, running a newly red light in Aurora. He watched television and played video games. Holmes wrote in his notebook around that time, "Death is life's fallback solution to all problems. What is the meaning of life? If you destroy all life, then there is no question of meaning." Sometimes his writing was vaguely philosophical, sometimes sophomoric, sometimes it just seemed crazy. But searching for answers, in one form or another, was a common theme. The mission date was set. Holmes drew an ultraception symbol, his self-styled logo, in the July 19 space on his bedroom calendar. He could wake up and see the target day marked on his wall every morning. He bought incendiary materials and tools for improvising explosives and booby traps. He kept buying tickets online for The Dark Knight Rises, hoping to get one for Auditorium 9 at the Century 16 Theater. On July 12, he bought a 12 by 16-inch soft-sided mailing envelope, just right to hold his notebook and some other items he'd be mailing. On July 13, Friday the 13th, he wrote on page 54 of the notebook, "Embraced the hatred, a dark night rises." The same day, he went to the CU Denver Hospital website and copied the telephone number for their mental health hotline into his iPhone. Holmes visited the Science Company, a Denver chemistry and hobby shop, on July 14, looking for incendiary and bomb-making materials. He bought, among other things, potassium permanganate, glycerin, ammonium chloride, and magnesium ribbon. Then he stopped at Walmart to buy several instant cold packs, the kind people use on sore muscles. Potassium permanganate has lots of uses. Mixed with water, it's an antiseptic. It's a common ingredient in fruit preservatives. Glycerin is a thick, clear liquid used in food preparation, antifreeze, and vaporizers for electronic cigarettes. But when glycerin is mixed with potassium permanganate, a violent exothermic, heat-producing, reaction erupts into extremely hot flames and a boiling sticky goo. Ammonium chloride can be used as a flux in metallurgy or in small amounts in medicines such as expectorants. It helps yeast to leaven bakery goods and can be found in some licorice, glue, and shampoo. It's also an important ingredient in fireworks and contact explosives. Magnesium is a lightweight metal found in a great many products, from cell phones to airplanes. Magnesium ribbon, like magnesium shavings and other forms with a high surface area for their mass, is extremely flammable, burning with an unquenchable blaze that reacts violently if water is used to try to put it out. Instant cold packs, such as those sold at Walmart and elsewhere, used to contain ammonium nitrate, which can be used to make powerful explosives like those used to bomb the Murrah Federal Building 17 years earlier in Oklahoma City. By 2012, the packs contained the much less reactive calcium ammonium nitrate instead. Holmes went to several different stores looking for products with the ammonium nitrate he wanted, but he couldn't find any. He poured the white calcium ammonium nitrate powder around the room anyway, just to scare first responders or others who might see it. By July 16, Holmes was hard at work making complicated booby traps with makeshift bombs and incendiary devices designed to turn his apartment into a bullet-filled inferno. He had no bomb-making experience, so he looked for websites devoted to such things. There was no shortage of instruction and examples on the internet, and he found them easily. He packed half a dozen black plastic spheres with gunpowder, put gasoline in others, and filled several 2-liter soda pop bottles with gasoline as well. He poured homemade napalm, a mixture of gasoline and ground-up styrofoam cups, into large glass pickle jars, along with dozens of rifle and pistol cartridges designed to explode in the intense heat when the contents caught fire. He stored the leftover gasoline under his microwave and sprayed the apartment generously with air freshener so that neighbors wouldn't smell the fumes and become suspicious. He filed down aluminum rods and mixed the filings with iron oxide from rusted metal to make a highly flammable dust he called improvised thermite. Everything was wired into detonating devices similar to those used in fireworks shows and hobby rocket launchers. The whole process took 2 or 3 days, during which Holmes continued to eat, sleep, and live in the apartment. I started to ask, "You're spending at least one night, maybe more, sleeping in an apartment that's—" He completed my thought, with gasoline lying around. "Tinderbox is an understatement." "Yeah." I asked him about the thoughts he had as he went to bed, as he went to sleep, with extremely flammable, perhaps unstable, materials just a few feet away. "I didn't feel any different," he said, "between going to sleep normally and with the stuff in the apartment." Bomb-making wasn't one of Holmes's particular talents. He tried to be scientific, and he is indeed a smart guy, but the end result was a sort of Rube Goldberg affair, a B-movie version of a sophisticated booby trap. After the shootings, explosives experts would disagree about how well each detonator might work, whether or not some of the materials would ignite, or how effective the bullets would be if the gasoline-submerged cartridges exploded, but all agreed that the materials and devices in the apartment were extremely dangerous. Holmes wondered if everything he had ordered for the mission would arrive before his July 19 deadline. He needn't have worried. The vendors came through for him. The last online item, ballistic, bullet-resistant pants, was delivered by FedEx early Wednesday afternoon, July 17. On July 18, he logged in to adultfriendfinder.com and Match.com for the last time to see if any women had written to him. There were still no responses to his posts. The morning of July 19 was spent wiring the firebombs to the detonators and setting up a remote detonating device for the apartment. There were 2 ways that the incendiary diversion he planned could be triggered. One was simple. A tripwire at the apartment door would set off the materials the moment someone entered. He programmed a CD to play loud music in the apartment soon after he had left for the theater, hoping that neighbors would complain to police or the superintendent or come through the door themselves. The second trigger was more creative, if less predictable. He put a boombox, a remote-controlled toy tank, and a remote controller in the parking lot beside the apartment building dumpster. The boombox would play music to attract attention. Then, he hoped, someone attracted to the music would see the toy and try to operate it with the remote. The controller wasn't linked to the toy, however, but to a detonator in his apartment. Playing with it would set off a conflagration, diverting police from the Century 16 and probably killing residents who were asleep in nearby apartments. Sometime during the previous few days, Holmes had ridden his bicycle to an ATM and withdrawn several $100s in $20 bills, all the money he could get at the time. He painstakingly burned the corners of 20 of the bills on the kitchen stove, inside his gasoline and gunpowder-filled apartment, then put the charred bills and his notebook into the large envelope he had purchased a few days before. He addressed the package to Dr. Fenton and mailed it on July 19. Holmes isn't sure why he burned the edges of the 20s. At the time, I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe, he speculated, he charred the bills because he didn't think he'd have much use for money after that. For some reason, he wanted the denominations to be readable. He said he was sending Dr. Fenton a kind of message, confused and confusing as it was, to show her that that was a reason why I didn't come back to her. He maintained later that he stopped seeing Fenton because he lost his insurance when he dropped out of graduate school, implying that if she'd kept seeing him, he wouldn't have committed the Century 16 murders. Blaming the shootings on the doctors or lack of money doesn't wash, of course. It's a ridiculous rationalization or just crazy. Holmes admits that Doctors Fenton and Feinstein offered to see him regardless of insurance, and that he had plenty of money and additional support from his parents. Bob and Arlene had told him clearly that money was no problem when it came to getting psychiatric help. Holmes also said that mailing the notebook was intended to educate Fenton and to help doctors prevent future killings. That doesn't wash either. The notebook, and especially the money, seemed to have been intended to shift part of the blame that he deserved onto his psychiatrist. An unfair "I told you so" for not reading his mind. The last few pages of the notebook, apparently written during the days just before he mailed it on July 19, communicate a subjective chronology of what was hidden in Holmes's mind during the months over which he saw Dr. Fenton. He wrote about Margaret Roth and then Fenton, who immediately prescribed antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication. Anxiety and fear disappears. No more fear of failure. No fear of consequences. Primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind. Intense aversion of people. Began long ago, suppressed by greater fear of others. No more fear. Hatred unchecked. He described amassing the weapons and other materials, researching firearms laws and mental illness, and buying items piecemeal to avoid suspicion, even as he refused to reveal his thoughts to those who were trying to help him. "Can't tell the mind rapists my plan," he wrote. "If plan is disclosed, both normal life and ideal enactment on hatred foiled. Prevent building false sense of rapport. Speak truthfully and deflect incriminating questions. Oddly, they don't pursue or delve into harmful omissions. I was fear incarnate, love gone, motivation directed to hate and obsessions. Embraced the hatred, a dark night rises." The very last page of writing in the notebook reads, "Faith. What kind of God commands his people not to murder, yet cowers behind free will? Reason. The reason why life should exist is as arbitrary as the reason why it shouldn't. Life shouldn't exist." The hour was approaching. One of the last things Holmes did at the apartment, a little after 5 p.m., was to arrange most of the weapons and regalia he would take to the theater on his bed atop a red satin sheet and photograph them with his iPhone. There, spread out for future viewers, were his tactical 12-gauge shotgun, M&P 15 military-style carbine with short-range night vision scope, Glock 22 40-caliber handgun with laser sight, bullet-resistant pants and jacket, Kevlar helmet, military-grade gas mask and filter canister, tactical vest, at least 11 magazines full of ammunition for the rifle and handgun, ample shotgun shells, a carrying belt and bag, and bullet-resistant neck, groin, and elbow protectors. didn't bother to photograph a fourth gun, which he would leave in the car, 2 knives, his handcuffs for disabling the exit doors at the back of the auditorium, 2 tear gas canister grenades, road stars for disabling police cars that might chase him, a small first aid kit, and his iPod. An hour later, he took some selfies, including some described earlier. He left all the photos on his iPhone to be discovered by police and eventually released to the media, symbols of the persona he wanted to assume and part of the legacy, though he sometimes denied that was important to him, he wanted to leave behind. As meticulous as Holmes's planning was in some respects, in others it was slipshod. He carefully chose and collected his weapons, shot thousands of rounds at the Byers Canyon range, and prepared to kill as many people as he could. But incompetent firearms practice would later limit the macabre success of his mission. There's no escape plan in the notebook. He didn't pack clothes, food, or water, or even top off his gas tank. He tossed a meager first aid kit and a few road stars into his car almost as an afterthought, never really thinking about using them. Any consequences to others, or even to himself, were a very low priority. Killing and his legacy were the only important things at that point. Sometime around 11 p.m., Holmes took 1 dose of the prescription painkiller hydrocodone to help him keep shooting in case he himself was shot, he said, or to dull the pain if he should be wounded. He loaded his car and then went back into his apartment to start the computer's CD player and set the tripwire. He saturated the carpet with gasoline and oil, then carefully backed out of the apartment, now primed for a holocaust, closed the door, and walked downstairs to the parking lot to switch on the boombox. The CD in the apartment would play silence for about 25 minutes and then burst into loud music. The one in the boombox would take a little longer to get to its music and not be as loud. Both triggering devices set, he got into the car that had brought him to Aurora just over a year before and fastened his seatbelt. The theater was only a short drive away. 8. Armageddon. It was really going to happen. I'm really going to do this. James Holmes, remembering events just before the shootings. In the wee hours of the morning on Friday, July 20, Giovanni Padilla heard music coming from near the trash dumpster for the apartment building at 1690 Paris Street. He took a look and found a boom box, a plastic bag with a toy car, and what seemed to be a remote control device. He took the boom box home with him and left the car and the remote where they lay. At about 12:10 a.m., one of Holmes's neighbors in the 1690 Paris Street apartment building called Aurora police to report loud music coming from apartment 10. Holmes drove carefully to the theater. He didn't speed. He stopped at all the lights, even though traffic was light on a Thursday just before midnight. I was concentrating on getting to the theater without getting pulled over. He was on his way to kill as many people as he could. I asked whether or not if an elderly woman had walked into his path, he would have swerved. He said he would have avoided her because it would have interfered with the mission. Plus, that's kind of personal, hitting a little old lady with your car. When Holmes got to the Century 16, he parked his Hyundai Tiburon close to the rear exit for Auditorium 9. He got out of his car and walked around the building to the theater entrance. He didn't stand out much. He'd left all of his ballistic clothing in the car. He wore what Holmes usually wore, informal pants and a dark t-shirt with a long-sleeved open shirt on top. His orange hair was covered by a dark knit cap. He walked in a little after midnight. The foyer was crowded. Most of the people were there for the midnight premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. So was he. He went up to a service kiosk, entered the transaction code from his iPhone, and got a paper ticket. It was for Auditorium 8. He hadn't been able to get one for Auditorium 9. That didn't matter much. No one noticed his ticket as he walked back to the concession area and then to Auditorium 9. The previews had started. The theater was dark. Holmes went to the very front of the full auditorium, immediately took out his cell phone and feigned a call. Witnesses said he looked like someone who had gotten a call and was politely taking it outside to avoid bothering anyone. One saw him prop the exit door open with his foot. He looked back at the auditorium as he left and saw a sea of faces lit by the light from the screen. Holmes left the theater through an exit on the right of the screen. He carefully placed a tablecloth clip, a piece of plastic designed to secure a picnic tablecloth, on the edge of the door to keep it from closing completely. He had measured earlier to be sure the clip would fit. He had to be able to get back in and complete the mission. Holmes got into his car and began the laborious process of putting on all the body armor in that cramped space. He managed. He had preloaded all his weapons and gotten everything ready before leaving the apartment. The car windows were heavily tinted. No one could see inside. Early in the suiting up process, as Holmes put earbuds into his ears, he heard a noise outside the car. It was a theater employee putting trash into a nearby dumpster. He froze. The interruption was a surprise, but not a serious impediment to the mission. He had a pistol in the passenger door of his car for just such eventualities, and he was fully prepared to shoot if he was discovered. I asked if his heart was racing, his adrenaline pumping. How did he feel when he realized someone was just a few feet away? Holmes said simply, calm and collected. The man dumped the trash and went back inside, none the wiser. He didn't die that night. Holmes continued gearing up and then stopped again. He took out his cell phone, entered the number he had saved for the CU Hospital's mental health hotline, and pressed send. It was one last chance, he said, to see if I should turn back. We know that he went through with the shootings, but the part of him that wanted to be, in his words, overruled, was enough to make him dial the phone. Holmes told me that after he dialed, he just didn't hear anything. Eventually, the connection ended. He's not sure what happened. His iPhone screen read, "Call ended," after 9 seconds. He is sure the number was entered accurately, but didn't hear it ring. A hotline operator later reported to investigators that she answered a call, verified as coming from Holmes's phone, but didn't hear anyone on the other end. What do you think would have happened if somebody at the hotline had answered? I asked. I don't know. What do you think? I might have talked to him. Sometimes getting a real answer from him was like pulling teeth. What might you have said to whoever answered? Told them the situation. What do you think might have happened then? They would have tried to convince me not to. Do you think they would have been successful? No, I think it would have been overruled in the end. Could the call have made a difference? Did any part of him really want to stop what seemed to be an unstoppable course of action? I pressed further. How did you feel when you pressed end on the phone? What was going through your mind? Just that it was really going to happen. There was still a chance it wouldn't when I was in my car. Up to that moment, I was still skeptical. And when the phone call ended, I asked, I'm really going to do this. The last barrier to his mission had fallen. As Holmes opened the driver's side car door, one of his 2 tear gas canisters fell onto the pavement and rolled away. He looked for it briefly, couldn't find it, and then stepped into a sort of corridor and alcove outside the auditorium exit. The area was well lit, but out of sight from the parking lot. It would have taken about 15 seconds to walk from his car to the door, but he paused there for several minutes. Holmes had a fantasy about the FBI stopping him. He thought, maybe hoped, that he might have been under some kind of surveillance during the past few weeks. He'd seen an FBI-marked SUV near the Byers Canyon shooting range, and sometimes there were police cars in his apartment building parking lot. He imagined that once he got out of the car with his gear and stood in the pool of light outside the exit door, the FBI would arrest him. It didn't happen. Nothing and no one showed up to take advantage of whatever part of him was, in his words, still skeptical, as he donned his gear and waited to re-enter the auditorium. He turned up the techno music on his iPod, adjusted his gas mask and visor, pulled open the door, and went inside. The exit door was at an angle to the right of the screen. Only a few people noticed it opening during a quiet scene in The Dark Knight Rises, and the bulky figure that took up a position beside and just below the bright screen. Holmes had activated the metal fuse on the clear-out tear gas canister while he was still outside the door. It made a hissing noise as he stepped inside and immediately threw it to his right, sending bright sparks and smoke spewing in an arc in front of the screen. Several people thought someone was playing a prank, some idiot throwing a firecracker, one recalled. Then he started shooting. Holmes said that he was on autopilot from the time he entered the auditorium. He didn't feel particularly exhilarated or frightened or cautious. He remembers being aware of the setting and people around him, but he didn't feel the hypersensitivity to the environment that some soldiers experience in combat. He denied that the shooting was exciting or particularly rewarding for him as it occurred. Once the process began, he said, he was just carrying out a mission. He could see people trying to leave and hunkering down behind the seats. Most of the audience were trapped in the auditorium as he was shooting. No place was safe. The first shots were with his 12-gauge. I saw that people were getting up in the back left corner, so I, shot in that direction. I asked why they might have been getting up before any shots had been fired. They could see me all decked out with my guns and stuff. He heard a scream from the group and assumed he had hit someone. He shot all of his shotgun rounds toward the people who were trying to flee at the back of the auditorium, then dropped the shotgun onto the floor. One victim, who had been sitting about halfway to the back of the auditorium on Holmes's right as he fired, told investigators he saw muzzle flashes. The shots kept coming every 2 or 3 seconds, he remembered. They wouldn't stop. People near him were covered with blood. He pushed his wife to the floor behind the seats and played dead, praying that they wouldn't be shot. A water bottle exploded when it was hit. He was wounded at least twice by bullets and shrapnel. His wife and friend were injured as well. He got up to run but collapsed. He told police that the shooter, or shooters, he couldn't be sure in the dark, loud chaos, seemed to be firing at specific people and never said a word. After Holmes dropped the empty shotgun, he switched to his M&P 15 and fired at more people who were trying to escape. He said that he couldn't see very well at all because of scratches on his gas mask visor. It was brand new, with a wide visor rather than simple goggles. I asked about firing his rifle. He referred to it as an AR-15 rather than an M&P 15, and how he adapted to firing it with the gas mask in place. He said the mask and the low light of the theater made it difficult to use the close-range infrared scope he had installed. It's important to note that Holmes clearly remembers seeing people getting up in the back of the auditorium, and he shot at them. He heard a scream. A moment or two later, he saw a victim flop as he was hit. Regardless of his later comments about having trouble seeing and hearing, we know that he could see well enough through the gas mask visor to shoot effectively, with or without the infrared viewer, which was on his rifle, not the shotgun, and he could hear in spite of the music playing through his earbuds. Holmes's descriptions of firing the rifle were a little confusing. Although he'd practiced a lot, with and without the gas mask, with and without gloves, holding and sighting in different light levels, sometimes at the Byers Canyon outdoor range and sometimes in his apartment, some of his statements suggested that he had been doing it wrong all along. For example, he spoke of putting the rifle to his shoulder. The AR/M&P is short, a carbine, with very little recoil. The stock should be held against the top of the shoulder, not nestled into it, and steadied using the grips in front of the magazine and behind the trigger. That provides easy viewing through whatever sight is mounted on the Picatinny rail. The strike-fire sight is easily used in low light. That's what it's designed for. Sighting and firing are easily accomplished so long as the weapon is held correctly. Holmes sometimes said that he fired randomly toward the crowd of people. Evidence indicates, however, and Holmes often agreed, that he targeted many individuals in the audience. No matter what he said after the shootings, there was nothing random about his actions in Auditorium 9 that night. He told me he focused on the people who were escaping, because I can't have everybody running away from the scene, because then I'm kind of out of control of the situation. He wanted to control the situation. He tried to keep people inside the theater where he could shoot them. He kept them panicked and disoriented with the tear gas, which he hoped would also keep them from rushing him and stopping the shooting. His plan guided people as best he could toward areas where he could shoot them more easily. A victim who had come with her family and friends, all sitting together in the stadium seats, heard a loud bang and started choking from the tear gas. More bangs followed, and she saw a man wearing all black, padded clothes shooting at people. He looked calm and didn't say anything, she told investigators. As her family ran for the exit, her mother wounded and her young brother screaming, she saw a woman's body on the floor. A pregnant woman ducked to the floor, terrified, when the shots began. The shooting finally stopped, and her husband told her to run. She remembered stepping over bodies as they scrambled out of the theater. A wounded man tried to cover his girlfriend and her child. The woman had already been shot twice. Her daughter had been badly wounded. He, like everyone in the theater that night, heard the screams of horrified, desperate people and saw Holmes shooting at them as they tried to escape. Holmes said at one point that he didn't remember the sounds of gunfire. He thought there was yelling and screaming, and I think the fire alarm or emergency alarm went off and it was making noise, but I didn't hear it. He noticed, though, that the movie continued to play. He denied remembering the muzzle flashes and the dim light or any other sensations during the shooting. No visceral sensations, heat, cold, sweating, no tingling or tension. He didn't smell the tear gas through his mask. He thinks some of his senses were blocked out in the chaos. He said he didn't remember firing his handgun, but he did, many times. The auditorium floor was littered with shell casings. He didn't remember what it felt like to pull the trigger. I was wearing gloves. He didn't understand that I was asking for an emotion, not whether or not he physically felt the pressure of the trigger pull. There wasn't one. Holmes remembered shooting only from the front corner nearest the screen side exit. Victims, however, saw him shooting as he walked up one of the aisles. They were ducking down behind seats. He shot them anyway, sometimes directly, and, since the seat backs were no match for full metal jacket bullets, sometimes through the thin, easily yielding cushions. I asked Holmes to picture himself at the front of the theater, firing, and to picture what he saw from there. He saw bullets going toward seats, but not toward anything else. All of the people are hiding behind the seats. He said he hit only 4 or 5 people directly with shotgun blasts, but the evidence is clear that a great many people were shot directly, not just through the seats. I thought the rifle rounds would go through the seats. They did. I asked where he planned or pictured beforehand people would be when they were shot. He thought most would be sitting in their seats. Some would try to run. That's why I left an exit route available, so they don't fight. They can escape by running down the right aisleway. I wound up shooting at him, but only a few tried it. The plan was to contain them so they wouldn't start running. Holmes didn't want to be overwhelmed by people trying to escape or attack him. He shot from in front of the screen and to the audience's right, having planned for their only escape route to be an aisle on the side away from him. "It was far away from me, and they wouldn't attack me, come down and run and attack me," he said. "A pressure release valve, so they don't attack where I'm at." He aimed at those who were trying to escape down the opposite aisle. Some shots went through the wall into Auditorium 8 next door. I asked Holmes what people feel when they're getting shot at in a dark, crowded theater. "Terror, kind of unbelieving," he said. "What do people feel when someone near them gets shot?" I asked. "That there needs to be help coming." "What do they feel when they get shot?" "Shock," Holmes said, "just reaching out for help." A man sitting in the middle of the theater ducked to the floor when he saw the tear gas grenade and heard shots. His throat burned from the gas. His companion was confused and asked what he was doing. Then the companion slumped over him, shot. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Holmes's rifle jammed. There were lots of people left in the auditorium, many more to kill, and he still had a loaded, working pistol with dozens of hollow point cartridges in at least 4 high-capacity magazines. But the M&P-15 was his primary weapon. High-powered, aggressive, and aggressive-looking, the one that defined him as someone to be reckoned with, the killer in the selfies he had taken earlier in his apartment who, in his words, knew the ways of weaponry. He wanted that gun, so he tried to unjam it. The problem for Holmes, however, was that he didn't know the ways of his weaponry well enough to realize that he had overloaded one of his M&P-15 magazines, forcing an extra cartridge into it and causing a misfeed. He pulled out that magazine and tried to insert another, but the new one wouldn't click into place. He walked down the lower aisle to his left and paused under a dim wall sconce to try again. The lower aisle was a safer place to pause and reload, because they couldn't see me in there. Maybe there was a jammed cartridge in the breech. Maybe he wasn't as calm and collected as he thought. Even experienced shooters can get confused in the heat of a crisis and try to insert the curved magazines backward. Maybe it was the gloves he wore to protect his hands. One way or another, he couldn't get it done. He stopped trying to reload after a minute or two and simply decided to leave. He walked toward the screen and looked back toward the seats, the stands, he called them. They were completely empty except for, like, the first row where people were still ducking down. At the time, Holmes thought he had hit perhaps 20 people and maybe killed 3. He wasn't sure he'd killed anyone, but he thought, somebody's probably died. He thinks he fired his rifle about 15 times, emptied the shotgun with 6 or 7, and shot about 10 rounds with his Glock 40 caliber handgun. There were a lot more shots than that. Some 65 .223 rifle shell casings were recovered from the theater, 5 .40 caliber handgun casings, and 6 spent shotgun shells. That still seems low considering the number of people killed or wounded, 70 in all, many shot multiple times. Holmes walked out through the same exit door he had entered a few minutes earlier and dropped the M&P-15 onto the ground. Several of the audience had escaped that way as well. The concrete was slippery with their blood. The scores of wounded were collateral damage, Holmes said, who weren't a factor in his mission. They didn't detract from his success. In fact, he continued, no number of wounded, even 1,000, would affect it, since I'd only count the kills. Family devastation from lost or disabled parents, spouses, children, or siblings, he said, never came under consideration. I asked a slightly different question. Does the collateral damage matter at all? Well, people were maimed and wounded and injured, he answered. It's not good that they had to be injured for me to kill the other people. A 911 call came into Aurora Police Department dispatch at 12:38 a.m., the first of some 42 emergency calls from the theater that night. It was hard to hear the caller, Kevin Quinones, over the screams and gunshots in the background. "There's some guy after us," comes through on the 911 recording, and Quinones told the Denver Post, "It was really dark. I could see his head every time he fired from the muzzle flash. He had a mask." Aurora Police Detective Randy Hansen testified that he counted 30 gunshots in the background during the 27-second call. Police were dispatched in less than a minute, but by the time they arrived at the theater, the shooting had stopped. The task now was to help the victims, secure the scene, and deal with a tragedy of enormous proportion. No one knew exactly what had happened, how many shooters there had been, or what dangers might still be waiting for civilians and officers alike. 400 people and their families will never forget Holmes, but he remembered only one in detail, a man in the front row who seemed to be smiling. "When I was going to leave, going toward the exit, I just looked back and saw that he was smiling. It was odd," he thought. Was it really a smile, a grimace? Was he wounded, frozen in his seat, relieved that the auditorium was suddenly quieter? Holmes didn't think about shooting him because it would have been really personal to shoot a person who's smiling at me. Besides, the mission was over. Holmes had accomplished what I set out to do. He left 12 human beings dead or dying and 58 wounded, many severely and permanently disabled. Every one of the survivors has lasting emotional scars, as do others who were in the theater and many of the first responders. Aurora, whose very name evokes the optimism of sunrise, would never be the same. Aftermath. 9. Aftermath. "Don't die on me. We're almost there." Officer Justin Grizzle to a victim he was transporting after the shootings. Almost 130 law enforcement officers in over 50 police cars converged on the Century 16 cinema within minutes of the dozens of frantic 911 calls. Arriving officers saw people running out of the exits, many covered in blood. Lots of others didn't run out. They were lying on the floor in Auditorium 9. Holmes left footprints in the blood of escaping victims as he walked out the front of the auditorium, the back of the theater, toward his car. He dropped his rifle onto the ground, put the Glock on the roof of his Hyundai, and began to take off his body armor. Then he saw 2 policemen walking toward him. He thought briefly of shooting them, but quickly decided that would get him killed. Officers Jason Sweeney and Jason Oviatt had met at the northeast corner of the theater building and were moving south, following blood spatters on the sidewalk and looking for a way in. They saw a lone figure dressed in what appeared to be Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT gear, with a black Kevlar helmet and gas mask, standing beside the open driver's door of a white 2-door coupe. They thought it was another officer at first, and then Sweeney realized that the man's gas mask wasn't usual police issue. Oviatt noted that he was just standing there, without the urgency and activity shown by the dozens of officers. They had heard radio chatter that there was gas in the theater. If this guy with a gas mask wasn't a cop, Oviatt would later tell a debriefing detective, then they were about 20 feet away from a shooting suspect. Oviatt drew his handgun. Sweeney called out, "Show us your hands." Holmes complied, raising his arms into the air. Oviatt told him to get onto the ground. Holmes complied again without a word. Oviatt handcuffed him while Sweeney stood guard and looked into the car to be sure no one else was there. The Hyundai's windows were dark, but through the open door he could see a hard-shell rifle case in the back seat. Officer Oviatt felt uneasy having his back to the theater exit. An accomplice could easily come out behind him at any second. He quickly checked Holmes's waistband for obvious weapons and dragged him unceremoniously a few yards to the metal door of a dumpster enclosure. Holmes didn't resist or talk back. He didn't say anything. He was simply limp and compliant. One pistol magazine fell out of his weapons vest during the handcuffing. Another came out of a pocket as Holmes was being searched. He had a large knife on his belt and a folding knife in his pocket, but no more guns. They put him into a squad car. While Holmes was in the patrol car, Officer Sweeney asked him if anyone else was involved in the shootings. Holmes said, "Just me." Sweeney asked if he had any bombs or other explosives. Holmes said yes in his apartment. He used the phrase, improvised explosive devices. "Are they set to go off?" Sweeney asked him. "If you trip them." Oviatt wasn't convinced that Holmes had been fully disarmed. He could feel the soft, bulky body armor, the kind we wear, he told the debriefing detective, under Holmes's coat and pants. Who knew what was hidden there? They pulled him out of the car and two officers held Holmes while Oviatt first cut and then peeled away everything he was wearing except his underwear and t-shirt. Holmes was acting a little strangely, unnaturally calm through everything, along for the ride, though he followed instructions, relaxed and disconnected. He smelled horrible, Oviatt remembered. He was dripping with sweat, probably from the body armor and weapons vest. He was skinny, had dyed red hair, and his pupils were huge. While the officers were stripping Holmes of his clothing and body armor, they heard a thin voice, like a teenage girl, from inside the trash enclosure. "She asked if we were cops," Oviatt reported. "We said we were." The terrified woman, whom the officers never actually saw, had bolted from the shooting, out the screen-side exit, over the wall, to a hiding place in the dumpster. Officer Justin Grizzle was working with Oviatt and Sweeney when they heard that there might be another shooter in the area. He, too, asked Holmes if there were any other shooters, but Holmes just smiled and didn't say anything. Grizzle then noticed a luminous green dot, almost certainly from a laser sight, seeming to come from the area beyond Holmes's car. Suspecting a second gunman lurking in the dark, he alerted Sweeney. There was no cover for them, and no safe approach to the apparent gunman. Nevertheless, they quickly but carefully cleared the area. No one was there. Then they realized that the green laser dot was coming from the handgun Holmes had placed on top of the Hyundai before he was arrested. It was harmless. Holmes, who had been placed temporarily in Sergeant, now Lieutenant, Stephen Redfern's vehicle, was moved to Officer Sheldon Irons's patrol car for transport to the Aurora Police Major Crimes Unit, MCU. It was the same car Irons had just used to transport victims to a local emergency room. The scene outside the theater was chaos, the parking lot so choked with police cars and civilian vehicles that many ambulances couldn't get to the main doors where people from all the auditoriums gathered in shock and often panic. They had trouble getting to the Auditorium 9 rear exit as well, where many of the most seriously injured had been carried. Officers quickly began to transport shooting victims, many horribly wounded, in their patrol cars, some to waiting ambulances and others directly to nearby hospitals, alerting the emergency departments to expect catastrophic numbers and to have their operating rooms ready for emergency surgery. Before helping his colleagues with Holmes, Officer Irons took victims to the medical center of Aurora and helped other officers unload their cargoes of wounded, including a man shot in the head and a woman who appeared to have died. Officer Aaron Blue helped Officer Everett Williams load Jessica Gawi into Blue's vehicle. Then Williams drove to University Hospital as Blue held her airway open. Every time she moved, she stopped breathing, he would testify later. Gawi, 24 years old, had barely missed being in a mass shooting at Toronto's Eaton Centre just a few weeks earlier. On this night, she died. Officer Grizzle used his patrol car to transport victims after helping with Holmes. The first two were a couple, both very critical and covered with blood. The woman had been shot in the face and chest and was unresponsive. The man was shot in the head. As Grizzle rushed them to Aurora South Hospital with lights and siren on, he kept saying to the woman, "Please stay with me." The man repeatedly asked where his daughter was, and at one point tried to jump out of the speeding car to go back to her. That's when Grizzle realized that the fallen child he had stepped over moments before to rescue the couple had been their daughter, 6-year-old Veronica Moser. "I wanted to tell the man, 'She's gone, she's gone,'" he said later during Holmes's trial, "but I couldn't." He remembered the sound of blood sloshing on the floorboards behind his seat. Grizzle went back for more of the critically injured victims, taking them to Aurora South and University hospitals. One was badly wounded in the face, barely breathing and unresponsive, making awful sounds as the officer kept yelling, "Stay with me, man, you're going to be okay." The man, Caleb Medley, survived and was there with his wife for Grizzle's testimony at the trial. Officer Irons took Holmes to the station, then he and Officer Gary Raval stayed with him until detectives from the Major Crimes Unit arrived. Holmes was placed in a stark interview room to wait for his interrogation. He looked tired, slumped in a chair with his head resting against his right hand, still in the dark boxer shorts and the torn t-shirt that he wore under the body armor that had been cut away at the scene of his arrest. It didn't seem to bother him that his right shoulder and part of his chest were exposed. An officer stood nearby, his digital recorder on the table in front of Holmes. There was some chatter on the officer's radio. The wall clock opposite Holmes's chair read 2:45 a.m. After a couple of minutes, detectives Chuck Meal and Craig Apple came into the room and introduced themselves. They asked Holmes to move to the other side of the table, under the clock. He did. Detective Apple asked if he needed anything to drink, being courteous and appearing accommodating as part of the interrogation routine. Holmes accepted. Apple said, "We'll get a water for you, sir. It'll be here right away." They rearranged their chairs, Meal sitting across the table from Holmes and Apple to one side. Holmes answered questions about his name, birth date, and other introductory information clearly, if a little softly, without much inflection, his cheek still resting on his hand. Apple asked if he was okay or injured in any way other than a few scrapes. Holmes said he wasn't. Meal reiterated that water was coming and said they would make the interview as easy as possible on you. Holmes wasn't very animated, but he understood the detectives and attended reasonably well to the conversation. The third time they asked if he needed anything, Holmes paused and then said in a soft, mildly sarcastic tone, "Oxygen." He wasn't being confrontational. Maybe he sensed that the offer was a little solicitous. What the detectives saw and heard that morning was the closest any interviewer would get to a first-hand look at Holmes's mental condition during the shootings 2 hours earlier. They wondered if his listlessness and apparent lack of anxiety or concern indicated something more serious. They looked carefully for signs of mental illness or intoxication. They asked if he was having trouble breathing. They asked if he wanted them to get him medical help. They asked at least 3 times, "Are you good to talk to us?" He said he was. Then Meal read Holmes his Miranda rights, and Holmes lawyered up. He understood his legal situation completely. He asked how he could get a lawyer, and then said, "I want a court-appointed attorney." All interrogation stopped. Meal asked if he knew of any other source of danger to anyone at the theater, such as a second shooter. Holmes said no, and the detectives left. The first interview had taken less than 8 minutes. Holmes sat in the room with an officer at the door and the video camera running for several more hours. Law enforcement staff came in and out to complete his booking and jail processing. He sat quietly, sometimes appearing to nod off for a moment or two. From time to time, he engaged in small diversions, such as picking apart a styrofoam cup or fiddling with an exposed computer cable outlet on the wall. He was photographed, and the inside of his cheek was swabbed for DNA material. Paper bags were placed over his hands and taped to his wrists to preserve gunshot residue. He played a little with the paper bags as if they were hand puppets and listened to the sounds his fingers made inside them. Like popcorn bags, he told me later. He said that he understood the evidence-gathering process from watching, like, CSI, but his attorneys would later imply in court that his actions were evidence of serious mental illness. Actually, he simply seemed bored. In his words, fidgety. After a while, Officer Michael Gerbino, one of those guarding him, fetched an orange jail jumpsuit and flip-flops for Holmes to wear, handcuffed him, and with 2 other officers escorted Holmes to the adjacent Aurora City Jail. No one asked him questions except for booking and jail paperwork, preserving his right to avoid self-incrimination. Later that day, he was transferred to Arapahoe County Detention Facility, ACDF, a few miles away in Centennial. Early in his detention, on the way through the police station to the interrogation room, Holmes had noticed a wall sign that mentioned child homicides. Just before Detective Meal read him his Miranda rights, he asked if any children had been killed. Meal said he didn't know. The next day, Holmes learned he had killed a 6-year-old. He told me he was remorseful about that. I tried to minimize child fatalities by choosing midnight and a PG-13 movie. Whether his comment was genuine, a rationalization, or designed to engender some small shred of support from a future jury is anyone's guess. Empathy was never his strong suit. The Century 16 crime scene investigation was just beginning as Holmes was being transferred from his Aurora police station holding cell to ACDF in Centennial. Early police video shows the inside of Auditorium 9, lit by house lights and the open exit door Holmes had used a few hours before, now held open by a pair of police handcuffs stuffed between the hinges. The unseen videographer enters as a moviegoer would, moving slowly down the left aisle, seats not yet visible to his right. There's debris on the floor, a cap, concession stand cups and wrappers. Then the first body comes into view, a young man wearing a Batman t-shirt, lying barefoot at the foot of the auditorium steps. The camera moves to the right, panning above the seats and then slowly down for a surreal view of 3 more bodies on the stairs. It feels like a film project with student actors, or installation art designed to shock an audience. But this was the audience. The seats are all empty, with popcorn strewn on the floor and more drink cups still in their holders, as if the patrons had just left for a moment. Daylight pours through the open screenside exit, dawn finally here after a terrible night. The screen itself lies on the floor like an enormous white sheet, pulled down by police to be sure it didn't hide another gunman. The camera tilts down to spent rifle cartridges on the floor in the front row. There's one under a seat. There's another, now many, as the videographer moves toward the other side of the auditorium. An empty shotgun shell, pistol brass. Someone fired a lot of shots. Looking up, there's the impression of an empty theater just after the movie is ended. Pastel light rising softly from wall sconces. Panning back down, though, brings back the terrible scene. More empty shells. Then 2 empty high-capacity rifle magazines. Someone fired a lot of shots. There's a half-open combat knife on the floor. There, more spent shotgun shells, and there, the shotgun. A tactical model, with a short barrel for quick aim and fire, and a military-style strap. Another shotgun shell, a blue jacket. The view moves up the right aisle, looking down empty rows. There's a hiking boot, and beside it, against the red and gray pattern of the carpet, a full metal jacket bullet, hard to see until the camera zooms in. More cartridge casings. Now another body, sprawled in an impossible pose, soaked in blood, tinted glasses pushed up onto his forehead. The body's eyes, the person's eyes, are open. The uncarpeted part of the floor is shiny in the high contrast light of the video. Another jacket, another body, more shell casings, popcorn, a purse, another body, sneakers, a jacket, a pair of insoles, a Coca-Cola cup, another body, popcorn, a sandal, another body, another row, another body, jackets, purses, more damned popcorn, an empty handgun magazine, another rifle magazine, a few live .223 rounds, a high-capacity Betamax double-drum magazine, 2 more M&P magazines, one with live rounds. The cameraman walks out of the auditorium, into the hall, into the foyer, into the morning sun streaming through glass doors, so bright that the lens can't handle the glare. No one is there, but the animated concession stand signs are still playing, bright colors hawking drinks and candy and the damned popcorn. The auditorium next door is empty. People fled quickly, leaving drinks and popcorn and candy all over that floor too, but there are no bodies. It's a relief to see a mess without bodies, one that can be cleaned up. There are bullet holes in the wall from Auditorium 9. Back to the hallway, to the foyer, to the light. Later photos show a more sterile view of Auditorium 9 after the victims have been removed. The seats look pretty normal until crime scene technicians put long wooden dowels into all the bullet holes. Then there's a horizontal forest of thin sticks, like arrows going into and through the seat backs. Each represents a path of terror, scores of paths of destruction and pain, dozens of paths of death. Within hours of Holmes's arrest, the Adams County Sheriff's Department Hazardous Devices Unit and other emergency responders staged in a strip center parking lot near Holmes's 1690 Paris Street apartment building. The perimeter was secured, and most surrounding structures were quickly evacuated. At about 6:15 a.m. on July 20, over a dozen Aurora SWAT officers arrived to relieve their colleagues and begin search, clear, and disarm procedures. Some responders worked in heavily armored suits, complete with sealed visors and self-contained breathing apparatus. Police snipers were posted nearby to protect the responding officers, firefighters, and technicians from possible additional perpetrators, and more buildings were evacuated. Officers Tim King and an FBI bomb technician climbed into a shielded platform boom on Aurora Fire Department ladder truck number 6. As a bomb technician and a bomb-sniffing dog were clearing cars in the parking lot, King and the FBI technician peered through the windows of apartment 10 and reported that it appeared safe enough to break the windows and look inside with a pole camera. The lieutenant in charge had ordered a slow clear of the entire building to be sure no one was hiding inside or had failed to evacuate. The SWAT slow clear team, a remote control robot, the FBI bomb tech, and a bomb-sniffing dog started on the ground floor. Suddenly, everything stopped. Some outside source had said that there were military-grade explosives, C4, on the roof. The robot, controlled by a remote operator and carrying several cameras and a versatile manipulating arm, continued without the team. The C4 warning was an error, maybe a hoax. About 6:30 a.m., the robot opened the unlocked door of apartment 10 and carefully pushed a few inches into the dimly lit apartment. The operator slowly scanned the room with his cameras. Lights from the robot illuminated zigzag lines of white powder on the carpet near the door, and a tripwire of fishing line going from a pushpin in the wall beside the door to an open plastic jug, later determined to contain glycerin, tilted precariously over a skillet of potassium permanganate. Anyone moving more than a couple of feet into the room would have spilled the glycerin into the skillet, setting off a violently sparking and splashing fire in a room full of gasoline fumes and other highly flammable items. In the video, the cameras pan and zoom around the room, showing technical equipment that looks like TV show bomb detonators, one with several flashing LEDs labeled Launch Control Pyrotechnic System. One or two others seemed to have no purpose. Holmes had turned on 2 dim lamps in the living room, one with a red bulb and one with blue, maybe his version of romantic lighting from a few months before. The computer that played loud music to attract people to the apartment is on a table, still working. Video from the robot shows a little light outside the vertical blinds on the living room windows. The sun has barely come up. Then the camera zooms in on gallon-sized pickle jars filled with gasoline, homemade napalm, Napalm B, and rifle cartridges, balanced on chairs with magnesium ribbon and detonation wires going into their tops. Several 2-liter soda bottles filled with gasoline are on the floor near the chairs, and a few feet away sit 8 or 10 6-inch black fireworks spheres, a container of gunpowder, and a mortar and pestle with homemade thermite. The camera shows spots of fresh motor oil on the rug, magnesium ribbon, lengths of quick fuse, and electrical wire everywhere, leading to and from all the incendiary and explosive devices. Holmes's bicycle leans against the corner of a wall. It has wires wound around it, connected to the explosives. His computer desk seems an island of sanity by comparison, clean and free of explosives, but the computer's CD player was the hub of his plan to draw someone to the apartment. Some of the bomb and incendiary configurations seem to make no sense, such as electrical clips on fuses designed to be lit with a flame or punk, and flashing lights that aren't connected to anything. One of the zoom lenses finds Planty, the only other thing that ever lived in the apartment, looking terribly untended, maybe dead, on the breakfast table. Another peers into a closet with cleaning materials, a box of Tide, extra toilet paper, and a Monopoly game. About 40 minutes into the video, the operator shifts to a low-light camera mode. The colored light from the lamps, the computer, and the tiny flashing LEDs gives the room an almost artistic ambiance. Little blue patches, maybe artifacts of the low-light setting, appear on the wall behind the red lamp as dawn shows through the living room blinds. Just after 7 a.m., video from the doorway shows the ladder boom team's pole camera peeking through a broken living room window, parting the vertical blinds and swiveling about for different views. From the robot's viewpoint, it looks a little bit like the searching alien cameras in the vintage movie War of the Worlds. The clearing process is very slow, too slow even to be suspenseful. The robot has been in place for well over 2 hours, sometimes waiting patiently while things happen outside the building. Maybe the operator needed a break. No one is in a hurry. About 9:20 a.m., the windows having been broken out by the ladder boom team, the first human comes upstairs to enter the apartment. He's wearing a ballistic suit with a helmet, visor, and air supply, carrying an instrument on a pole. He communicates to the team over the robot's microphone, talking about how to remove the fishing line and disarm the glycerin potassium permanganate booby trap. Hours later, nothing has been disarmed. They're being extremely careful. The rest of the day is spent figuring out what to do to prevent a Holocaust. At 3:45 p.m. on July 20, while the bomb disposal and hazardous devices teams were paused to plan their next steps, Detective Apple and Special Agent Garrett Gumbiner, an FBI explosives expert, interviewed Holmes again. Although interrogation about the shootings had to be delayed until a defense lawyer could be appointed, it was important and perfectly legal to question him about things that might pose an immediate danger to the public. Gumbiner and Apple told Holmes that any explosives or fire at his apartment would endanger small children and appealed to his stated concerns about kids. Holmes agreed to describe his incendiary devices and provide information to help defuse and dismantle them. He understood that the conversation would not refer to the theater shootings. Holmes sounded quite normal during the second July 20 interview, although defense psychiatric expert Dr. Jonathan Woodcock would later describe him as psychotic and almost autistic during Woodcock's examination a few days after the shootings. Holmes's recorded conversation with Gumbiner and Apple sounds psychiatrically uneventful. He spoke a little slowly, but was completely logical, answered questions without delay, volunteered comments, and often explained his answers to be sure the officers understood. At about 11 a.m. the next morning, Saturday, July 21, the robot operator moves his machine slowly toward the bottle of glycerin in the tilted plastic jug. Close up, it's apparent that just a few more degrees of tilt will spill the liquid into the skillet. Guided by views from different camera positions, he eventually nudges the jug away from the skillet, grasps its handle with the robot arm, and lifts it up, away, and out of the apartment. The first device has been disarmed. After that, robot video shows the end of a pole camera protruding into the dining area from the broken kitchen window. It seems to be looking around, checking an area the robot can't see, and then it leaves. Suddenly, there's an explosion in the kitchen, outside the robot's vision. The freezer door from Holmes's refrigerator flies into the dining room in a cloud of black smoke. Framed posters come crashing down. Soot settles on the walls and ceiling. A Batman mask still peeks up from behind the television. The blast came from police purposely destroying a dangerous fireworks ignition transmitter without detonating the flammable materials and gunpowder still in the living room, and a container of gasoline a few feet away in a kitchen cabinet. The robot now begins to clear a path toward the kitchen through still flammable debris and broken window glass, moving the black fireworks spheres and pulling wires and magnesium ribbon out of the jars, bottles, and a black plastic container of gunpowder. Then it backs through the apartment door into the building hallway. For the first time, the camera shows the operator standing at the far end of the hall in firefighter gear. Another officer, in a ballistic suit and visor, arrives to take more photos. Demolition experts remove the remaining explosive and flammable materials for disposal at the Denver Research Institute Explosives Range in Bennett, Colorado. Some were detonated in concrete block cubicles, others in special containers covered with cushioning material. Still others, such as jars of gasoline, napalm, and cartridges, were simply placed in reinforced structures and burned. After the apartment was rendered safe for evidence gathering, officers found more than booby traps. They found files that had been used for grinding down aluminum rods, pans of chemicals that had been mixed on the stove, and lots of little fir tree automobile air fresheners that Holmes had used to mask the gasoline fumes. The red satin sheets, seen in one of Holmes's photos, were still on the bed. There was lots of ordinary stuff too, like his bicycle lock, clock radio, contact lens case, and a box of tissues on the nightstand. Holmes's passport was in a nightstand drawer. Other drawers held shotgun shells and handgun ammunition, and there was a bag of M&P 15 magazines on the floor. A poster on the wall looked violent at first, but turned out to be an ad for a paintball video called Soldiers of Misfortune, apparently the source of a phrase he had written in his notebook. It would be a long time before the other residents could return to 1690 Paris Street. Many never did. Apartment 10 was back on the market a year and a half later. The Zillow.com rental ad, which didn't mention Holmes or the deadly contents that had taken more than a day to disarm, described it as only 2 blocks from University Hospital, completely renovated and furnished, a steal at $850. 3 days after the shootings, a U.S. Postal Service truck pulled into the westernmost bay of the large CU Denver Anschutz mail receiving room. 15 or 20 bins were unloaded and stacked inside. The authorities knew that Holmes had mailed something to Dr. Fenton and took special precautions. Anything associated with Holmes had to be considered dangerous. Staff put on gloves and masks and began sifting through the new mail. Just before noon, they located the bin that held Holmes's package. Then they got out of the way. A bomb disposal robot, probably the same one used to clear Holmes's apartment, went into the evacuated mail receiving room. Its power cord looked oddly like a wagging tail in the robot's video as it took almost 25 minutes to retrieve the bin with the package, fish out the large white envelope addressed to Dr. Fenton, and stand it against a wall for inspection with a portable X-ray machine. After the X-rays, an Adams County technician in an isolation suit and breathing apparatus knelt over the package, photographed it, and placed it in a flexible clear plastic isolation compartment. He opened the envelope by manipulating it through glove holes in the plastic. It looked harmless, and it was. Inside were Holmes's notebook and $400 in oddly charred $20 bills. If there is any solace to be had in that dark night, it is that the tragedy could have been worse. Holmes wasn't very good at what he did. The killer who wanted to be remembered as someone familiar in the ways of weaponry spent more time in fantasy and trying to look the part than in learning the craft. He fired thousands of rounds in practice, but remained inexperienced with everything about his firearms except their triggers. He didn't understand combat technique, particularly handling the M&P 15 carbine while wearing a gas mask. He held the rifle wrong, set the stock improperly, aimed relatively poorly, overloaded his magazines, chose the wrong features for his tactical shotgun, a pump action and fixed stock, for example, and didn't know what to do when his most effective weapon jammed. Special forces and SWAT experts tell me that a well-trained assailant could have fired far more shots in the theater with better aim and hit more than twice as many people in the same length of time. That's cold comfort to those who were wounded or killed, but very important to those who weren't. A simple cartridge jam cut short the deadly process, and, in Holmes's own words, the mission was over. 10. James Holmes in jail. I took the blood that wasn't mine to take. James Holmes, while delirious, November 2012. Soon after his arrest, rumors quickly spread that Holmes identified with the Joker from Batman comics and movies. It was all hype, used to sell a sensational image in a case that already had plenty of tragic sensationalism. There is almost no evidence that Holmes ever identified with the Joker. In addition to an absence of references to any such concept in the 80,000 pages and scores of interviews, photos, and videos that make up the case record, Holmes himself denied any such intention. Read. When, again, is the first time you recall people talking or calling you the Joker? Holmes. Early on after I was arrested. Read. Do they still do that? Holmes. Sometimes. I've actually heard them say it. They were in a cell kind of adjacent or near my cell and just yelling, the Joker. They said like, James the Joker. Read. Did you ever call yourself the Joker? Refer to yourself as the Joker? Holmes. No, I didn't. Read. Even in private thoughts or private fantasies? Holmes. I can see why people would call me the Joker, with the dyed hair and the setting, the movie being the Batman movie. Read. Did you ever, even in private fantasy, refer to yourself as the Joker? Hey, I'm the Joker? Holmes. "No, I don't think so." Holmes was taken to the Aurora police station, handcuffed but not shackled, in the back of Officer Irons's patrol car. He told me the handcuffs hurt a little, and he was uncomfortable submitting to police authority. Otherwise, there were no surprises during his arrest. He remembers the flashing lights, the short drive, and the long wait, hours and hours, with a guard in the interrogation room. He told the investigators who eventually came that he wanted a lawyer, and then he was fingerprinted, photographed, and had paper bags taped to his wrists to preserve gunshot residue. I asked why he requested a lawyer, since he had already decided that he would either be sent to prison or killed by police, and any chance of getting away was now gone. He said, "To protect me from incriminating myself." I asked again. "They'd make me talk," he added, "and I don't like talking." His lawyers came, the investigators returned, and he talked anyway. After being in interrogation almost all night, deputies took him to the Arapahoe County Detention Facility, ACDF. At the first lawyer's visit, he told them about his notebook and that he loved his family. Then he was taken through a tunnel system to the courthouse next door. His lawyers were with him in court, but he doesn't remember much more. Except for a few brief periods, Holmes's home for the rest of his pretrial incarceration was a single, isolated room in the medical area of ACDF. Contact with other prisoners was strictly prevented, primarily out of fear that he would be assaulted. Other inmates soon learned who he was, but he was kept away from them. The cell was modern, well lit, and reasonably comfortable. There was a sturdy wooden bunk, not unlike the campers' bunks at Camp Max Strauss, where he had been a counselor during college, but without camp amenities. He had no other furniture except a stainless steel combination sink and toilet. A small, high window above his reach allowed a bit of natural light. He could turn the main fluorescent light on and off, but the video light was always on. The camera could always see him. There was no radio or television. The cinder block walls were bare, except for an emergency intercom, 2 small metal mirrors, and 2 blue rectangles about 30 inches tall and 18 inches wide. He was allowed to tape photos or papers within those blue painted spaces and nowhere else. He was given a plastic dishpan, known as a jail bucket, to hold his possessions. Everything he had would fit into that bucket. He often used his blanket as a rug. Holmes was offered an hour or so outside his cell every day. The time could be taken either in an outdoor yard or in a nearby cell that had been converted to a Spartan TV lounge. The exercise yard was a small, bare, paved area with 4 solid walls and wire netting above. He usually chose to watch TV. Guards often searched his cell while he was out. He didn't care. Except for brief, well-guarded walks to court, all of his time out of the cell was away from the sight or sound of other inmates. Daily video early in his incarceration shows that Holmes's behavior was largely limited to sleeping, eating, and reading. He often ate his meals and his purchased commissary treats slowly, as if to savor both the taste and the experience. Doritos were his favorite snack. He exercised a little during the first few months, wrote down his thoughts from time to time, and tried a few simple amusements such as juggling his socks. There's not much for inmates to do in administrative segregation, admin seg, isolation. They wouldn't let him have hard objects such as chess pieces or checkers. He kept his cell clean and sometimes stacked papers and books neatly around the base of the cell walls. His possessions, whether by his choice or jail rules, consisted mainly of a couple of books, writing materials, and a hacky sack. His clothing was always the same: standard orange jail issue with white socks and sandal slippers. Holmes sometimes looked through the small observation window in his door. It made his cell seem bigger. He could just see the guard station. The window was often covered from the outside when people were in the common area outside his cell, but when it wasn't, looky-loos would peer in from time to time. He rarely tried to talk to other inmates, though he could often hear them yelling at him or talking about him. They weren't supposed to talk to him. Holmes didn't have a watch or a calendar. He kept track of time by the consistent routine of jail life. When the custody staff brought fresh clothes, he knew it was Wednesday. Friday was commissary day. They woke him up early for breakfast, and he often went back to sleep until lunch, since he usually stayed awake into the wee hours of the morning. He also kept track of dates with television shows and could vaguely see the angle of daylight coming through the window slit near his ceiling. He rarely got to see the sky, much less the iconic Rockies to the west that are a fixture of Denver area life. When I asked how isolation affected him, he said, "Doesn't matter." The blue rectangles on Holmes's cell walls stayed empty for several weeks, and then he put a couple of family photos over his bunk. By late August, 5 or 6 weeks after his arrest, the rectangle with family items was still far from filled, but the other one was full of photos and notes from female fans. Fans? People who do sensational things, even heinous sensational things, bring out the trolls. Holmes didn't have access to the internet, where most trolling takes place these days. He had to make do with those who sent things by snail mail. Everything was censored by jail clerks, of course. Pornography and other contraband were removed, but even accused mass murderers are entitled to get mail and send it, within reason. He didn't answer any of his mail. Holmes received thousands of letters, notes, and photos from women, many so suggestive that they barely got past the jail censors. Lots of the writers seemed to know what was acceptable and what would be returned for breaking correspondence rules, overly revealing photos, news clippings. As we say out west, this wasn't their first rodeo. Most of the women in the pictures were reasonably attractive, maybe real photographs of the writers, maybe not. And their notes, often disjointed but not always unsophisticated, were supportive, offering comfort, seeking conversation, and frequently professing love or puerile lust in bizarrely personal terms based on internet photos of Holmes, media accounts, or just their imaginations. Many called him sweetie, darling, babe, hun. "Your full, heart-shaped lips are so beautiful," said one. Another wrote, "You have a pretty girl, me, that really, really likes you." Still another described her body in as much detail as the censors would allow, and wrote within her several-page letter, "I want to be with you so bad I can taste it, sexy man," closing with a fervent promise of love always. Holmes said he thought the women who sent him letters and pictures liked him. In actuality, the often lurid-sounding letters seemed to betray a sad emptiness beneath their grotesque passion. They hoped Holmes would fill that space, or maybe they filled it themselves for a little while simply by writing, without any real contact or intimacy. Their writing was a curious caricature of caring, seemingly focused on Holmes but actually self-serving, not the real thing. More than a few of the writers enclosed money for his commissary account, as much as $50, usually as money orders. Donations from strangers to Holmes's jail account would total more than $4,000 over the next 3 years. Other letters weren't from misguided lonely hearts. Some people wrote 2 or 3 times in hopes of getting an answer from an imagined kindred spirit, a fantasied soulmate, or a famous killer. Religion was another common topic, encouraging Holmes to get right with God and accept Jesus in one way or another. Still another group, from inmates of assorted jails and prisons or fans of murder, offered commiseration with the writer's own fights with the law or said they were sure he'd been framed in some broad conspiracy. Then there were the simply crazy ones who ran the gamut from impassioned interpretations of random song lyrics to diagnosing imaginary brain tumors to asking the former budding scientist to help with math homework. The first outside mental health professional to interview Holmes after the shootings was an expert retained by the defense, Denver psychiatrist and neurologist Dr. Jonathan Woodcock. Dr. Woodcock was chosen by Holmes's lawyers less than a day after they were appointed. He was sent to the jail with a defense team investigator, social worker Kevin Bishop, to evaluate Holmes's psychiatric condition primarily as it might be relevant to defending him against the criminal charges, not to focus on his clinical needs. At the time, Dr. Woodcock's findings would be available only to the defense. Woodcock's notes and testimony indicate that he met with Holmes for a little less than 3 hours on July 24, 4 days after the shootings. Jail records say July 22, a discrepancy that was never explained. Dr. Woodcock saw Holmes early in his incarceration only once. That fact would become relevant at the trial. He apparently planned to see Holmes again about a week later, on July 30, but didn't actually return until almost 3 years had passed, after jury selection for the trial had begun. That first visit was confusing to both Holmes and the jail medical staff. Dr. Woodcock was not James Holmes's clinical psychiatrist, although he appears to have made certain recommendations about treatment. He was an agent of Holmes's lawyers with a forensic, legal purpose. Although almost all of his assessment focused on Holmes's psychiatric and medical condition, Woodcock was specifically told and sometimes guided by social worker investigator Bishop not to delve into certain topics related to the wrongfulness of the shootings. He was not Holmes's doctor. Holmes apparently misunderstood that and, one way or another, was left without psychiatric treatment for almost 4 months. Much of Dr. Woodcock's purpose in evaluating Holmes at that time was to determine his competency to stand trial, though his defense attorneys considered an insanity defense from the day of Holmes's arrest. Competency to stand trial is a very different concept from that of an insanity defense. Trial competency has to do with the defendant's current ability to understand and participate in the trial process. Criminal insanity, or other psychiatric mitigation of criminal charges, is largely predicated on the perpetrator's mental state, his or her ability to be responsible for otherwise criminal acts at the time of the alleged crime. That made it important to assess Holmes's mental condition as soon after the shootings as possible. In that sense, Dr. Woodcock had a better opportunity than any other psychiatrist or psychologist to see Holmes as he actually may have been during the shootings just a few days before. All the other psychiatric and psychological experts came much later to the task of piecing together his mental state as of July 20, 2012. Although it was timely, Woodcock's interview and examination suffered from several problems with regard to its forensic usefulness. First, the defense lawyers restricted what Woodcock could explore with Holmes. That inability to do a complete evaluation would later cast significant doubt on both the validity and the credibility of his opinions. Second, he allowed a defense representative to sit in on his examination and even to participate briefly at times, something usually considered anathema to forensic psychiatry evaluations. Third, Dr. Woodcock, a well-trained and respected clinician, lacked subspecialty training in forensic work and had little experience interviewing criminal defendants to assess criminal responsibility. An experienced forensic psychiatrist would have carried out the interview differently and would have rankled at restrictions and interference from the lawyers. Finally, there appears to have been some confusion in Dr. Woodcock's, Holmes's, and the jail clinicians' minds about Woodcock's role vis-à-vis the defendant. He wasn't there to treat Holmes or be his doctor, which would have further compromised Woodcock's role as a defense expert. But both the jail's clinical psychiatrist, Dr. Irwin Mosier, no relation to shooting victims Veronica and Ashley Mosier, and Holmes himself got the opposite impression. That confusion would prove important during the trial some 3 years later. Dr. Woodcock found Holmes to be tired and a bit angry. In spite of some symptoms of severe mental illness, Holmes sat comfortably during the entire interview. He knew where he was and why he was in jail, the roles of the guards around him, and the general process of going to trial, all topics related to mental competency to stand trial. His affect, facial expressions of feelings and emotion, was blunted, with little outward appearance of empathy for those hurt or killed in the shootings, something Woodcock labeled dissociation of affect, in which a person's psyche blocks painful emotions from coming to consciousness. Holmes wanted to avoid some topics, such as his family, but otherwise appeared emotionless. Remember that the defense lawyers told Woodcock not to go into the subject of the shootings themselves, their planning, or anything related to them, and kept their investigator in the room to monitor the interview. Dr. Woodcock had no access at the time to the voluminous records that were being collected about every aspect of Holmes's life. He couldn't review the police reports or interrogation interviews. Woodcock was essentially in the dark except for what Holmes said and how he acted during the examination. Some people think psychiatrists can read minds, or at least see everything beneath the surface of the people we interview, that we interpret everything we hear and read important meaning into every nuance. That's not true. Our impressions and opinions and diagnoses are only as good as the information at hand. For Dr. Woodcock, most of the information at hand was Holmes's own statements, which were few and blunted, plus whatever he had heard from the media and defense lawyers at that early date. Holmes's statements during his relatively short evaluation, at a time when Woodcock thought him to be psychotic, including Holmes's descriptions of his past activities, behavior, symptoms, and treatment, were incomplete at best, and at worst markedly colored by Holmes's situation, misunderstandings, and mental illness. Holmes told Woodcock that he had been suicidal and that killing people was a way to stop being suicidal. He said that he tried other ways to deal with his problems, but had to go to Plan C and kill people. He talked a lot about impulses to kill and the ways he explored them, but his only references to the actual shootings were framed as what I did. Holmes said that once something came into his thoughts, he felt compelled to do it. He had been catatonic, he said, suffering from a sort of mentally caused paralysis, but he also needed to work and study, so he limited the catatonia to his lunch hour, a behavior quite inconsistent with true catatonia. He described going on spending sprees after starting the antidepressant medication sertraline, Zoloft, that Dr. Fenton had prescribed, which he, Holmes, assumed meant that he had become manic. Never mind that the buying he did was of weapons, ammunition, and other materials that he needed for his assault on the Century 16 victims. That doesn't suggest mania. Holmes apparently didn't look very anxious or depressed during Woodcock's assessment. His descriptions were sometimes a little disconnected, but not so disjointed that he could be described as acutely psychotic. Holmes denied that he'd had any hallucinations during the previous several days, though he spoke of earlier seeing vague shadows that he couldn't explain. No voices had commanded him to shoot people or to plan the shootings, but he had felt a strong pressure to carry out the mission. Dr. Woodcock inferred psychosis at the time because of Holmes's lack of any logical reason for the shootings. What Woodcock believed was delusional reasoning about the value Holmes expected from killing others, and his interpretation of Holmes's apparent lack of empathy as psychotically defensive. Defense investigator Bishop interrupted Woodcock's interview at least twice. The first time, Bishop implied that people in the jail would probably be safe around Holmes if they didn't do anything to provoke him. In the second instance, Holmes had volunteered a comment about killing people if provoked, and Bishop inserted something like, "to defend yourself," into his statement. Both interruptions could be interpreted as downplaying Holmes's dangerousness in order to help the defense. They decreased the objectivity and credibility of the examination. Dr. Woodcock was the first psychiatrist to diagnose a schizophrenia-related disorder in Holmes, although Dr. Fenton had considered one, basing that diagnosis solely on his July 2012 interview. He came to a primary clinical impression of schizoaffective disorder, a mental illness that includes significant mood instability, depression, and/or mania, in addition to the markedly disordered thinking found in schizophrenia. Woodcock diagnosed antisocial personality disorder as well, and an anxiety disorder. Whether or not one or more of those diagnoses was correct, they are to some extent mutually exclusive. That will be addressed in more detail later, along with the differences among the various psychiatric experts' diagnoses. Was Holmes faking when he talked to Dr. Woodcock, using his intellect to manipulate the examination? No, almost certainly not, but the question of malingering, faking symptoms for personal gain, would be raised many times over the next 3 years. Woodcock did not record or video his interview. He relied on contemporaneous notes that he later described as spotty. He didn't press Holmes for details on very many points. He didn't gather his findings into a report, nor did the defense lawyers request one until almost 3 years later. He sort of disappeared from the case until it finally went to trial. Both ACDF clinical psychiatrist Dr. Moser and correctional psychologist Dr. Elizabeth Sather visited Holmes during his first few days in jail. Holmes politely refused to talk with them, saying mistakenly, "I already have a psychiatrist, Dr. Woodcock." A senior jail administrator initially instructed Dr. Moser not to examine Holmes, apparently because of directions from the defense attorneys, the sensitivity of the case, a belief that Dr. Woodcock was handling Holmes's clinical issues, or some combination of those. Dr. Moser monitored Holmes's condition by reading jail staff notes and later said that he attempted to contact Dr. Woodcock several times to be sure that Holmes was receiving adequate follow-up. He wasn't. It appears that Woodcock neither responded to Dr. Moser, assuming he received the calls, nor returned to follow up with his assessment. Holmes was thus not offered and did not receive any psychiatric medications for months after his arrest. Dr. Sather and other mental health and medical staff visited regularly to offer counseling and do welfare checks and periodic health screenings. Holmes told them each time that he was doing fine. He usually declined further conversation. Holmes occasionally wrote things during the several months after his arrest. He described most of his writings as philosophical, sometimes with a science fiction bent. I was reading sci-fi at the time. He didn't see himself as a prisoner author like Galileo or Solzhenitsyn, but he had important ideas to get down on paper. He wrote a few dozen pages between August and December of 2012, not much for several months of incarceration, sometimes with small drawings, about such topics as galactic colonization, the ultraception, awareness, and others that could be viewed either philosophically or psychiatrically. He wrote briefly about life and death, infinity and the finite, and about death as a dreamless sleep. The pieces are short. Except for inventing a new card game, he never expanded them beyond a few pages. Here are some examples. Galactic colonization. 1. Locate hospitable planet. 2. Terraform amenable unhospitable planet. 3. evolve human species on Earth to niche environment, a replica or unhospitable planet, small scale. 4. Design pseudo-human with features enabling life on unhospitable planet, but still retaining the human spirit or essential essence of being human. Devise machine that can create human life when destination reached. Did God do this with humans as machine to create God? What is destination? What is God? Awareness. The state of awareness changes from wakefulness to sleep, from life to pseudo-death. States of awareness are as fundamental as space-time, hot, cold, or solid, liquid. And later, probably after he began taking psychiatric medication in November of 2012, a poem. Forevermore, forever. What cruel dies of fate, whom sunken lies in wait, the past exceeds escape. To live and love and hate, with destiny I cry, forevermore, forever. It is easy to interpret some of Holmes's writing as odd, even as evidence of psychosis, but that would be speculative. Just as Holmes's pre-shooting notebook had parts that varied in logic and meaning, none of which could be definitively explained without being in the room with him as he wrote, his jail writings vary as well. Some seem to be practical or philosophical musings, some creative outlets, and some maybe crazy efforts to explain life's mysteries. Having already said that even incoherent writings shouldn't be interpreted out of context, it is interesting that Holmes's most normal-appearing jail writing may have been produced after he started taking antipsychotic medication in late November 2012. Contrary to some reports, his own recollections indicate that a poignant 6-line poem and very logical directions for a fantasy card game he called Barons of the Land were written in December, just after he started taking the antipsychotic medication risperidone. As we talked over a year later about Holmes's writings, it became clear that some were simply ways to pass the time. Some were efforts to understand or express thoughts, much as an artist sometimes paints with realism and sometimes waxes abstract in the extreme. Not to compare Holmes with E. Cummings or T.S. Eliot, but he has as much right as the next person to write abstractly without being called crazy. His musings about galactic colonization, for example, follow reasoning that exobiologists have employed for years. Nevertheless, many of the mental health professionals who read Holmes's writings saw at least some of it as evidence of his mental illness. The fact that he wrote much less after starting antipsychotic medication, and his own comment that the impulse to write had slowed since he began treatment, suggest that they may have been right. Holmes was a model prisoner through that first July, August, September, October, and much of November. His dyed hair soon grew out to its normal color. He grew a beard. He never had altercations with anyone, and he cooperated with custody staff orders and requests. He kept to himself, whether by personality or due to mental illness, maybe both. There is no record of him striking up conversations with the deputies or expressing interest in anyone else. His parents, still in California, wrote to him often, but he never wrote back. He said his lack of corresponding was partly because he had to be careful about helping the prosecution. All of his correspondence was monitored by the jail and available to law enforcement and the prosecution. But that doesn't wash completely, nor does it explain why his sister very rarely wrote. His family either couldn't visit or weren't allowed for months after Holmes's arrest. They eventually met with Holmes in a jail visiting room with his lawyers and were his first outside visitors other than Dr. Woodcock. After that, he saw them only when they came to town for periodic court hearings. Early in his incarceration, Holmes would get a bit emotional and occasionally a little tearful when he thought about his family. That passed with time. After a few months, he said, he kind of accepted the way things are. His mother wrote often, his dad a little less, their letters brought to the jail by his lawyers. He looked forward to the letters, they made him happy. Sister Chris, on the other hand, didn't write. At first he told me, "It doesn't matter if she writes to me or not. I know she loves me anyway." But he soon admitted that if I had a choice, I would want to hear from her. Holmes had an unrealistic, psychologically defensive view of his isolation and the reasons some people wrote or, more important, didn't write to him. To protect himself from feeling hurt, he unconsciously chose to ignore any contradiction between getting thousands of cards and letters from strangers and the complete absence of communication from his sister and former friends. He took exception to any suggestion that Chris had abandoned him, or vice versa, but admitted that he probably wouldn't write to her even if his lawyers said it was okay. "I don't have much to talk about," he said, with a chuckle that seemed out of place. "There's books I'm reading and TV I'm watching. That's about it." He would have written to his mom if the lawyers had allowed it, he said, just 'cause she writes so often. It hurts to be ignored or isolated from the people in our lives, but isolation was an old friend to Holmes, a tool for easing uncomfortable situations and keeping troublesome feelings at bay. He created explanations plausible to him but transparently illogical to the rest of us, to assuage, no, to prevent the pain. As late as the summer of 2014, 2 years after the shootings, Holmes still believed that his graduate school friends, Ben, Tim, Gargi, and Hillary, though they had never written to him, thought of him as having been a good friend. "They knew me before I was outright mentally ill. They'd probably want to distance themselves from me so they don't get lumped in as related to a killer. I think they'd care about me." He didn't think his friends would be angry at him unless it interfered with their lives or the press interfered with their lives. I think they'd be supportive. Holmes's denial of the almost universal hatred of him expressed by society, to be fair, most vehemently expressed on social media and an internet that he couldn't see, was striking. When I asked what he thought the public felt about him, what people would say about him, he answered, dislike, they would say, misunderstood. They don't have the full picture of my life and what's happened. There's no indication in the record that Holmes suffered significant mental discomfort for the first 100 days or so of jail. He was continuously monitored with video day and night, but after saving the first few weeks of uneventful video recordings, custody staff began to record over the video every 24 hours. In October, he exercised a lot and sometimes didn't eat supper, but he had lots of commissary snacks and was gaining weight. Sometimes he would spin during his exercising, but he had no complaints. No distress noted, the record said. He got books from the library cart. He kept himself and his cell clean, chatted briefly with staff from time to time, cracked an occasional smile. Daily medical unit notes and other records were unremarkable until mid-November. Then everything changed. At about 4:30 in the morning on November 11, 2012, jail surveillance video showed Holmes climbing into a standing position on his bunk and facing the near wall. He stood there for a moment, perhaps pensive, touched his bearded chin with his left hand, and reached out to the wall a couple of times. He crossed his arms on his chest, gripping his shoulders. He continued to stand, maybe gathering courage or just preparing himself. 30 seconds later, he let himself fall stiffly, straight backward, off the 18-inch high bunk, reflexively putting out his arms and lifting his head just before his back and buttocks hit the hard floor. The jail deputy's report, not entirely true to the video, was that he jumped backward off the bunk. His defense lawyers implied that Holmes made no attempt to catch himself. That's not true either. Whatever his purpose, Holmes let himself fall straight backward and at the last moment, consciously or not, put out his arms and kept his head from hitting the floor. In some interviews and clinical visits after that, Holmes said he was trying to get bad thoughts out of his head. At other times, he didn't remember or never knew exactly what he was thinking. Whatever his motivations at the time, it hurt. Holmes doubled up, clutched one hand between his knees, and writhed a bit before lying back and closing his eyes. Guards, at least 3 of them, were there within a couple of minutes. One can see everyone's lips moving. The video lacks sound. The deputies talked to him, he talked to them. He remained on the floor, arms crossed, not apparently injured. The guards hovered a few feet away, and then Holmes stood up and left the cell with the officers. He was going to BC. BC means behavior control. A BC cell is the jail's safe place. It's where the staff puts inmates who are suicidal or violent. In Holmes's case, they wrote that he was on suicide watch. It was for his own good. BC cells, there are more than one at the Arapahoe County Jail, have other names among ACDF staff and inmates. The Hole, the Rubber Room. It's not rubber as in soft and bouncy, but hard rubber, almost as hard as the brick walls it thinly covers. There's no furniture. There are no fixtures except a metal drain in the middle of the floor. That's the toilet. There's a food slot in the door, commonly called the pie hole. Inmates in the hole never get pie. Holmes was put in the hole, no doubt physically safer than his cell at the time, but extremely isolated and continuously observed with live video. His clothes were removed and he was given a suicide gown or smock and a suicide blanket, both made of material that couldn't be torn or used to hurt himself. For the first few hours he walked about or slept wrapped in the blanket. At some point he defecated on the floor. No one picked up the turds. Holmes remembered the BC cell as a time when he was quite psychotic. I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to, hide them. So I would say a bunch of colors like red, blue, green, red, and then, point in my cell and stuff in random locations to get them to stop listening to my thoughts, to hide them. Some 6 hours after Holmes was put in BC, some members of the medical staff came to talk with him. He was sitting nude, facing the back wall. He told one of them in disjointed terms that he was trying to keep it together, but was afraid of what he might do. He seemed very confused, staring intently but blankly at a staff person, doubting that he was real and asking to shake the person's hand to be sure. That wasn't allowed under the circumstances. A safety mattress was ordered, but never came. A few hours after that, a jail deputy on video surveillance duty reported that Holmes had run headfirst into the cell wall. Guards and a nurse, Nancy Winiger, reacted at once and found him lying on the floor with the suicide blanket over his face. He had no open wounds, but there was a red mark on his forehead. Holmes seemed passive as they examined him from a distance, and then he grabbed for the nurse's leg. She retreated through the cell door. That night, Holmes paced in the BC cell continuously, stopped for a moment, and then fell straight back onto the floor. He lay there as deputies and 2 nurses came to examine him. His eyes were closed and fluttering as he moved about. He was difficult to examine. The nurses didn't touch him because of what they described as unpredictable behavior, but appeared uninjured. The next morning, Holmes continued to behave oddly, now lying naked on the floor, now throwing his suicide sack breakfast, finger food with no utensils, onto the drain toilet in the middle of the cell, now licking the cell wall, now trying to jump up and look out the small, high cell window. He was restless, seemed to ignore staff attempts to talk with him, and continued his blank but penetrating stare. Jail administration and medical services were aware that something was very wrong mentally and that his intake of food and fluids was very low. monitored him. He continued to appear confused and responded oddly when staff asked how they could help. A deputy asked if he was thirsty. He said, "I don't know where the water is." At midday, he put his lunch meat between two flattened paper cups and ate everything. He did backward somersaults while trying to balance a paper cup on his penis. He remained naked in spite of the smock provided. Jail psychologist Dr. Sather came by that afternoon, but he refused to talk with her. He accepted supper and then mashed it into his blanket. Water was offered often, but he didn't drink anything for at least 36 hours. They monitored him. During the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13, Holmes stood and again defecated onto the cell floor. They continued to monitor him. Around 9 o'clock that morning, Nurse Sandy Pagan tried to examine Holmes. He resisted and sometimes required several guards to contain his agitation. He would not or could not stand. His eyes were very bloodshot and tearful. The nurse thought perhaps there was trauma from his contact lenses, but she couldn't find them in his eyes. He was verbally unresponsive, but moved his lips as if trying to speak. He resisted when others tried to move his limbs or open his eyes. He sometimes assumed catatonic postures, placing his limbs in unusual positions and holding them motionless indefinitely. Nurse Pagan noted his lack of eating or drinking in the record, and that his feet were covered in feces. Dr. Jason Grope, the jail medical director, reviewed the records and tried to examine Holmes after Nurse Pagan's efforts, with limited success. Holmes was lying on the cell floor, shaky and sometimes rigid. Dr. Grope ordered him taken to the emergency room at Denver Health Medical Center, DHMC, for tests to rule out head injury, dehydration, and other medical problems. Jail psychiatrist Dr. Moser also wrote a note in the record that morning, perhaps after viewing Holmes on video, but probably not seeing him in person. A little after 11 a.m., he was strapped to a gurney and sent to DHMC by ambulance. He was back at the jail in another BC cell just 2 hours later. There's no record of his being seen in the emergency room. He simply had the CT scan and blood tests requested by Dr. Grope. He received half a liter of intravenous fluid on the way to the hospital. Upon his return, Holmes appeared about the same as when he had left the jail. EMS workers reported that he said a few words in the ambulance, but he didn't seem to know what had transpired. Jail staff put him on a mat in the BC cell and continued monitoring him by video. He didn't move. They occasionally offered water and other help. He sometimes mumbled quietly and incoherently. He laid there naked, not eating or drinking, for hours. They kept monitoring him. About 8 p.m., deputies entered the cell and offered food and drink again. He drank the water and ate a little, then lay back down on the floor and stared at the ceiling. The next morning, now more than 3 days since falling backward from his bunk, Holmes was behaving even more bizarrely, standing naked, not responding, crying at times. He mindlessly tried to stuff his food back through the pie hole, like an automaton, mucus streaming from his nose down his chin onto the floor. His lawyers came to talk about a court hearing the next day. He didn't respond to them either. A nurse that morning, Carl Anderson, noticed the feces still caked between his toes. Anderson took the time to wash Holmes's feet. He didn't resist that kindness. They kept monitoring him. Early that afternoon, Holmes again ran headlong, literally, into the cell wall. Video shows him standing naked, blanket on the floor, facing the back wall. He seemed to ponder it for a moment, pressed on the wall with his fingers, perhaps checking its hardness, and then stepped back 6 or 8 feet for the run. This time he kept his arms behind him and didn't slow down until the crown of his head hit the wall. Holmes fell back and then sat up and rocked to and fro. It hurt. He stayed on the floor, sitting cross-legged and facing the wall, now putting his arm up, now turning gingerly as if to see if anything were injured. After 5 minutes, he got up. He walked to the wall, looking dazed, touched it, turned slowly, and then went to the round grate in the middle of the floor. He stood directly on the drain and turned around several times, unsteady. It's hard to interpret his actions, much less his thoughts. It took almost 6 minutes from the time of impact for the guards to arrive. Dr. Grope was called. Holmes yelled, "I see shadows, you're a shadow." At one point, 9 custody and medical staff were in the BC cell as he was immobilized and strapped into a restraint chair, a spit guard cowl put over his head. An IV was started, and he was given lorazepam, Ativan. In addition to the head trauma, Dr. Grope diagnosed acute dehydration and ordered 3 liters of intravenous fluid, Ringer's lactate. 3 liters is about 60% of a normal adult's entire blood volume. The fluids and medication helped. After a couple of hours, the IV was removed and Holmes was released from the restraint chair. He communicated a bit and followed commands. He finally began to urinate again, thanks to the massive IV fluid replenishment, but he still didn't eat or drink on his own. As the lorazepam wore off, his bizarre movements and lack of responses returned. The staff notes often said, "No distress noted," a standard nursing note when a patient isn't complaining. On the other hand, it was obvious that Holmes couldn't express distress directly. They kept monitoring him. By Monday, November 15, Holmes had not taken any food or oral fluids for 2 days and was again lying on the floor, almost always naked, shivering and not communicating. Dr. Mosier sometimes watched him on video but didn't see him in person. Jail staff prepared to implement a starvation protocol, efforts to force nutrition when an inmate repeatedly refuses to eat. Mosier made plans to transfer Holmes to the secure wing of the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo, 110 miles away, for more definitive medical and psychiatric care. Later that morning, as the starvation protocol procedures were being read to him, Holmes suddenly became agitated and was again strapped into a restraint chair. That afternoon, rather than going to the state mental hospital, he was sent back to DHMC, this time for inpatient treatment. He was admitted to DHMC under an alias, though it wouldn't have taken much imagination to figure out that Brady, Arkansas, admitted November 15, was the same person as the James Holmes who received a CT scan November 13. After all, they were both from the jail, had the same medical record number, and shared a birthday. Holmes was very ill when he arrived at the hospital. In addition to acute delirium, his severe dehydration and starvation had caused a serious imbalance of electrolytes, vital elements in his blood. Psychiatrist Dr. Rachel Davis saw more than delirium in Holmes's behavior. He sometimes exhibited catatonic posturing, suggesting psychosis associated with a schizophrenia-like disorder. Emergency nutrients and medications were administered at once, and he was admitted to the internal medicine service. Psychiatric consultation was quickly obtained. The various specialists tried to figure out what was wrong. Intravenous rehydration and nutrition stabilized his physical condition, antipsychotic medication began to calm his agitation, and Holmes slept. Over the next 5 days, he began to eat and drink on his own, slowly regaining a grasp on reality. He started to talk, albeit with the slow, oddly responding speech he had exhibited since his arrest. He spoke of hearing voices, being suspicious of the jail food, and ramming his head into the wall to get the bad thoughts out, thoughts that he was hungry and thirsty. While he was still delirious, he said he was in jail because "I pulled away from the people I knew. I drank their blood. I took the blood that wasn't mine to take. I was selfish." By the time Holmes was well enough to be discharged 5 days later, the doctors had considered several significant psychiatric diagnoses. There was insufficient evidence, however, to verify any of them, so the psychiatrist summarized his condition as psychosis not otherwise specified. That's a generic acknowledgement that he had been psychotic, but also that his symptoms didn't fit accepted criteria for more specific disorders. The internists were confident that his physical and neurological findings, such as the acute delirium, had been caused by dehydration and starvation. Holmes was sent back to the jail on November 20 with antipsychotic medication, risperidone, often prescribed for patients with schizophrenia-like symptoms, and an anti-anxiety drug, lorazepam. The discharge orders said that he was soon to return to DHMC for follow-up, but that didn't happen. ACDF staff returned him to his regular cell on the medical unit, not the BC cell, and Dr. Mosier prescribed his medication through the jail pharmacy. He was followed closely on video and with nursing visits several times a day. He ate well, had no complaints, appeared to behave normally, took his medications as prescribed, and sometimes even chatted a little with the corrections officers. The ultimate cause of Holmes's bizarre and self-destructive behavior, the thing that made it all happen, was never completely determined. Did he suffer from paranoid delusions that made him stop eating and drinking at the jail, becoming over days so physiologically impaired that his behavior became bizarre and self-injurious? That seems likely, especially in light of his lack of psychiatric treatment at the jail before his November break. Brain damage from either the fall from his bunk or hitting his head on the walls is an unlikely explanation, since 2 CT scans were negative, and neurological examination found only abnormalities that could be attributed to the delirium, which cleared when his hydration, electrolyte balance, and nutritional status were restored. The search for a clear cause for his symptoms is made more difficult because cell surveillance video for the weeks before the fall was erased every 24 hours, and he didn't talk with a mental health professional or any other clinician until well after the problems became severe. December 13, 2012 was Holmes's 25th birthday. There's no indication that either his birthday or Christmas was a special day, or that either was even marked in passing. Dr. Mosier saw Holmes on December 28, 6 weeks after he had returned from DHMC. Holmes seemed depressed and voiced some suicidal thoughts. The doctor added escitalopram, Lexapro, an antidepressant, to his antipsychotic medication, risperidone. Escitalopram works for many, but not all depressed patients. Most need at least a week to respond and several weeks to experience full therapeutic effect. 6 days later, the custody staff reported that Holmes seemed to have a wild look in his eyes. Dr. Sather met with him later that morning and asked how he was doing. "Not good," he said, talking with her more readily than usual. He told her that he was still thinking about suicide, perhaps by strangling himself with his clothing or a bedsheet. "There wasn't much reason to stay alive," he admitted. "I'd rather be dead." Dr. Sather tried to get him to promise not to kill himself and to tell the deputies when he had impulses to do it. He wouldn't or couldn't make such a promise. Suicide is a big problem in jails, and protecting inmates from harming themselves is a difficult task. People such as Holmes have both internal and external suicide risk factors: their depression and other mental illnesses, their isolation, their boring existence, and of course, the likelihood of life imprisonment or the death penalty. Threats of suicide are a slightly different problem. Inmates quickly learn that talking to staff about dying can change the way they're housed or treated and get them some respite from day-to-day jail life. Voicing suicidal thoughts can be a manipulation for extra attention. Even negative attention is sometimes better than nothing. It may postpone distressing court dates. Knowing whether or not the threat, the risk, is serious is difficult for jail psychiatrists, counselors, and other staff. Most understand that although the probability of suicide may be low, the stakes are very high. Once significant risk comes to light, the task for both clinical and custody staff officers becomes one of keeping the inmate alive. Keeping inmates alive isn't very hard if you're willing to take away their clothes, their belongings, and their furniture, and watch them every minute. That's what ACDF did with its inmates on suicide watch. A short-term solution with problems and risks of its own, probably designed in part to decrease fake claims of suicidal thoughts. And it's what happened the first time Holmes went to the hole. Holmes didn't want that. He called it torturous. But he didn't object very strenuously either, and he wouldn't agree to a no-suicide contract. No-suicide contracts don't reduce suicide risk anyway. Truly suicidal people often kill themselves in spite of such promises. Holmes was again put into a BC cell. No furnishings, toilet grate in the middle of the floor, suicide mat for sleeping, his clothes replaced by a suicide smock. He behaved normally for him this time. He ate well, drank plenty of fluids, and took his medication as prescribed. There were no odd movements, no signs of psychosis, no banging of his head against the wall. The jail didn't preserve the continuous video as they had before, but staff wrote frequent notes about his condition, and Doctors Mosier and Sather saw him daily. Each day he would ask about returning to his cell in the medical unit, MC1. Dr. Sather and Dr. Mosier sympathized with his discomfort, but acted with great caution, explaining, and he seemed to understand, that they needed to be sure he wasn't suicidal before taking him out of BC. They explored as best they could his feelings about the current court hearing, the bleakness of his future, not seeing his parents or sister, and his isolation. He didn't have or wasn't able to express any feelings about those things. Sometimes he seemed confused when they asked what he thought or how he felt. I don't understand the question. He preferred the concrete, the literal, the psychologically safe, and he continued to stare, pupils usually huge, without outward emotion. That was nothing new. 10 days later, on January 14, Mosier and Sather agreed that Holmes could return to his regular infirmary cell. He seemed happier, and the next few months passed without incident. The antidepressants seemed to be helping. He was still distant, with a flat affect, and responded in short answers, but he'd occasionally smile or make a little small talk with the deputies. Doctors Sather and Mosier saw him monthly for a while and assured him that they were available whenever he asked. He didn't ask and often declined his regular clinic visits. But he took his medications regularly. Holmes's mental condition had stabilized, due at least in part to modest doses of antipsychotic and antidepressant medications. There would be no significant incidents for the remainder of his stay in ACDF. In March 2013, Holmes's lawyers offered the district attorney, on Holmes's behalf, a comprehensive guilty plea in return for the prosecution's not seeking the death penalty. The prosecution declined the plea bargain and on April 1 gave official notice that they would indeed seek the death penalty. 6 weeks later, on May 13, the defense formally advised the court that Holmes would plead not guilty by reason of insanity. 11. The lawyers, the court, and the shrinks. Grimacing red-faced, as if he were crying, shaking, breathing hard and unable to talk. Holmes, during an early interview by Dr. Raquel Gurr. Defense counsel was appointed within a day of the shootings. Holmes would be represented by lawyers from the Colorado State Public Defender's Office, Tamara Brady and Daniel King, both chief trial deputies, Kristen Nelson, Catherine Spangler, and Rebecca Higgs, all aided by paralegals, assistants, and 2 defense investigators, Kevin Bishop, who is also a social worker, and John Gunglock. The team eventually defended Holmes on 166 criminal charges, including 24 counts of murder, 140 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of explosives possession, and a sentence enhancement count associated with crimes of violence. Each murder and attempted murder charge was made twice, once with deliberation, and once for extreme indifference, a legal catchphrase associated with pursuing the death penalty. The prosecution was led by 18th District of Colorado District Attorney George Brockler and some of his most senior prosecutors, Karen Pearson, Rich Orman, Jacob Edson, and Lisa Teach McGuire, a victims' rights specialist. The DA's office also employed an outside death penalty expert, Dan Zook. The case was assigned to the court of Judge Carlos A. Samur, Jr., an experienced jurist who would carefully and successfully manage 3 years of prosecution and defense motions, hearings, negotiations, and legal wrangling as the case followed its circuitous path toward the most sensational trial in Colorado history. Colorado is a death penalty state. 8 months after Holmes's arrest, his lawyers went to District Attorney Brockler with an offer to plead guilty in return for a sentence of life without parole. Brockler, a thoughtful but fiery law and order prosecutor, declined. To Brockler, as to most people in Colorado, if anyone deserved the death penalty, it was Holmes. The defense's subsequent filing of an insanity plea began an extraordinary saga of investigation, almost obsessive defendant examination, legal negotiation, trial preparation, media sensation, and expense unique in the annals of Colorado, perhaps U.S., judicial history. Once D.A. Brockler made it clear that he was going to prosecute the case fully and seek the death penalty, the defense had no choice except to highlight Holmes's odd behaviors and try to find enough serious mental illness to mitigate the charges or, better, exonerate Holmes through an insanity defense. There was little question that he had a mental disorder, perhaps more than one. The defense's job was to investigate and show that his psychiatric condition had a substantial, perhaps controlling, effect on him during and just before the shootings. Most crimes aren't crimes unless the defendant intends to do something criminal. A person who commits an otherwise criminal act, but whose mental condition removed his or her ability to intend for the act to be criminal, can be found not guilty or not criminally responsible because that mental intent, called mens rea, was absent. The point is one's ability to form the intent that is the necessary element of the crime. In the absence of intent to commit a crime, there is none. Every state and almost every country in the world has some version of an insanity defense, though a couple of states don't call it that. In the United States, the insanity defense and the possible finding of not guilty by reason of insanity or a similar phrase is almost always misunderstood by those who've never worked with it. The first thing to understand is that the legal wording and definitions of insanity in criminal statutes don't refer directly to any clinical psychiatric concept. The word insanity doesn't even appear in most psychiatric textbooks, nor in current or recent editions of our official Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5. The various state definitions of criminal insanity and the federal one differ a little from one another, but they all start by requiring that the defendant had a serious mental disease or defect. We'll concentrate on disease at the time of the alleged offense. It's very important to understand the next requirement. If the A, existence, and B, timing of the serious mental disease is established, it must still be shown that C, the disease caused the defendant to be D, incapable of intending to commit a crime. The take-home point is that no mental disorder is specifically equated with criminal insanity. The defendant's functioning as a result of the disease at the time of the act is what matters, and it matters only after a qualifying disease is established. In Colorado, as of the Aurora shootings, those criteria were phrased as A, so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, except that care should be taken not to confuse such mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, for when the act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. Or B, suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented the person from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse such mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when the act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. Diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Further, mental disease or defect includes only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance, but does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, NGRI, then he or she is, as a matter of law, not guilty of the crimes alleged. He or she is not a criminal. As strange as that may sound in a case of killing and injuring scores of people, it makes sense. Compare the NGRI concept to a 5-year-old playing cops and robbers who shoots his friend with a gun he finds lying in the street, or to a woman who has a blowout on a freeway and plows into a school bus. Neither is called a criminal, and neither is likely to be charged with a crime. Similarly, if a person's diseased mind causes him truly to believe, through no fault of his own, that people around him are demons trying to eat his soul, and he stabs them in what he thinks is self-defense, it isn't fair or legal to find him guilty of a crime. Whether or not those principles of law could be applied to James Holmes would be another matter altogether. Certain legal procedures had to be followed in order for Holmes to plead NGRI. First, a defendant who places his or her sanity at issue waives any confidentiality or privilege with regard to mental condition. Psychiatric records and other evidence, evaluation results, and communications related to sanity are no longer private, no longer the property of the defendant, and no longer covered by the usual rules of confidentiality, especially if introduced at a hearing or trial. Holmes's entire mental health history would be opened. The prosecution and defense would eventually share whatever they wanted to bring to court in the way of examinations, records, expert reports, and the like. A plea of NGRI includes a plea of not guilty. The state, prosecution, must still prove all elements of the crime in order to convict the defendant. It can't merely address his sanity. Intent is only one element of a crime. Others concern whether or not the person committed the act, such as physically being there and taking the money in an alleged bank robbery, with or without intending a crime. As a practical matter, and one reason that the insanity defense is rarely used in spite of rumors to the contrary, such a defense virtually admits that the defendant committed the act in question. I pointed the gun and took the money, but I didn't rob that bank. Insanity verdicts are difficult to win. Even when defendants are clearly and seriously mentally ill, they're often a last resort. One reason has already been mentioned. The defendant essentially confesses to all of the prosecution's allegations except one, intending criminality. Another is that jurors, especially in more conservative parts of the country, don't like the NGRI concept and may be prone to punish unsuccessful insanity defenses with severe verdicts. They, like most people, erroneously view NGRI as a way for criminals to get away with their crimes, to thwart justice, in spite of the fact that most insanity acquittees actually spend more time in institutions than do people found guilty of the same charges. Jurors have to be taught the logic and fairness of the insanity defense, and often must overcome their repugnance for the act, such as a brutal killing, before they can fairly consider whether or not the defendant met insanity criteria. Every defendant is presumed to be sane unless an insanity defense is raised. When that occurs in Colorado, the prosecution then has the burden of proving sanity. Remember, sanity at the time of the alleged offense, beyond reasonable doubt. That's different from most other states, in which the defense has the burden of proving insanity, but by a smaller margin, such as a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. Thus, in Colorado, if the defense in Holmes could merely show the jury reasonable doubt about Holmes's sanity at the time of the shootings, he would be found not guilty by reason of insanity. One of the first things Judge Samur did when Holmes's lawyers offered his insanity defense was to order a sanity evaluation. The defense team had already retained Philadelphia psychiatrist Dr. Raquel Gurr as its primary expert for their purposes. By May 13, 2013, the date the insanity defense was formally entered on Holmes's behalf, Dr. Gurr had already interviewed him 4 times. Dr. Gurr is an eminent psychiatrist, also trained in neurology and radiology, and a much-lauded researcher on schizophrenia, a severe and incurable psychiatric disorder. She had limited experience working with lawyers in courts before examining Holmes, but had been involved in a few defense cases before this one. In her early interviews with Holmes, a few weeks before his acutely psychotic episode in the jail and after he had begun psychotropic medication, she found a man who usually showed very little emotion or expression, who sat without much spontaneous movement, and who answered questions in short, unembellished sentences. He almost never spoke without being asked a question. She reviewed much of the available record with him, asking for his version of information from past reports and observations by his family, teachers, friends, and the jail staff. She asked whether he had fallen or jumped from his bed on November 11. He said a little of both, and that he had done it to protect you guys from me. In a later interview, he said that he expected the shadow to catch him when he fell. Holmes seemed puzzled or confused by some of Gurr's questions, even though they were straightforward, as if his mind were guarding against surprises and needed time to frame a safe answer. That was probably a psychological defense, not a conscious one, and not the same as being intentionally evasive. At several points in Dr. Gurr's first interview with Holmes, when she was pressing him repeatedly about feelings-laden topics, his flat, restricted affect broke down. Gurr described him as becoming emotional, grimacing red-faced as if he were crying, shaking, breathing hard, and unable to talk. The reaction was most pronounced when he was, in her words, trying to express his hopelessness, despair, pain, and the hurt he caused to the family members of those he killed. Those impassioned-appearing behaviors with Dr. Gurr were the most intense outbursts, the only ones, really, reported by any of Holmes's evaluators or interviewers. They are also among his few indicators of remorse. Holmes told Gurr that he was afraid. Of what? She asked. Of people, all people, he responded, including her. He didn't know what she was going to do to him. He spoke of seeing shadows, indicating the wall behind her. With regard to the shootings and their planning, Holmes spoke more poignantly to Dr. Gurr than he would to future psychiatrists and psychologists. He talked about a sense that a master power had taken over his life. He wanted to stop the thoughts of killing himself and others that had been building for years, but he couldn't. He wanted other people, such as Dr. Fenton, to stop him, but the part of him that pressed for killing thwarted his veiled efforts to get the psychiatrist to stop the process. He saw no future for himself, the world, or the universe. Death was a rational step. No life for me, Gurr quoted from her February 2013 interview, meant no life for others. He wasn't angry with other people. This wasn't revenge, but it had to be done. I was called to action. That phrase, called to action, would raise controversy at the trial. Dr. Robert Hanlon, a Chicago neuropsychologist hired, like Gurr, by the defense, tested Holmes extensively in 2013 and 2015. Neuropsychological assessments are different from ordinary psychometrics, intelligence tests, personality inventories such as the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, or the Rorschach inkblots, for example. Most of Hanlon's testing was specific for certain kinds of neurological and combined neurological physical capacity, yielding data about brain function rather than simply psychological topics. Neuropsychological testing is also helpful for revealing faked, malingered, or unusually exaggerated symptoms. There was no significant evidence for either in Dr. Hanlon's results. Hanlon's assessment in April of 2013 indicated that Holmes was in the superior IQ range, that he had above-average memory function, that his ability to process information and coordinate his brain and motor functions was very good, and that his ability to pay attention to visual and auditory tasks was intact. In spite of problems initiating and responding to social interaction, there appeared to be nothing physically wrong with his brain's ability to express things verbally, find words or generate responses, or accurately comprehend oral or written materials. His cognitive, thinking flexibility, ability to inhibit inappropriate responses, make decisions, and regulate his behavior, all known as executive functions in neuropsychology parlance, were within normal limits, but a bit variable and below expectations for his level of intelligence. His reasoning capacity, including forming verbal and spatial concepts and abstracting ideas, was intact. Even his social cognition, as measured by such things as accurately recognizing facial expressions, speech patterns, and social interactions, was found to be within normal limits at the time he was tested. After her first 4 interviews with Holmes and reviewing voluminous records in Dr. Hanlon's testing, Dr. Gurr reported her findings in writing to the defense attorneys. She was quite certain that Holmes suffered from schizophrenia, and that symptoms of schizophrenia were evident and increasing well before he carried out the shootings. She believed that Holmes was so removed from reality during the several weeks before July 20, 2012, that he was acutely psychotic. In her opinion, he had been insane at the time of the shootings. The prosecution retained its own experts to help assess Holmes and his insanity defense. The primary prosecution expert was Dr. Philip Resnick, a Cleveland forensic psychiatrist with extensive experience in murder cases, a long record of work with both prosecutors and defense attorneys, and great credibility in the field. He would consult with Dr. Chris Mohandy, a Southern California forensic psychologist and violence expert whose career included years of law enforcement consultation. Neither Dr. Resnick nor Dr. Mohandy was ever able to examine Holmes. Access to a defendant is largely controlled by the defense, and Holmes's lawyers wanted to limit prosecution opportunities as much as possible. Dr. Resnick reviewed all of the evidence and other information gathered and critically reviewed the testing and reports done by others who had examined Holmes. He and Mohandy helped D.A. Brockler and his team to evaluate those findings and played a role in how some of the examinations would eventually be viewed by the court. Federal and state investigative agencies gathered an enormous amount of information about Holmes's behavior and psychology. Their results were provided to both the prosecution and the defense, but most of it helped the former. Investigators talked with Holmes's professors and friends on the Anschutz campus, former schoolmates, and fellow employees in California, and even sought out Gargi Datta, Holmes's former girlfriend, who was on summer vacation in India. The FBI's Behavior Analysis Unit provided their General Assessment Questionnaire, GAQ, a standardized comprehensive witness information form for use with Datta and at least one of Holmes's other friends, Ben Garcia. The GAQ is designed to be a proxy psychological test in which a friend, coworker, or relative answers narrative questions about the target person, in this case James Holmes, and the person's life, personality traits, behaviors, and attitudes as best he or she can, and then rates almost 200 individual characteristics as they might apply to the target person. The result is used by specially trained agents to psychologically analyze the person in absentia. GAQs from Dada and Garcia figured in an early 2013 psychological summary about Holmes, created by a special agent from the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime. Interestingly, that analysis turned out to be largely inaccurate, in my view, missing several relevant factors found by psychiatrists and psychologists who reviewed huge portions of the chronological record, interviewed dozens of people, performed direct rather than proxy psychological testing, and interviewed Holmes himself. Judge Samur appointed his own expert to evaluate Holmes for the court itself, rather than for either side, Dr. Jeffrey Metzner, a Denver psychiatrist with extensive forensic and clinical credentials, experience, and credibility. Metzner was to develop findings and opinions about Holmes's competence to stand trial, his criminal responsibility, legal sanity, and death penalty mitigation, then present his results to Judge Samur, who would then share them with both the defense and the prosecution. Dr. Metzner had Holmes flown to the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, CMHIP, where he could be examined in a secure clinical setting rather than the jail. After extensive record review and interviews of Holmes's parents and other relevant people, Metzner spent over 25 hours interviewing Holmes on 4 days in August 2013. He also ordered psychological and neuropsychological testing by Drs. B. Thomas Gray and Rose Manguso, CMHIP forensic psychologists who were independent of the defense and prosecution. Holmes spoke to Dr. Metzner about lots of things, including an attempt to differentiate some internal self from his normal self. He described, somewhat disjointedly, attempts to shift the responsibility for planning and carrying out the shootings from his primary self to a different, possessed, or crazy, Holmes's words, persona. Holmes was aware of both of those selves. He could tell them apart. He didn't seem to be talking about fooling a judge or jury, but about dealing with his own psyche, finding a way to mentally reconcile the part of him that planned, shot, and killed in June and July of 2012 with another part of him that was, he thought, normal. Holmes's descriptions and statements to Dr. Metzner differed in some ways from the known record and what he had told Dr. Gurr a few months earlier. For example, Dr. Gurr wrote that he chose the Century 16 Theater because he liked movies, but the record is clear that it was a strategic choice designed, among other things, to increase casualties. Holmes told Gurr that he shot randomly, but there is evidence that he planned to aim as carefully as he could in his choice of sighting systems, for example, actually did aim at people and aimed for specific reasons, such as to prevent them from escaping. He told Dr. Metzner that his rifle jammed after only 15 shots, but some 65 spent .223 casings from the rifle were found on the theater floor, as well as empty magazines that held 30 rounds apiece. Dr. Metzner asked at length about Holmes's concept of human capital, something that apparently had not changed since before the shootings, even after months of antipsychotic medication. Holmes talked about the value of different kinds of people, how much a surgeon's time is worth compared to a janitor's, and how increasing his own human capital, if he could do it by killing others, would somehow make his life more meaningful. Assigning more or less worth to different people is left out of most of Holmes's other statements about human value. In other settings, including my own interviews, he steadfastly asserted that each life was worth 1 point, no more and no less, and the more points he could amass for himself by killing, the better. Holmes still believed that the killings brought greater value to his life, but the 12 additional life points he thought he got from his victims hadn't made him feel any better. The other significant purpose he gave for the shootings, to alleviate his depression and make him feel better, hadn't worked either. He surmised at the time he saw Dr. Metzner that depression has to do with having no purpose, and he, Holmes said, had no purpose. He estimated that killing people had had a 50-50 chance of making him feel better, but it failed. Holmes would say later, and he seemed to sense during his delirium at Denver Health Medical Center, that trading people's lives for a 50-50 chance at feeling less depressed was selfish. Dr. Metzner's mental status exam, the part of his evaluation that described how Holmes looked and acted at the time of his interviews, indicated symptoms and signs similar to those seen by others. Holmes had a flat affect, with little emotion about the killings, injuries, or families of the victims. His ability to think abstractly, as contrasted with concrete thinking, that which focuses on the literal meanings of words and sentences, was limited. That's not a reflection of intellect or brain function in Holmes's case, but of the way his mind needed to keep his thoughts simple and unconflicted, predictable, with no surprises. Holmes was fully oriented. He knew where he was and understood his situation very well. His memory was good. He sometimes said he couldn't remember things, but with a little urging he gave information about his past history, both before and after the shootings, that was generally consistent with the various records and what he had told others. He often answered straightforward questions vaguely or expressed confusion about what the examiner meant, deflecting topics that might lead to something uncomfortable. Although Holmes didn't appear blatantly out of touch with reality, Dr. Metzner believed that his continuing thoughts about human worth and acquiring more worth by killing were delusions, not simply an odd personal philosophy or value system. That, to Metzner, coupled with other statements and behaviors in the interviews, defined Holmes as psychotic. Dr. Gray's testing at the time of Metzner's interviews included several standard psychological instruments, current versions of the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI-2, Personality Assessment Inventory, PAI, Rorschach Inkblot Test, and a test for malingering. The MMPI-2 and PAI are known as multifactorial tests. They rely on statistical comparisons of the examinee's answers to those of many thousands of other people. Patterns of answers are analyzed to arrive at the likely psychological characteristics of the examinee at the time of the testing. The Rorschach is a projective test that attempts to discover hints of a person's unconscious thinking by interpreting his or her responses to standardized but ambiguous images, the inkblots. Gray's psychological instruments generally agreed with Dr. Metzner's findings. There was a high likelihood of depression and psychotic thinking at the time of testing, consistent with a serious condition such as schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. The results also suggested anxiety and signs of personality pathology, a term that describes the long-standing overall ways in which a person deals mentally with people and life. Personality pathology and personality disorders may or may not indicate mental illness, but Holmes's testing indicated perceptual distortions reflective of very poor reality testing abilities. Dr. Manguso's neuropsychological testing, which incorporated something called the Halstead-Reitan battery, had results largely consistent with Dr. Hanlon's of 4 months before. Holmes functioned well, but not perfectly. There were a few areas that suggested brain dysfunction, and on some subtests with average performance, a person of his education might have been expected to be above average. He might have fared worse if he hadn't been taking antipsychotic medication. The testing instruments Dr. Gray and Dr. Manguso used also had elements to uncover different kinds of malingering, lack of interest in answering, and random answers. Malingering is a more complicated concept than simply trying to look sick when one is actually well. Some people try to fake bad, to appear sicker or more mentally ill than they are. Others, including some criminal defendants who don't like the idea of being called crazy, try to fake good, that is, to look normal. Many examinees with real symptoms exaggerate their symptoms to some extent. Sometimes that doesn't mean much, and sometimes it's tantamount to malingering. It is important to understand that defendants who are genuinely mentally ill may try to malinger more symptoms than they really have. The mere presence of malingering doesn't mean the person doesn't have a serious illness. Metzner incorporated his interviews of Holmes and other people, Dr. Gray's and Dr. Manguso's test findings, and the entire record available at the time, some 70,000 pages and hundreds of CDs and DVDs of interviews, surveillance, photos, and paperwork, into a very detailed forensic and diagnostic report that he submitted to Judge Samur. The judge passed it on to the prosecutors and defense lawyers. In his report, Metzner offered his diagnosis of significant mental illness in Holmes, both current and at the time of the cinema shootings. He also opined, however, that from a legal perspective, Holmes was capable of criminal intent, implying legally sane, though that finding must be made by a jury, not a psychiatrist, at the time of the shootings, and was competent to proceed to trial. That is, in spite of serious mental illness, Metzner believed that Holmes could distinguish right from wrong with respect to the shootings, and his mental illness did not prevent him from forming a culpable mental state, intending to commit a crime and knowing that his actions were criminal. Not surprisingly, neither the defense nor the prosecution was completely satisfied with Dr. Metzner's report. The defense wanted Holmes to be more mentally ill than Metzner opined, especially at the time of the shootings. The prosecution hoped he would be virtually normal. Metzner's opinions, formed independently on behalf of the court rather than for the prosecution or defense, didn't support either of their cases as fully as they would have liked. Judge Samur scheduled a hearing in which the lawyers argued their points and petitioned for a new expert. The judge decided in February of 2014, with no prejudice against Dr. Metzner or his excellent work, that the court would embark on a search for a different expert, one who would address the issue of criminal responsibility anew and attempt to answer a list of questions raised by the two sides. I was appointed the following month. 12. My interviews of James Holmes. Kind of like hating broccoli, not a fiery, angry, passionate hate. James Holmes, when I asked about his hatred of mankind. Judge Samur's orders for the new expert were complex. I was to try to reach expert opinions about topics related to Holmes's sanity at and just before the time of the shootings, including psychiatric diagnoses he might have had, and whether or not he cooperated adequately with my evaluation. I would offer opinions, if I could, about Holmes vis-a-vis relevant parts of Colorado's test for sanity. The jury, not the expert witness, is the final arbiter in that regard. Any opinions I offered would have to meet a legal threshold of reasonable medical certainty. Reasonable medical certainty isn't all that certain in court settings. Most jurisdictions, including Colorado, define it simply as more likely than not, about 51% sure. There were other tasks, but I was not to address factors that might mitigate a jury's consideration of the death penalty if he were convicted, nor his current competency to stand trial. Those had been well addressed in Dr. Metzner's report. The first thing I discovered about the case was the extraordinary level of caution taken by Judge Samur to assure Holmes a fair trial, while efficiently moving the pretrial process along. Samur balanced the public's constitutional access to the proceedings against constant threats to judicial fairness from an ever-pressing media and dangers to Holmes and others from zealots and worse. Many of the judge's actions, and almost all work on the case by anyone outside open court, were confidential at the time, protected by gag orders. Participants were firmly reminded not to talk with the media or other outsiders. Emails involving the case were encrypted, and U.S. mail was rarely used. My office staff, like those of every other expert, were instructed about the necessary security measures and advised of the penalties for breaching them. Records were sometimes transported to me in person by legal staffers rather than being entrusted to FedEx, UPS, or even the U.S. mail. A nonpartisan government attorney, Tanya Smith Wheeler, was continuously available, as she had been for Dr. Metzner, to help with legal questions, communicate with the court on my behalf, make sure I had everything I needed to do my job, protect me from media and other unauthorized intrusions, and keep me from inadvertently stepping outside the boundaries set by Judge Samur. The next thing I learned was that this was going to take an enormous amount of time. The two sides, prosecution and defense, were cooperative to a fault, supplying all their records, explaining their views of the case, and being available for conferences and interviews. Colorado and federal law enforcement officers and officials were generous with their time, providing, as they had for Dr. Metzner, records, audio, video, and details of their investigations. Boxes of paper, CDs, and DVDs filled my office. My other cases slowed to a crawl as I worked to review the materials, contact dozens of people associated with Holmes or the case in some way, negotiate the complex legal waters, and prepare to interview Holmes himself. After weeks of reviewing the records and interviewing witnesses, family, and other experts, I went to Arapahoe County to see the relevant venues in person and talk with as many people as I could. The Century 16 Theater had been renovated by then, reopening 6 months after the shootings as the Century Aurora, completely free of any sign that people had been terrorized there, shot and shot at, bloodied, and traumatized in 100 ways. I visited Holmes's former apartment building and then the police station to which he was initially brought, interrogated, and held until he was sent to the Arapahoe County Detention Facility. Detective Craig Apple, one of those who had interrogated him just after the shootings, described what he had seen and heard and walked me along the route police had used with Holmes while taking him to the interrogation room. Later, at ACDF, Public Defender Dan King and jail staff took me to the medical unit and Holmes's cell. I introduced myself briefly to Holmes to let him know that we would be talking at length in a few weeks. I shook his hand, he shook mine. Then he was escorted out while I examined his cell, saw the pictures on his walls, and went to the BC cell where he had been kept for several days in November of 2012. Like Dr. Metzner, I asked for Holmes to be brought to CMHI in Pueblo for my first set of interviews. For security reasons, neither he nor the jail deputies were told exactly when he would be transported. He was flown there in the middle of the night. CMHIP is a modern mental health facility, clean and bright, with a section devoted to high-security patients. Interim Superintendent Birgit Fisher, Ph.D., arranged for Holmes to be housed on an otherwise deserted unit, fully staffed with nurses and aides just for him. Getting there involved passing through 2 locked and monitored portals. Holmes was in a room that was part of a small, otherwise empty, locked pod with its own day room, television, and windows onto both the nurses' station and the outside world. It was luxurious by jail standards, even by some hospital standards. No other experts had recorded their interviews or testing of Holmes, and the defense objected vigorously to my plan to video record the examinations. Video recording is important to many forensic evaluators, but lawyers often oppose it. They want to be present for questioning and to control their clients' answers. They may be entitled to be in the room. Recording means that the other side and/or the jury may hear something the defense views as self-incriminating. They appealed to Judge Samur, saying, in effect, if Dr. Reed is allowed to video his interviews, and especially if we, the lawyers, aren't there, that's the same as forcing our client to testify, which is unconstitutional. Judge Samur didn't see it that way. After reviewing a list I provided with the pros and cons of video recording and holding yet another hearing, He ordered that I be allowed to conduct the interviews as I saw fit, within security constraints, including creation of a video record that would be shared with both sides and could be redacted before being shown to a jury. Videographer Robert Butcher set up his equipment in the day room. The camera would look over my left shoulder at Holmes, who was sitting at a slight angle in front of me. A little bit of angle is better than head-on. It offers the person being interviewed an opportunity to look either at the interviewer or away without seeming forced. The setting was as relaxed as feasible under the circumstances. We faced each other beside, not across the table. The equipment was located far enough away that it was unobtrusive. Butcher left the room before each session after starting the camera. It's best to interview defendants without others in the room, but security had to have eyes on Holmes at all times, and the videographer had to be available in case of technical problems. Half a dozen staff watched through a large observation window, out of Holmes's sight and unable to hear him or see his face. Holmes was not handcuffed, shackled, or otherwise restrained during our interviews at CMHIP. I interviewed Holmes 6 times at CMHIP, each time in the same day room setting. I usually brought him a cup of juice to break the ice. He often had a wan smile and sipped a bit through the 2 or 3 hours of each visit. Although somewhat stiff, he was always cordial and cooperative and seemed willing to talk. A few weeks later, we met 3 times in an interview room of the Arapahoe County Detention Facility. The physical conditions at ACDF were less comfortable, more stark, but similar to CMHIP in that security personnel and the videographer observed, but could not hear, from a glass booth outside Holmes's line of sight. He wore leg shackles in the jail. The rules didn't allow for juice. Holmes's appearance and demeanor didn't change much from one interview to another or from place to place. He participated willingly, interacting with me readily and sometimes, in his own somewhat blunted way, enthusiastically. He understood the situation very well, including my role as Judge Samour's expert and the fact that information from our interviews, including the videos, could be used by either the prosecution or the defense at his trial. I sometimes repeated topics and questions in different ways from day to day. His answers remained reasonably consistent, similar but not always identical to the information he gave to Drs. Metzner and Gurr. Psychiatrists and psychologists have a phrase to describe how an examinee looks, acts, and functions during interviews: mental status. It typically refers to the evaluee's condition while being interviewed, separate from his or her past history and observed without interpretation. Holmes's mental status during our 9 interviews was close to normal in some respects and quite abnormal in others. Remember that these examinations took place 2 years after the Century 16 events and some 18 to 20 months after he began taking antipsychotic medication. He was fairly neatly dressed and kempt in institutional garb, sometimes freshly showered, often with tousled hair. He was slightly overweight for his height, but not fat, and had a dark, moderately trimmed beard and mustache. His eyes were generally wide open, almost but not quite buggy. His pupils were always enlarged, usually markedly dilated. He attended well to me and to the business at hand with good eye contact, but often an unusual, flat expression. Holmes's demeanor was always polite and respectful, friendly to a point given our situation, and not particularly aloof. Some earlier interviewers had described him as aloof, even arrogant. He never seemed particularly distressed or, although generally a bit stiff and reserved, unusually awkward. Physical interchanges, such as greetings and shaking hands, were a little stilted and slow, but otherwise unremarkable. His spoken responses were frequently slower than normal, with pauses and often brief answers. Some of that may have been related to his medications, but the doses were low and he had had over a year to adapt to them. Their side effects, if present, were mild. He showed a variety of facial and body expressions, generally appropriate for the topic being discussed, but their range and intensity were limited. He appeared comfortable during our 2 and 3 hour sessions, sometimes sitting a little stiffly, but not rigidly, with an open posture. He didn't fidget, shift about in his chair, or ask for breaks. At CMHIP, I watched him once walking in a pleasant enclosed courtyard, quite unlike the dismal asphalt yard at the jail. He had a mildly atypical gait and carriage, but otherwise walked normally as he led a short parade of security and nursing staff around the garden setting. Holmes smiled from time to time, appropriately for the most part, but sometimes nervously. He chuckled very briefly at small jokes, sometimes mine and sometimes his own. Nevertheless, the intensity of his outward emotion was blunted. He was serious when talking about serious topics, but I never saw tears in his eyes, significant anger, or a deep laugh. There were times of, for example, mild sadness when talking about his family or his future, but never very much emotion, even when prodded a bit. He never exhibited the raw emotion Dr. Gurr described in her first session with him. When he spoke of loss, depression, or suicidal thoughts, his face didn't show particular pain or angst, and his posture didn't change. That absence of outward emotion didn't come across as cold or antisocial, but as an impairment, a deficit. Several nurses at CMHIP saw a somewhat different Holmes during his stay there, one who seemed to enjoy and sometimes initiate conversations and games with staff, many of whom were female. His smiles during those interactions were odd, they said, like a smirk, and kinda creepy. Some said that he became much more reserved when he saw security deputies. He didn't mention that to me. He said that he liked ACDF better than CMHIP in some ways, in spite of CMHIP's more comfortable living conditions, frequent human interaction, pleasant people, better access to entertainment, and nicer exercise yard. He liked the CMHIP food better, he said, but preferred the greater isolation and separation from staff found at the jail. The rate and volume of Holmes's speech when he answered questions or made comments were generally normal, but his responses were usually short. In spite of lots of open-ended questions and opportunities for him to expand the discussion, he rarely added anything to his answers, and when he did, there was often a painful delay. He wasn't having trouble speaking per se. There was no problem with vocabulary, sophistication, or nuanced humor. He had trouble formulating answers and choosing words. Clinicians call that thought blocking. It's a kind of psychological guardedness in which an unconscious part of the mind is fearful about blurting out thoughts that the psyche might find uncomfortable to hear. The chain of words is slowed and sometimes stopped, though not in Holmes's case, to be sure they're emotionally tolerable. Holmes's words contained some inflection, but his descriptions and explanations were often simplistic or circular. Even after lots of encouragement, sometimes almost cajoling, he didn't seem to understand that he was leaving out detail or not providing a full picture, especially of anything related to feelings or relationships. Real emotion, or at least expressing it, was risky for him. His mood was reserved but not depressed. He didn't show common signs of depression, such as losing or gaining weight, except as related to his jail diet and inactivity. He slept a lot, but much of that could be attributed to boredom and a sedentary existence. He wasn't unduly concerned about too much or too little sleep. His energy seemed good. He had no problem concentrating. He denied feeling worthless or very guilty, though he expressed bits of remorse. Clinicians refer to the manner in which a person thinks as thought process. We can only infer thought process, usually from the person's speech. We can't look into the working mind to see for ourselves. I've already mentioned Holmes's psychologically defensive thought blocking and blunting of expression, some of which reflected a level of emotional guardedness. Separate from solely psychological influences, Holmes also knew that he was being recorded and that his words might be used against him. In addition to that reality, though, there was some indication of paranoia. It seemed mild, but one can't estimate the extent from these interviews except to say that it was not so severe as to indicate acute psychosis. Think of an acute sore throat or stomach pain, something obvious, not subtle. He spoke articulately, used good logic most of the time, and wasn't mentally disorganized. If he was mildly psychotic when I saw him, it wasn't affecting his functioning very much. Some of Holmes's thoughts were abnormal. There was evidence of many of the odd thoughts described to Dr. Gurr and Dr. Woodcock, interpreted by some psychiatrists and psychologists as delusions, fixed, unshakable, but false beliefs contradicted by reality and not normal in one's culture. The most obvious example, probably the only one that approached the definition of a true delusion, was his consistent belief that all people have a vague, inherent human capital that can be acquired by killing them, each person having the same one bit or quantum, and each quantum of human capital being something desirable, provided one believes in his human capital idea. But many people hold unusual, even bizarre beliefs that aren't true delusions. Strongly held spiritual beliefs come to mind, or philosophies, or what mental health professionals sometimes call overvalued thoughts. Holmes held firmly to his human capital belief, but at the same time readily admitted that he had made up the idea himself. It wasn't something real unless one deemed it real. It was, he said, not true for anyone who didn't choose to believe in it. One particular aspect of Holmes's human capital conversations was redacted from the videos the jury heard at his trial and omitted from my testimony. Now that the theater shootings were over and he was in jail, I asked, did he still believe that killing more people would add to his value? He said yes, and implied that he might kill again if he were allowed to do so. Holmes. I think they're, the jail, doing everything in their power to make that, killing additional people, unlikely. Reed. Given the opportunity and the means, should they be worried about you? Holmes. I'd say so, yeah. That self-incriminating statement might have biased the jury in the penalty phase of the trial if such a phase became necessary. Judge Samur sustained the defense's pretrial motion to keep it from them. There was no evidence of hallucinations, sensory experiences without actual sensory input, such as hearing voices when no one is there, during the interviews themselves. Holmes talked about seeing the mysterious shadows in the past and said that he could make them appear in his cell, but they weren't present as we talked. Visual hallucinations are rare in people who aren't taking certain drugs or suffering from physical brain abnormalities, neither of which applied to Holmes. There is some controversy about whether or not the shadows were hallucinations, illusions, or, at least sometimes, simply a game to play with his mind when he was bored. We talked about whether he would prefer a life sentence or execution. Holmes assumed that he would be isolated from other inmates in prison and was afraid that if he were eventually placed among other prisoners, they would try to kill him. He cooperated haltingly as I asked him to imagine being in prison. Then he described a fantasy of being distracted in an exercise yard, feeling a shiv thrust into his back and piercing his heart, falling to the ground and feeling the asphalt against his face as he died. That thought, perhaps his most emotional during all our interviews, and the idea that his life was over anyway, made him contemplate execution over prison. Holmes's cognition, not quite the same thing as thought process, was fair to good. His speed of expressing things was impaired, but based on the neuropsychological testing results, His brain processing speed was unaffected. He misperceived some verbal and social cues in spite of understanding and reasoning adequately as we spoke. He wasn't able to consider logical alternatives to some of his odd or seemingly delusional thoughts, clinging doggedly to them in order to defend his psyche against bringing feelings to the surface. His memory was fine. He could focus and concentrate well on most of the topics I asked him to address, and he remembered our conversations from session to session. On the other hand, he avoided and perhaps had difficulty concentrating on a few sensitive subjects, such as his family and some things related to the shootings. There was no sign of the delirium he had experienced at the jail in late 2012. I measured Holmes's pupil size and reaction to light and accommodation, normal changes in pupil size that occur when a person looks at something distant and then focuses on something very close, several times, and took his pulse periodically. His pupils reacted to both bright light and accommodation even when markedly dilated, but did not constrict completely. Interestingly, he denied that lights were unusually bright for him or that his vision was blurred, even when his pupils were dilated, saying that he didn't know whether or not they were dilated unless he looked into a mirror. His pulse was somewhat elevated when his pupils were very enlarged, even when sitting quietly. When the pupils were smaller, his pulse tended to be about normal. Those findings remained a mystery to everyone who examined him. My opinions about Holmes's legal sanity were similar to Dr. Metzner's. As of July 20, 2012, Holmes did not suffer from a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state. Regardless of any mental disorder or psychiatric symptoms he may have had at those relevant times, he knew that his shootings and killings would be, and were, illegal and socially wrong. He knew that others, including law enforcement officers and his psychiatrists, would try to stop him if they were aware of what he was planning to do. He knew the consequences to others and to himself of his actions, and he knowingly intended to carry them out in spite of their illegality and those likely consequences. He also understood the moral, as contrasted with legal, wrongfulness of his shootings and killings. My reasoning in forming those opinions went something like this. Holmes told people before and after the shootings, and wrote in his notebook, that he expected to be killed or arrested, and if arrested, he would either go to prison or be executed. He kept his specific thoughts, plans, and shooting practice secret. He didn't divulge details that might have led others to interfere with them. Although he broached the subject of wishing to kill people with his girlfriend and his treating clinicians beforehand, he kept the topic abstract, sometimes saying he didn't want to be locked up in a hospital. Those are actions of a person who knows that such behavior is wrong. He planned and implemented methods of distraction and escape. He booby-trapped his apartment and had road stars in his car to deter police in the event of a vehicle chase. He specifically chose a location and methods that would lead to lots of victims, with little chance that he could be stopped before killing many people. He planned ways to contain his would-be victims and incapacitate them, such as by using tear gas and handcuffing the upper exit doors shut. He never actually blocked those doors. Armed himself with several weapons and a great deal of ammunition, planned ways to keep people from stopping him, and protected himself with body armor and a gas mask. He carried out his mission deliberately and methodically, not haphazardly. He came to the theater calmly, went through the lobby as if he were an ordinary patron, and perpetrated a ruse, the faked cell phone call, to disguise his leaving to get the weapons and equipment. He suited up in a carefully parked car with windows that were darkly tinted, and used a pre-planned method of holding the exit door open so that he could re-enter the theater. After the mission was over, he considered shooting the 2 policemen he saw outside the theater, but decided that it would be safer for him to surrender. According to Holmes's later statements, admittedly made well after the shootings and after his November 2012 psychotic break, he was willing to sacrifice both those who would be killed, people whose value he thought he would accrue and whose deaths might make him less depressed, and those who would be injured, whom he called unfortunate collateral damage, in an effort to make himself feel better. He knew beforehand that such actions would be selfish, trading their lives and well-being for a chance that he would benefit. Holmes never implied that the moral relativism he espoused, and with which he continued to justify the killings to himself, was an acceptable reason to kill, nor that others would consider his acts moral. He did not suggest that others must, would, or should accept his philosophy. My primary diagnosis was a condition called schizotypal personality disorder. Schizotypal personality is characterized by a chronic, pervasive pattern of social and interpersonal deficits marked by acute discomfort with and reduced capacity for close relationships and by distortions of thinking and perception. The traits usually appear by early adulthood, often in childhood or adolescence. The diagnosis requires that most of the following, but not necessarily all, be present over a long period of time. Thoughts that other people's words or actions refer to oneself, odd beliefs or magical thinking, unusual perceptual experiences such as bodily illusions, odd thinking in speech, suspiciousness or paranoid thinking, inappropriate or limited affect, facial and emotional expression, odd, eccentric, or peculiar appearance or behavior, lack of close friends other than family, and excessive social anxiety that doesn't improve with familiarity. Psychotic symptoms may occur in schizotypal personality, but they're brief. Otherwise, a different disorder should be diagnosed. Schizotypal personality is lifelong. It has no cure, although treatment may alleviate some of the symptoms. When I saw him, Holmes appeared to be responding marginally well to a medication designed to alleviate psychosis from any source, low doses of risperidone, and to one for anxiety and depression, escitalopram. The natural course of the disorder is generally stable, but extraordinary stressors can cause more symptoms, including acute psychosis. A small number of people with schizotypal personality later develop schizophrenia and similar conditions. Both schizophrenia and schizotypal personality have genetic components. They and similar disorders and symptoms sometimes run in families. I did not find, and don't believe today, that Holmes met accepted psychiatric criteria for a diagnosis of schizophrenia, or its even more serious cousin, schizoaffective disorder, at the time of the shootings. All three other psychiatrists who examined him after the incident disagreed with me, but I could not fit his clinical history and known symptoms before July 20, 2012 into the rather specific criteria for that diagnosis. That doesn't imply that he wasn't seriously mentally ill or that he did not meet those criteria later, nor did it per se exclude him from being found not guilty by reason of insanity. I have no doubt that Holmes was mentally ill for months, perhaps years before the shootings, but whatever his diagnosis at the time, the evidence was overwhelming that his symptoms didn't prevent him from forming criminal intent. In his pre-shooting notebook, Holmes gave himself several mental and physical diagnoses. In spite of his self-diagnosing things like dysphoric mania, there was no real indication in the record or from witnesses that he suffered from the disorders he speculated, such as severe clinical depression or significant mood instability during the months before the shootings. There is evidence that he felt depressed at various times. He may or may not have had significant suicidal thoughts before the shootings, but he was clear with me that he didn't recall any, and there is no indication that he ever planned or attempted suicide. His childhood scratches with cardboard, described in an earlier chapter, should not be considered a suicide attempt. Feeling depressed is not the same as having clinical depression. When one compares the pre-shooting record to professionally accepted criteria for major depressive episodes, for example, the evidence just isn't there. The judge's order to me also posed a number of questions raised by the defense and the prosecution after the lawyers for both sides read Dr. Metzner's report. Each question was viewed by the judge as relevant to the question of Holmes's sanity, and thus to his insanity defense. They included further exploration of Holmes's human capital beliefs and comparing them to his early thoughts of killing, perhaps as an ideology, his thoughts about right and wrong and whether they were related to a philosophy, such as that of Friedrich Nietzsche, or to psychotic thoughts, whether or not Holmes's belief that he was delusional and psychotic, as written in his notebook before the shootings, reflected his actual mental condition. What Holmes described in some writings as hatred of mankind, and whether or not that was a potential motive for the shootings. Holmes's reference to having two different selves, and whether that represented either severe mental illness or manipulation. The possible delusions and paranoid symptoms described by his treating psychiatrist and other experts. Dr. Metzner's opinion that the shootings would not have occurred if Holmes had not suffered from a chronic psychotic illness. Explanations for Holmes's comments about keeping his killings impersonal. Dr. Metzner's finding that Holmes's appreciation of the wrongfulness of his actions was significantly impaired, clinically, but not to the extent of removing Holmes's responsibility for his actions. This item doesn't completely reflect the wording in Dr. Metzner's report. And Holmes's violent fantasies since childhood, as well as the purported warrior mentality concept raised by one of the expert psychologists. At the risk of being repetitive, here are my responses to Judge Samur. Holmes's human capital concept, that purposely killing others gave him some kind of additional value, appears to have begun during graduate school. His memories of it, just before the shootings, were that he receives an arbitrary and abstract point for every person he kills. Although he likes having the points, he did not associate them with any measurable advantage, such as a longer life, a more enjoyable life, additional lives, or the like. His ideas of human capital are from his own thoughts, not from some external source, voice, or higher power. He denied that they came directly from any philosopher such as Nietzsche, movie such as Highlander, television program, or game. He said that accidental killings don't count toward one's value. Children convey the same value to their killers as do adults. One of the people he killed and several of the injured were under 17. Wounded or injured persons don't count. In his scheme of things, if he were to be executed, the executioner would get 1 point, but only if the executioner believes as he does. I found no indication that Holmes's human capital belief was directly or consciously associated with any childhood thoughts of killing people, to the extent that he actually may have had such specific thoughts as a child. It's not uncommon for small children to have occasional thoughts of death or even of killing. There is no indication that any childhood thoughts represented an ideology for him. With regard to whether Holmes's occasional comments about there being no right or wrong were philosophical, delusional, or something else, Holmes said he viewed moral right and wrong as matters of individual choice. They're whatever a person thinks they are. After some circular-sounding rationalization, he agreed that a society whose members can do anything they believe is right or expedient would be very problematic, but he stuck doggedly to his premise. That doggedness in the face of logical pathways to social chaos is reminiscent of the unshakable beliefs of a delusion. But it isn't delusional because it's not a belief about how the world is, but about how he thinks the world should be. Those beliefs, assuming they really were his beliefs, were part of an entrenched, asocial philosophy, not a delusion. He knew that society would view the shootings as legally and morally wrong. Holmes's comments to a couple of friends and in his pre-shooting notebook that he was psychotic or delusional, and any insight he may have had in his mental condition before the shootings were relevant to his insanity defense. The record indicates his concern about both his mental condition and the mission. Compare the sort of hide-and-seek he played with social worker Roth and doctors Fenton and Feinstein. Like many other people, he looked for explanations on the internet, hoping the violent part of him could be controlled. That having been said, and agreeing that he thought there was something wrong with him, there is no firm indication that Holmes actually thought that his plan for killing people was crazy. He referred to the mind of madness, but I think those words were dramatic, hyperbole, not a real insight. He didn't think at the time that killing others was a sign of psychosis, though he accurately believed that telling others about his plan would get him hospitalized, and part of him believed the killings should not be carried out. He hoped Dr. Fenton would somehow recognize the danger. He thought, and subconsciously hoped, that the FBI might stop him at the last minute. An ambivalent part of him called the university's mental health hotline halfway through gearing up to go back into the theater. He told me, and I believe, that the part of him that wanted to carry out the mission was simply stronger than the part that wanted to stop it. Holmes's obsessive thoughts, beginning in early adolescence, of hating mankind and killing masses of people, were more ominous, and were probably associated with the psychological conditions that would eventually lead to the shootings. Their source is a matter of speculation. It would be illogical to assume those thoughts were harbingers of some future psychotic illness, such as schizophrenia. They are consistent with it, but in the same sense that some headaches are consistent with, but not necessarily associated with, brain tumors. Exploring Holmes's purported hatred of mankind was also part of my task for the court. Anger, hatred, and revenge motives create specific exceptions to Colorado's insanity defense statute. If the prosecution could show that hatred was a substantial motive, the defense's case would crumble. Although Holmes's notebook seems to refer to hatred in connection with his plan to kill people, to face death, embrace the long-standing hatred of mankind, and overcome all fear in certain death. He consistently denied, in his interviews with me, hatred as a significant motivator. James Holmes, the graduate student, often viewed mankind as noxious, but, like hating broccoli, rather than hating in a vicious or malevolent way. He said that if there had been any motivation from that hating, it was small, perhaps 10%, compared with his main purposes of alleviating depression and avoiding suicide, and of gaining value from the deceased victims. One can't be completely sure that version was accurate. He had sometimes told other people that his hatred of mankind was more than simple aversion. Holmes: I wrote hatred of mankind in a notebook, kind of like hating broccoli or something, not a fiery, angry, passionate hate. Reed: Tell me about the hating broccoli kind of hatred of mankind. Holmes: Well, I just don't want to eat broccoli, so I kind of avoid it. Be averse to it, instead of being like angry at broccoli and like chopping it up or something. Reed: How does that translate to a feeling about mankind then? Holmes: The hatred? I think it's just because I'm different. Hatred towards mankind. It's more of being averse to mankind, kind of wanting to be alone, solitary. The court's question about what Holmes meant when he spoke of having two different selves referred to whether or not there was evidence of things like multiple personality, known in mental health fields as dissociative identity disorder. There wasn't. There was no reasonable indication that Holmes ever had two different selves. Holmes's statements of being on autopilot during the shootings were often misconstrued as indicating a dissociated state, like being an automaton and perhaps psychotic. Whatever he meant, Holmes's own description of the events inside Auditorium 9 indicate that he was quite aware of his surroundings and actions and has a good memory of them. Such memories aren't consistent with true dissociative states. I was asked to examine the paranoid symptoms and possible delusions described by Dr. Fenton, particularly whether or not Holmes ever had ideas or delusions of reference, a belief that others' ordinary words or actions, such as in news broadcasts or song lyrics, somehow refer personally to oneself. There is some indication that Holmes had ideas or delusions of reference prior to the shootings, but the record is far from conclusive about their forensic significance. There were no known consistent or pervasive referential delusions before the shootings. Dr. Fenton had described Holmes as paranoid and noted 3 referential misinterpretations of ordinary events that could have suggested delusions. In one, Holmes suspected that she was afraid of him because he found her office door locked when he arrived for an appointment. He thought that the door was locked because of him. Later that day, he suspected that a bag or box behind her desk might contain a weapon for protecting herself from him. In a subsequent session, he speculated that a sling or cast on Dr. Feinstein's arm was either a test to see if he, Holmes, would be empathic or a ruse to conceal a weapon, both possibilities referring specifically and quite improbably to him. Holmes's later thoughts that the FBI may have been surveilling him as he implemented his mission plans were ambiguous. They were consistent with the delusion, but also with simple caution and worry about getting caught, and with the wish to be stopped. The court also asked about thought broadcasting, a delusion in which one believes that others can hear or sense his or her thoughts, which had been brought up by one of the other experts. Nothing in either the record or my interviews suggested pre-shooting delusions of thought broadcasting. Dr. Metzner's opinion that the shootings were a direct result of a chronic psychotic illness became another subject for my evaluation. My point, which did not disagree with Metzner's, was that however Holmes's mental disorder was diagnosed, it would be silly to say that the shootings would have occurred without it. But the question of legal sanity hinges on how a defendant functions at the time of the event, not the but-for question of his or her disease or defect. That is, in legal parlance, if there hadn't been a mental disease, the shootings would not have occurred. It's a little like transferring all the blame from Holmes to the stores that sold him the weapons, or to the weapons manufacturers, or to the Colorado law that prevented the doctors who tried to help him from committing him to a mental hospital. If the stores hadn't sold the weapons, if the manufacturers hadn't made them, if the psychiatrist had been able to read his mind or the law had made it easy to hospitalize people against their wills, then the shootings wouldn't have happened. Those may be true statements, but they did not alter Holmes's ability to intend criminal behavior, and neither did his mental disorder. For most people, most of the time, even severe mental disorders do not interrupt voluntary adherence to the law. I didn't see an exception in this case. Although the chain of events that led to the shootings was no doubt affected by his psychiatric symptoms, there was little or no reasonable psychiatric evidence that Holmes's symptoms kept him from being able to form the requisite culpable mental state, that is, knowing and appreciating legal, social, and moral aspects of his acts. Further, the totality of the record, examinations, and interviews conducted did not suggest that Holmes's mental illness itself directly caused the shootings in any sense that interfered with the voluntariness of his behavior. The specific nature of Holmes's disorders may have been disputed, but to consider exculpation simply because his behavior was a product of his thinking is another matter entirely, and one that I opined against. I was asked to explore Holmes's statements that he wished to keep the shootings and killings impersonal. Impersonal wasn't quite the right term, I thought, and Holmes hadn't really kept the killings impersonal in the way that he contended. He generally used impersonal to describe a lack of direct relationship with his victims, but there were many indications that his behavior during the shootings was to some extent personal, or at least individual. Some of what he described as impersonal seemed actually to have been indifferent, and indifference is considered a legally aggravating factor when Colorado juries are considering the death penalty. For example, Holmes carried out the shootings and killings at close range. Although he said he didn't know the victims personally, listened to loud music through earbuds as he shot, and had trouble seeing through his gas mask in the theater, he sometimes picked out certain victims and tried to kill specific people before they could escape. One victim in a front row described Holmes walking up and shooting him at close range, within about 5 feet. However loud the iPod music, Holmes remembered hearing screams early in the shootings, then a fire alarm. He was able to see well enough to follow human targets and aim at them if he chose to do so. Before writing my report, I tested a similar rifle and close-quarters sighting system while wearing a full-visor gas mask, admittedly not in a darkened theater. There was little problem with visibility. When I asked about his considering other, less personal ways to kill many people, such as bombing, Holmes dismissed the idea, rationalizing his choice of the relatively intimate, crowded theater, going through a bustling lobby, and sitting among the audience members he would later shoot. It is clear that his purpose was more victims, not less personal ones. One psychology expert invoked a concept of warrior mentality to explain things like Holmes's firing huge amounts of ammunition in practice, selfies wearing his combat-like gear, and the completeness of his regalia. I concluded that the concept didn't fit very well, and even if the idea of a warrior mentality were relevant to Holmes himself, the presence of such traits wouldn't affect the question of his sanity. The court wanted further exploration of Holmes's violent fantasies, their development, and their evolution. Everyone has violent fantasies. Very, very few people act on those fantasies in the way that Holmes did. His fantasies didn't cause the shootings, though it's reasonable to infer that some of them came from the same psychological sources as did his mission. It is tempting to imagine a sort of evolution of Holmes's violent or homicidal thoughts from his childhood until 2012, and to use his memories and descriptions of fantasies as markers of that evolution, but such interpretation is highly speculative and depends on limited information from only one potentially unreliable source, Holmes himself. Finally, how the victims felt about dying was, Holmes said, irrelevant to his mission. He speculated that if he had been asked before the shootings about the victims' feelings, he would have replied that dying would probably matter a great deal to them. He had planned to kill the people in the audience without regard to their rights, their feelings about dying, their wishes, their genders, their ages, or other individual characteristics. Read. Did you think they wouldn't mind being killed? Shouldn't mind being killed? Holmes. I never considered it. Read. Didn't consider whether they would mind or not? Holmes. Right. I was focused on increasing my own value, not their needs. Read. Do you speculate that they simply didn't mind being shot? Holmes. I never considered it from their point of view. Read. If I'd asked that question somehow on July 19, 2012, what would your answer have been? Holmes. They probably will mind being shot. The stage was set. The trial was approaching fast. 13. The trial begins. Holmes was floundering, struggling with who he was and what was going to happen to him. From testimony by Dr. Jeffrey Metzner, the judge's initial expert. On February 27, 2014, Judge Samur set the trial for mid-October of that year. The wheels of justice moved slowly, however, and the court approved a defense request to push the date back to December. Jury selection finally began January 20, 2015, after 2.5 years of hearings on various pleas, settings, and even the constitutionality of the Colorado Insanity Defense Statute. The difficult process of finding jurors who could be objective about some of the most heinous criminal charges in American history led to some 9,000 people being summoned for the jury pool, the most ever in the United States. They came from all over Colorado. It took almost 3 months to choose 12 regular jurors and 12 alternates, more of the latter than usual because of the anticipated length and difficulty of the trial. Some parts of the process were routine, if time-consuming. Most of the people in the huge pool had no direct connection to the case. Some, however, were from the neuroscience department where Holmes was a student, or were police officers who knew the first responders, or had friends who were in the theater during the shootings. Many opposed the death penalty. Jurors in potential death penalty cases must be death qualified, that is, not inalterably opposed to execution when it is warranted. In Colorado, they must also be willing to assess a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole if the evidence warrants it. Some juror candidates were dramatic or simply odd. The Denver CBS affiliate reported that one woman who asked to be excused fell to her knees crying and pulling chunks of her hair out. There was a man who put the death penalty into a context of zombie apocalypse, and a woman who said she could actually see the truth but would refrain from using her clairvoyant skills during the trial. All of those, and several people who showed up intoxicated, were dismissed. Selection was a 3-step process. Members of the initial juror pool filled out a lengthy questionnaire from which over 1,000 were then chosen for individual questioning by the judge and the lawyers. From that group, more than 50 were told to return for further interviews. The questionnaire for prospective jurors was comprehensive. It first covered general background, 40 questions on personal and family information, employment, legal and law enforcement experience, history of being a crime victim, television and internet viewing habits, preferred news media, social media, even the kinds of bumper stickers they had on their vehicles. Then, after being given a written summary of the charges against Holmes, the possible verdicts, and some of the possible consequences of those verdicts, the prospective jurors were asked 32 questions about the case itself and the upcoming trial, many related to whether or not they could be objective about an insanity defense and whether or not they had already formed any opinion about Holmes vis-à-vis mental illness. There were questions about the effects of publicity on the candidates' opinions and about whether or not they knew any of the victims, prospective witnesses, or court and legal personnel. A long trial is arduous for jurors. Candidates were asked about severe hardships that might keep them from being in court 5 days a week for several months, about whether or not they could tolerate viewing graphic crime photographs and video, and about health problems or medications that might decrease their stamina and concentration. Virtually all of the prospective jurors knew who Holmes was. Many, perhaps most, already had some level of opinion about what should happen to him. Having an opinion was not necessarily disqualifying if the person could reasonably be expected to set his or her opinion aside and be objective about the matters of fact and law that would be presented during the trial. After almost 3 months, 24 jurors, 19 women and 5 men identified only by their juror numbers and brief descriptions, had been seated. The 12 who would eventually deliberate Holmes's fate were known only to the judge and the attorneys, not even to themselves. There would be no difference between regular jurors and alternates during the trial. All would attend every minute, and all would follow the same rules. When deliberations finally began, the alternates would continue to be available in case any of the regular jurors had to be replaced, but would not have any contact with them. The jurors were all Caucasian except for one Latina school clerk. The defense alleged racial bias in the prosecution's choices, but Judge Samur researched the issue and ruled that the process was acceptable. According to the seated jurors' own statements, 2 had connections to the 1999 Columbine High School killings. One was best friends with student killers Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris and had dated one of their victims. There was a lawyer, a physicist with explosives experience, at least one person who had been a mental hospital inpatient, a former victim's advocate, and a woman who believed some people are evil and have no soul. Some of the jurors said they were against the death penalty or didn't believe in the insanity defense, but they promised they could weigh the facts objectively and applied the law if either was adequately supported. A surprising number said they didn't watch the news. 5 of the 24 would not make it to the end of the trial. Courtroom 201 in the Arapahoe County Justice Center was renovated for the trial with 24 juror seats, special security measures, and a media system to provide a pool broadcast. Although both the prosecution and the defense objected to any live broadcast of the trial, Judge Samur ruled that the Constitution required an opportunity for media presence and complete coverage was in the interests of fairness and transparency. He opted to allow one video feed for use by all media outlets, rather than more disruptive traditional coverage by lots of local and network cameras. The video always showed the same view: the judge's bench, witness stand, prosecution and defense tables, and exhibit area. Neither the jury nor the gallery, usually full of observers that included victims and their families, was ever shown. The video broadcast process was unobtrusive, never interfering with the trial, and Judge Samur could turn off the camera from the bench if necessary. Written materials, photos, and video in evidence were shown on wall monitors, one of which was behind the witness stand and could be seen in the pool broadcast. There was no other feed to the network trucks in the courthouse parking lot. Security was tight, with guards and a magnetometer just outside the courtroom to augment those at the courthouse entrance. The judge also barred the media from other parts of the courthouse. In previous trials, reporters and camera operators had been accustomed to setting up in a hallway where they could photograph or briefly interview attorneys, witnesses, and even crime victims as they passed. This time, to minimize the possibility of victim or witness harassment or intimidation, they were restricted to a limited area outside the building. Part of the second floor of the courthouse was converted to a mental health center for victims and victims' families. Counselors were present throughout the trial to help both those scheduled to testify and those who were there to observe. A service dog was there every day as well, getting lots of attention and giving lots of support. Much of my time during recesses or waiting to testify was spent in that suite, around people in various stages of the grief that was being rekindled by the trial. They knew not to interfere with my work, and I couldn't sit with them because of my role in the case, but we were passing in the hall, nodding hello at the coffee maker, being there. Robert and Arlene Holmes, victims in their own right, were in court every day. Their daughter Chris was present much of the time. Holmes was brought to court daily through a series of tunnels from the adjacent detention facility. He wore a dress shirt and slacks, not the familiar orange jail jumpsuit that might have prejudiced the jury, as he sat stoically, but often attentively, through the trial. He didn't appear shackled, which might have biased jurors as well, but Judge Samur required some restraint because of the violent nature of the charges. The compromise was an unusual, perhaps unique, harness concealed under Holmes's clothes and connected to a cable bolted to the floor. Neither the jury nor the public could see the restraint. I didn't know it was there until after the trial. The trial in chief, in which guilt or lack of guilt by reason of insanity would be determined, began on April 27 with opening statements by the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution alleged that all of Holmes's plans and actions had been criminal. The defense stipulated, all of his behaviors related to the shootings, but alleged that he was schizophrenic and could not control his actions. Then the prosecution started its case. Trials of this magnitude move slowly. They are sometimes interesting, sometimes boring, occasionally exciting, and often interrupted by objections, legal issues that require attorney-judge conferences at the bench, lengthy judicial explanations or admonishments, and the time-consuming process of having the jury leave the courtroom several times a day while arguments take place about what they will be allowed to hear. Judge Samur made things fair inside the courtroom. Outside, however, trial watchers, almost everyone in Colorado and tens of thousands well beyond its borders, were anything but objective. Even the media, especially local news sites and television channels, sometimes seemed biased as they subtly supported prosecution points or played down defense ones. Perhaps the fierce competition for ears and eyeballs interfered with their objectivity. Be that as it may, the entire trial was covered every day on Denver television and the internet, gavel to gavel, with no commercial interruptions while court was in session. The prosecution began with 5 days of almost continuous survivor and first responder testimony, people who had been at the theater on the night of the shootings. For 15 days after that, survivors' testimony was peppered through that of investigators, law enforcement officers, and other fact witnesses. Fact witnesses are those who are allowed to report only what they personally saw or experienced, as contrasted with expert witnesses who can offer professional opinions. Police officers, investigators, or computer technicians, for example, may offer expert testimony related to their professions if the court accepts their qualifications. Other witnesses are limited to describing the facts as they observe them. After almost 200 fact and expert witnesses had testified about scores of topics to establish the prosecution's case against Holmes, District Attorney Brockler called me as the first psychiatric expert. My work had been for the court itself, the results available to both sides. But since my findings and opinions largely supported the prosecution called me to testify. Brockler himself would perform the direct examination, that is, questions asked by the side that calls the witness. I offered various opinions already described in earlier chapters in response to Brockler's questions, generally that Holmes had the mental capacity to be responsible for his actions, which implied that he didn't meet Colorado criteria for being legally insane, and then testified about my review and interviews of various people to support those opinions. During my next 6 days on the witness stand, the jury watched my video-recorded interviews of Holmes, and Brockler asked questions about them. Small segments of the video, about 20 minutes in all, were redacted, cut from the video because Judge Samur deemed them unduly self-incriminating, or they referred to material more relevant to the penalty phase of the trial, should that eventually take place. Among other things, Brockler brought out the fact that my interviews had been video recorded, unlike those of the other psychiatric experts, and thus were completely open to scrutiny. Everything Holmes said and everything I said, including nuance and context, was there for everyone to see and hear. Neither the court nor I had to rely on my memory or on written notes that would have been vulnerable to error or bias. When a witness, in this instance an expert witness, testifies for one side in a trial, the other side can cross-examine that witness on the topics raised in the direct testimony. Then the first side may elicit redirect testimony, sometimes followed by recross. Direct testimony is usually straightforward, with questions from a lawyer who is friendly, in a sense, to the witness because his or her testimony is expected to be helpful to that lawyer's side. Those questions have often been rehearsed to some extent. Cross-examination is much less predictable and usually much less pleasant. The lawyer for the opposing side tries to nullify the points made in the direct testimony. That can be done by challenging the testimony with contradicting information, by getting the witness to refute his or her own testimony, by obfuscating or diluting the testimony, or by impugning the witness in order to damage his or her credibility with the jury. If none of those is feasible, and the witness has damaged the opposing lawyer's case, that attorney may ask only a few questions to quickly end the witness's influence on the jury. Public Defender Dan King did my cross-examination. He was thorough and explored my findings in an effort to lessen the damage to his case for insanity. I had found serious mental illness in Holmes. It just wasn't enough for me to believe he was insane in the legal sense at the time of the shootings. The defense psychiatrists would testify in a couple of weeks. King tried to bring out topics on which I would agree with them, or at least view their future testimony, whatever it might be, as plausible. It is important to understand that my role in the trial was not to advocate for the prosecution, even though the prosecution called me to testify. Ethical experts, including those retained by one side or the other, should advocate for their opinions, not for a litigant. If they are called to testify, it is because that side believes the expert's opinions help its case. We are, or at least ethical experts should be, retained to find what we believe is the truth, not to be hired guns for one side or the other. Attorney King was able to elicit the possibility of error in my diagnosis. I said that some of Holmes's thoughts and behaviors could indicate delusions and other evidence of psychosis at various times. I leaned toward the presence of delusions in some of his statements, but I could not diagnose them with certainty before the shootings. I added that episodes of psychosis do not necessarily define a person as schizophrenic. I was confident in my diagnosis of schizotypal personality. That didn't help Holmes's insanity defense. King didn't focus on the criminal elements of capacity, intent, or understanding of right and wrong during his several-hour cross-examination. His main purpose was to establish a possibility that Holmes was psychotic during and just before the shootings. King knew that his experts, Doctors Woodcock and Gurr, would testify that Holmes couldn't appreciate what he was doing or appreciate its wrongfulness, which are elements of legal insanity, and he wanted to blunt my contradicting effect on the jury. I agreed with King that Dr. Woodcock's examination within a few days after the shootings gave Woodcock the advantage of seeing Holmes as he may have been in the theater itself, unmedicated and unaffected by prolonged incarceration or the severe mental breakdown that occurred a few months after he was arrested. I agreed that Holmes's breakdown in November of 2012 had been a terrible situation for him. I agreed that I hadn't observed Holmes during every day he was in jail, but I had reviewed all of the jail logs after the jail stopped preserving his daily video surveillance. I reiterated that Holmes did not have an antisocial personality, a criminal propensity that would exempt him from an insanity defense. He is not a psychopath and had no history of violent behavior before the cinema shootings. King brought out the fact that Holmes's preferred video games were strategy ones, not first-person shooters. I disagreed, though, with the defense premise that Holmes's writings proved he was psychotic, and particularly with the idea that most or all of the things he wrote during the first few months of his incarceration were necessarily bizarre or psychotic. That would come up later in Dr. Gurr's testimony. The defense wanted the jury to interpret Holmes's musings about things like galactic colonization without any context. In my view, they were not necessarily bizarre in any event, and when taken in context, it was clear to me that many people, including both fiction and nonfiction science readers and writers, often talk about similar ideas. Many people with serious mental disorders appear normal much of the time. Holmes's normal behaviors, and even the fact that I found him capable of criminal intent, didn't mean he wasn't seriously ill. I agreed that at least 2 of Holmes's close relatives were severely mentally ill, and that schizoaffective disorder and similar conditions have a genetic component. I reiterated, and King highlighted, my testimony that if Holmes had not been mentally ill, the shootings wouldn't have occurred. The jury heard that, the importance of his mental illness in the commission of the shootings, from every psychiatric expert. Public Defender King often alluded to the methodology of my interviews, criticizing, for example, my inviting Holmes to speculate with me, or being leading, suggesting answers or guiding him to an answer. Those 2 techniques, speculation and leading, are not usually allowed in court when lawyers are asking questions of witnesses, but a psychiatric examination, even a forensic one, is not a court procedure. Asking evaluees to speculate, consider, ponder, reconsider, and explain are accepted ways of exploring their thoughts. Prodding and leading them to think about topics are parts of the examination process. All of my efforts and techniques, which no doubt contained many imperfections during those 23 hours, were open for the jury to see and evaluate, and for the lawyers and experts on both sides to critique at trial. King's last question was about whether or not Holmes had cooperated with my evaluation, something demanded of people seeking an insanity verdict in Colorado. I said that he had. D.A. Brockler's redirect questions lasted an hour or so and were aimed at solidifying the parts of my testimony that supported the prosecution's case. He asked how confident I was in my opinions about sanity. I said, extremely confident. With regard to Holmes's illness being a necessary factor for the shootings, I said that his mental disorder affected the course of events, but not his capacity to understand them and to choose to carry them out. Brockler, anticipating Dr. Woodcock's later testimony about seeing Holmes a few days after his arrest and sooner than any other psychiatric expert, asked how I might have approached my interviews if I had seen him just after he was arrested. Would I have done anything differently from Dr. Woodcock? I pointed out that I don't allow members of a legal team to sit in on my interviews, except perhaps for a brief introduction. I would not have allowed defense or prosecution representatives to be within the defendant's line of sight, or to interrupt or participate in the examination. If any of those occurred, or if the attorney restricted my inquiries in any meaningful way, I would probably resign from the case. I assumed that Dr. Woodcock would testify later that Holmes was acutely psychotic when he saw him on July 24, 2012. In response to Brockler's questions, I reminded the jury that just hours after the shootings, before Woodcock had interviewed him, Holmes talked clearly and at length with investigators, helping them to disarm the booby traps and incendiary devices inside his apartment. That post-arrest conversation had been recorded and was played for the jury. Brockler went through parts of Holmes's pre-shooting notebook, reading seemingly incriminating sections out loud. He pointed out that Dr. Woodcock didn't have the notebook when he interviewed Holmes, and Holmes apparently never mentioned it to him. He didn't tell Woodcock about the human capital concept. Brockler cited passages by Holmes about planning the shootings, Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, and hating people, and he implied that Holmes turned his victims into numbers. The quotes were framed as questions to me, but Brockler's purpose was to have the jury hear those words from the notebook as many times as possible. Colorado is probably unique among states in allowing jurors to question witnesses after the lawyers have finished their direct and cross-examinations. Juror questions are submitted through the judge, who decides which ones are proper and sometimes modifies their wording. I was asked a dozen or so, many quite good and helpful for clarifying what I was trying to convey. Jurors asked about the several diagnoses that had been mentioned, Holmes' communication, and how it was affected by his psychological issues, girlfriend and dating topics heard in my interview videos, his wanting to keep Hillary Allen from being involved with him as a murderer, his self-worth, his selfie photos, whether or not being remembered, sort of a legacy, was a significant motive for the shootings. It did not appear to be. My opinion that Holmes does not have antisocial personality, whether or not the way a question is asked might change how something is remembered, it can, and whether or not self-diagnosis can cause symptoms, it can. Judge Samur didn't allow some of the questions that jurors submitted, such as whether or not Holmes would have killed again if he hadn't been arrested, and whether or not he would try to increase his self-worth by increasing his human capital if he were released. The prosecution called Dr. Metzner next. Brockler's direct examination took a little over 2 hours and covered the findings and opinions already described that were in Metzner's report. Some media pundits suggested that since the prosecution was instrumental in asking for a second court evaluator, Brockler limited Metzner's direct examination and didn't want to keep him on the stand very long. I don't know what was in the district attorney's mind, but what Metzner had to say about Holmes's sanity was very similar to my own opinions and vice versa. He supported the prosecution far more than the defense during this part of the trial. But maybe the defense lawyers weren't concentrating on Holmes's sanity as much as they were focusing on simply keeping him alive. Before the trial, they had been willing to plead Holmes guilty in return for keeping him off death row. Even though Judge Samur often reminded the jury that Metzner's and my testimony should only be considered with regard to sanity and for no other purpose, such as assessing a penalty if they were to find him guilty, it would make sense for the defense to want the jury to hear as much as possible about the severity of his mental illness so that they would be less likely to sentence him to death if he weren't found not guilty by reason of insanity. Dr. Metzner had a lot to say about that and articulated it well. The Denver Post said in an editorial that Metzner and I inundated jurors with personal information about Holmes that could be critical to the jury's decision on a possible death sentence. Holmes's favorite books to read as a kid and the meal that he cooked for his girlfriend on Valentine's Day, the name of his childhood dogs and how he cried when the dogs were put down. It is much harder for juries to give a death sentence to a person they view as human than to one they view simply as a generic defendant or, as Brockler referred to him over and over in court, impersonally and often derogatorily, that guy. Metzner cited many reasons for his opinion that Holmes knew that what he was doing was not only illegal, but would be viewed by society as wrong, even evil. Much of that was from Holmes's own statements. Some was from the behaviors recounted in the voluminous records he reviewed. Holmes had said that he knew shooting people in a theater was counter to legal and social morality. His planning was well thought out and documented in his notebook. He had ways to delay getting caught, such as by diverting police attention to explosions or fire in his apartment. He said that he bought his ammunition over time in order not to arouse suspicion. He said that he researched other mass murders, specifically the Columbine shootings, to estimate police response times and how much ammunition he would need. Holmes told his ex-girlfriend Gargi Datta in a somewhat vague Gmail chat around March 25, 2012, that he wouldn't want to get caught or go to prison. His dating profiles on Match.com and AdultFriendFinder.com had the teasers, "Will you visit me in prison?" Holmes's delusions, Metzner testified, didn't diminish his capacity to appreciate right and wrong. His Gmail chats established that he knew he was thinking about doing something evil, and that it was against the law. There were lots of other examples. Metzner explained that the defendant's functioning, not his diagnosis, is the main issue for sanity. Whether the mental condition is schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, schizotypal personality, or something else doesn't matter, so long as it's serious enough to qualify as a mental disease or defect under the Colorado statute. People with serious mental illnesses are rarely psychotic all the time, and sometimes not at all. In addition to giving his opinion that Holmes had the capacity to know right from wrong during and before the shootings, Dr. Metzner, too, said that the shootings wouldn't have happened if Holmes hadn't been severely mentally ill. Metzner's pre-shooting diagnosis was schizoaffective disorder, a substantially more serious condition than schizotypal personality. He explained his rationale for the diagnosis, citing symptoms that I had considered less definitive, and said, among other things, that Holmes was floundering, struggling with who he was and what was going to happen to him. Metzner believed that Holmes was very depressed in addition to being psychotic. He inferred evidence for what psychiatrists call vegetative symptoms, such as appetite and sleep disturbance, that are consistent with serious depression, and a feeling that Holmes had lost his purpose in life. Holmes believed, accurately or not, that he wasn't going to make it in graduate school and that his brain wasn't going to be fixed. On top of that, he had lost his first serious girlfriend. Public Defender King spent about 2 hours cross-examining Dr. Metzner, getting him to agree that a particular diagnosis is one doctor's opinion, referring to mine, and may or may not be correct. King focused a lot on diagnosis and its relevance to a person's thought process, but Metzner reiterated that diagnosis doesn't dictate whether or not a person is psychotic at any particular time. Dr. Metzner cited negative symptoms suggesting schizophrenia, observable, passive signs that one is not normal, such as marked paucity of speech, lack of motivation, and difficulty experiencing pleasure, and agreed with King that a person's outward behavior can be normal even when he is delusional, believing things that aren't real. King's point to the jury, with which Metzner largely agreed, was that Holmes suffered from a mental illness that is associated with psychotic features. He had, at various times according to the defense, delusions, hallucinations, catatonic behavior, negative symptoms, obsessive behavior, and homicidal and suicidal thinking. There was little evidence for some of those, and less during the shootings themselves, but Metzner agreed with part of the defense position. Dr. Metzner's redirect by the prosecution was brief, a recap of what he had already said. One of the things it covered was that Metzner looked at the totality of the circumstances of Holmes and the case, not just the items that the defense wanted to highlight. Another was that although the tests given by defense psychologist Hanlon and independent psychologists Manguso and Gray indicated that his mental illness was genuine, they didn't imply that everything he said was accurate or reliable. Some information Holmes gave to Metzner contradicted what he told others, such as Dr. Gurr. He told Metzner and me that he went to the theater to shoot as many people as he could, but Gurr reported that he hadn't thought he would kill or harm people when he went. That's a big difference. When Metzner asked Holmes specifically about the words, "a call for action," found in Dr. Gurr's report, Holmes responded clearly that he had never used that phrase. He didn't have an explanation for the discrepancy. Similarly, Holmes told Metzner that he hadn't studied for his graduate school preliminary exams because, having always studied out of a fear that he wouldn't please others, this time he wanted to be himself and not study out of fear. Holmes had told me that not studying was, in part, a way to fail the test so he wouldn't raise suspicion when he dropped out of school. The jury had 3 questions for Dr. Metzner, all having to do with the medication, sertraline, that Dr. Fenton had prescribed during the spring of 2012. King followed up by asking whether or not the sertraline could have contributed to what Metzner called Holmes's delusional beliefs. Metzner testified the drug didn't contribute to the delusional beliefs, and had no effect on his ability to know right from wrong. Much of the court's time immediately after Dr. Metzner's cross-examination was devoted to the jury. The jurors had been reminded several times a day of Judge Samur's very strict rules prohibiting them from talking about the case with anyone, even among themselves, during the trial. They were to assiduously avoid all contact with news and other media that mentioned the case, were never to be around people who were discussing it, and were to report any breach of the rules to the judge's staff at once. During the Metzner redirect, a note from Juror 673 was handed to Judge Samur. It said that she had observed a breach of those rules involving Juror 872 and perhaps two others. For the next several hours, the judge questioned everyone suspected of being involved. It turned out that Juror 872 had taken a cell phone call from her husband, who told her about a Facebook post and an inadvertent tweet about the case from one of the lawyers. The call had been on speaker, and at least two other jurors heard the husband say, perhaps quoting the Facebook post, "The idiot. The judge was mad," and "I hope the jury saw the video." That day, Juror 872 and the two others who heard the conversation became the first of 5 jurors to be dismissed from the trial. Juror 673 was praised for her honesty and allowed to remain. 2 more jurors would be dismissed over the next 8 days, one because a relative was shot in a robbery attempt, and another because the juror knew one of the witnesses but had failed to notify the judge. 19 would remain at the end of the trial phase, 12 of whom would deliberate Holmes's fate. The prosecution continued to call witnesses, dozens of them, after Dr. Metzner. Most were survivors of the shootings. Others were law enforcement officers and investigators, Holmes's former friends, Dr. Fenton, and Dr. Robert Feinstein, who had seen Holmes with Fenton a few weeks before the shootings. Gargi Datta, who dated Holmes for a while during their first year of graduate school, talked about a relationship that was more serious for Holmes than for her. His shy awkwardness got better when they were alone, but toward late spring, she broke off even their then fairly superficial meetings. The prosecution alleged that rage over Gargi's breaking up with him was a catalyst for Holmes's shootings. There's little evidence for that. Datta told of the texts and chats that would later be viewed as premonitory, but at the time seemed more like banter. Odd to be sure, something that caused her to recommend a therapist, but far from warnings of a future massacre. Ben Garcia, probably Holmes's best graduate school friend, was the one who urged him to ask Gargi out in the first place. Both Ben and Gargi commented on Holmes's good, if a bit quirky, sense of humor. The 3 of them hung out with a small group, having dinner, studying, playing board games. Holmes dropped away from the group after he and Gargi broke up. The reasons and process are unclear, but Holmes wasn't part of the group anymore, and although Ben reached out a couple of times, made no effort to keep the relationships going. About 5 weeks into the trial, the prosecution called Holmes's graduate school psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton. Holmes had told her in March of 2012 that he had homicidal thoughts, up to 3 or 4 times a day, but she made it clear to the jury that Holmes refused to provide any details about those thoughts, no targets, plans, or indication that he had bought weapons. She inquired carefully. He purposefully withheld the information. Holmes never showed signs of depression or mania, she said, and he never described hearing voices or seeing things. She asked about other symptoms, but he didn't mention the concerns he later chronicled in his notebook, worries about his nose, eyes, and penis, the feeling of catatonia, or his odd sense of himself. She sensed that he had some level of hatred for mankind, but, she testified, he didn't state that in so many words. She considered hospitalizing him against his will. He didn't want to be locked up. but her hands were tied because she had no evidence for the imminent danger legally required for involuntary detention. Her best option was to get consultation from a senior colleague, so she contacted Dr. Robert Feinstein. Dr. Feinstein testified just after Dr. Fenton and described much the same experience with Holmes. He had been Fenton's mentor and a frequent consultant, not unusual in medical school settings. They met often to discuss cases. Feinstein agreed with Fenton that there had been no indications of specific plans, victims, or preparations while Holmes was in treatment. He and Fenton offered an antipsychotic medication, risperidone, but Holmes declined. They considered transferring Holmes to a different psychiatrist, perhaps Feinstein himself, to see if a stronger therapeutic alliance might be forged with a male clinician. He stopped therapy before that could take place. Very soon after his final session, Fenton alerted the campus threat assessment team and called Holmes's mother, Arlene. No one else had any specific information about danger either, and he had quit school and surrendered his campus access cards. From the university's viewpoint, the matter seemed closed. The survivors called by the prosecution continued to relate experiences of terrible fear and trauma, physical and emotional, to the jury. Veronica Mosier's mother, Ashley, now paralyzed from the waist down from one of the 4 bullet wounds that also led to her miscarrying Veronica's baby sister, was the last prosecution witness. "I went to stand up," she said, to reach for her hand. I felt it slip through my hand. As soon as I stood up, I remember getting hit in the chest. Then Ashley fell too, unable to move. Her daughter wasn't breathing. Holmes looked away as she spoke. The prosecution rested its case on June 19. Then it was the defense's turn. 14. The Holmes defense. It was like a storm. He tried to get help, but nobody did much about it except tell him that everything would be okay. Dr. Raquel Gurr, testifying about Holmes for the defense. The defense case was much shorter than the prosecution's, with its long line of investigators and the often tearful litany of survivor experiences. Holmes's defense was developed by a team of very competent lawyers and investigators. Their witnesses' direct testimony was largely handled by Chief Trial Deputies Daniel King and Tamara Brady, who had also cross-examined many of the prosecution witnesses. The first defense witness was Jason Frank, a nurse from the Arapahoe County Detention Facility. He and other jail staff described Holmes as not particularly unusual until his psychotic break in late November of 2012. The defense played jail video of that episode with clips of Holmes falling backward from his bunk. They would eventually show the jury video of all Holmes's unusual, sometimes bizarre behavior while in custody, including smearing his feces in the BC cell and being naked and restrained in his bed later that month during his treatment at Denver Health Medical Center. Then the defense called the first of their 2 psychiatric experts, Dr. Jonathan Woodcock. Expert witnesses for either side in trials must first be qualified by the court in order to opine in their areas of expertise, a legal questioning process called voir dire. The side that calls the expert builds him or her up a bit for the judge, then the opposing side may question the expert's credentials, experience, or other qualifications. It is unusual for a physician, such as a psychiatrist, to be found unqualified to testify, but the back and forth between the lawyers is not lost on the jury. The prosecution spent an hour trying to get Judge Samur to rule that Dr. Woodcock wasn't qualified to be an expert in the Holmes case, or, more likely, trying to weaken his credibility in front of the jury, in part because he had almost no experience in criminal cases. That effort failed, and he testified all day, describing his examination of Holmes just days after the shootings and his opinion that Holmes's mental illness was so severe at the time that he should be found legally insane. Woodcock appeared to have no doubt that Holmes was psychotic during the 4 days from just before the shootings until Woodcock interviewed him, even though psychosis per se doesn't preclude an accurate thinking process for planning and carrying out such a mission. He found Holmes to be well-oriented, organized, and able to communicate adequately just a few days after he was arrested. The psychosis, Dr. Woodcock testified, was defined mostly by the delusional content of his thoughts. On cross-examination, D.A. Brockler focused on Holmes's clear knowledge of society's norms for legal and moral behavior. When Woodcock brought up clinical points, Brockler said, "But doctor, there is no such thing as clinical insanity, right?" referring to the law's definition of insanity and psychiatry's avoidance of that term. His questions were fast and aggressive, criticizing Woodcock's temporizing and avoiding of simple yes or no answers. The defense objected vigorously, usually to no avail, on grounds that Brockler's questions had already been asked and answered, and that they went beyond the scope of Woodcock's earlier direct testimony. Courtroom rules require that cross-examination be limited to topics already brought out in direct testimony. Dr. Woodcock often seemed flustered under Brockler's practiced barrage. The judge warned him several times about not answering Brockler's questions or inserting comments when there was no question. Dr. Woodcock believed that Holmes needed antipsychotic medication as of his, Woodcock's, July 24, 2012 visit. Cross-examination revealed that jail psychiatrist Irwin Mosier had told Woodcock that the public defender's office instructed him, Mosier, not to talk to Holmes without their permission, which interfered with his care. Woodcock had shared his impression of severe psychosis with Mosier and told him that antipsychotic drugs would be appropriate, even though defense lawyer King had told Woodcock at the time, in July 2012, not to talk with Dr. Mosier. The records of early exchanges regarding who was told what about Holmes's condition during the first week or so of his incarceration, and with whom the responsibility lay for his care, are confusing. Dr. Woodcock said that he hadn't reviewed the case records until the summer of 2014, almost 2 years after he saw Holmes, at which time the defense asked him to provide psychiatric opinions based on those records and his 2012 interview. He was notified in early 2015 that he would be called to testify, and he submitted a report to the defense in late March without talking with Holmes again. He asked to interview Holmes once more and saw him April 1, just before the trial began. Woodcock testified that the opinions he gave in court had been based primarily on his single early interview, done at a very opportune time, but in which he hadn't been allowed to ask Holmes anything about the shootings themselves. A defense investigator had been present and interrupted the examination at least twice. Dr. Woodcock's report and testimony did not appear to consider Holmes's many written communications prior to the shootings, audio and video recorded law enforcement interviews of the defendant immediately after the shootings, and other information that would ordinarily be routine parts of a forensic assessment. I don't know whether or not the defense ever provided all of those to Woodcock. On redirect by the defense, Woodcock noted that the catatonia the defense used as an indication that Holmes was psychotic before the shootings wasn't really there in his interviews. Holmes had misused the term in his notebook. Still, Woodcock testified, there was evidence that Holmes couldn't control his thoughts or actions after, as Holmes texted to Hillary Allen, the floodgates opened. Holmes pursued his mission in an organized fashion, but his goal was determined by his delusional state, he added. In Dr. Woodcock's opinion, the presence of detailed planning and organization didn't mean Holmes could control his behavior and didn't mean he was sane at the time. Brockler's recross examination continued as aggressively as before. No, Woodcock agreed. There was no mention of hallucinations or shadows during his July 2012 interview. Maybe Holmes saw a flash sometime years before the shootings. In the end, Dr. Woodcock's opinion of insanity rested to some extent simply on his not being able to think of a rational reason for Holmes to kill the people in the Century 16 theater. After a few more fact witnesses, to bolster the defense position of severe mental illness and try to introduce reasonable doubt about the defendant's sanity into the jurors' minds, the defense called Dr. Raquel Gurr. Dr. Gurr, a professor of psychiatry, neurology, and radiology, had seen Holmes many times since the shootings. She had done complex neuroradiological tests of his brain and thoroughly reviewed all of the records and expert reports. She spoke with a European accent that might have conveyed sophistication and scientific credibility to some jurors, but also might have made her testimony difficult to understand in places. At Mr. King's invitation, Dr. Gurr described asking Holmes many questions about whether or not he was angry or vengeful, and whether or not the shootings were motivated by anger or hatred. Those were important to eliminate if the insanity defense were to be successful. His answers were consistently no, Gurr said. He wasn't mad at anybody. She appeared to accept his responses at face value. She could find no non-psychotic reason for the shootings. If Holmes hadn't been severely mentally ill, the shootings wouldn't have happened, an opinion held by all the other experts as well. He believed the world was coming to an end, Gurr testified. We are all going to die, the nihilistic thought that there's no meaning to life. Holmes told her that he thought he was helping people by shooting them. Everybody is going to die anyway. There's no purpose in life. Life is miserable for everybody. Put them out of their misery. According to Gurr, Holmes was engulfed in his delusion, and once he described it out loud to Gargi and Dr. Fenton, the floodgates were open. He had to do it. He struggled with it for years. It was like a storm. He tried to get help, but nobody did much about it except tell him that everything would be okay. In Dr. Gurr's view, Holmes was already on the way to psychosis early in graduate school. That year, and his experience of the year as a failure, was the last straw. He was doing okay, making good grades, but in his distorted reality, he wasn't perfect. He had trouble learning the laboratory procedures. Something was wrong with him, he believed. He wasn't at the top of his class anymore. Life was meaningless anyway. We were dead before we were alive, Holmes had said, and we would be dead again afterward. Gurr explained that psychosis is an intrusive experience, bringing into consciousness thoughts and sensations that are usually unwanted and upsetting. Holmes developed ways of distracting himself from those thoughts, with homework, for example, computer games, and plucking at his hair. He was doing what he could to feel better, she said, but doing it secretly, so people wouldn't think he was crazy. Gurr diagnosed schizophrenia and compared his thoughts and self-doubts, but not his violence, to those commonly found in other people with the disorder. Over time, Gurr explained, Holmes's unwanted thoughts became delusional and evolved as the major force in his life. Some of his delusions became bizarre, she testified, and some were totally irrational. They were unshakable and pervasive, and he still has them today. Gurr alluded to Holmes's intelligence, testifying that when smart people become delusional, they tend to have more bizarre delusions than the average patient. They think about deeper things. She compared Holmes to the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. Smarter people, she said, who tend to elaborate more and write more. She referred to Holmes's writings while he was in jail, saying that in her opinion, they indicated delusions and disorganized thinking. Dr. Gurr was the only expert to order magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, of Holmes's brain. She compared his MRI results to those of some 79 healthy people she had studied in the past, and concluded that Holmes had a slight but statistically significant lack of temporal lobe tissue, an area of the cerebrum that sits on the lower sides of the brain and affects, among other things, personality and processing sensory information. She pointed out on MRI images projected for the jury that his right frontoorbital area, the top front portion of the brain, roughly behind the lower forehead, important to some emotions, motivation, and inhibiting inappropriate behavior, was lower in volume than that of 99% of the general population. His amygdala, deep in the brain and an important hub for nerve cells that mediate emotion, was smaller than that of 95% of normal people. In short, she testified, Holmes had below-average brain volume in those areas that are important to emotions and decision-making. Brockler was just as vigorous with Dr. Gurr's cross-examination as he had been with Dr. Woodcock's. He couldn't criticize her methods as much. She had spent many hours with Holmes and tried to put her findings into the context of her substantial clinical and scientific experience. Much of his time was spent picking at little things, such as Gurr's diagnosing Holmes before talking in person with his parents. She already had lots of information from them through other sources, apparently trying to decrease her credibility with the jury. She remained calm and professional under Brockler's attack, which one of the local media outlets, the Aurora Sentinel, described as hammering the defense's star witness. Brockler also attacked Gurr's lack of forensic training and experience. She willingly, even proudly, responded that she was not a forensic psychiatrist, but a clinician. Almost all forensic psychiatrists are also clinicians. The two are not mutually exclusive. She acknowledged that she was not board certified in any of her specialties, a bit surprising since such certification is an almost ubiquitous credential for medical academicians, clinicians, and forensic physicians. He pointed out that she had testified in court only twice, both times for the defense. He highlighted inconsistencies in what Dr. Gurr related as Holmes's statements and his statements to other evaluators. Some were significant, but others were explainable in terms of simple differences in the interviews or memories changing a little from month to month. Brockler inflated them for the jury. Gurr parried his barbs calmly, but not always effectively. For example, Gurr, whose interviews were not recorded, agreed that her report quoted Holmes as describing a call to action. No one else ever heard him say that, and he denied ever using those words. Brockler pointed out that the phrase was also the title of a book chapter Gurr had written years before. Dr. Gurr scoffed at the comparison and said the two references were completely unrelated. The defense explored, but did not use in court, another line of defense, an attempt to indict the antidepressant and anti-anxiety medication that Dr. Fenton had prescribed for Holmes during the spring of 2012, sertraline, Zoloft. A handful of small studies based on anecdotal reports, generally contradicted by the bulk of the psychopharmacology literature, suggest that sertraline and similar antidepressants, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, can precipitate or worsen psychosis and, in very unusual situations, cause patients to become violent. The non-pursued defense theory in Holmes's case went something like the following. By the time he saw Dr. Fenton, Holmes had long-standing violent thoughts and wishes that were being kept in check by his ordinary impulse control, his anxiety, and his fear of the consequences of killing people. One effect of the sertraline, defense proponents said, was to reduce his anxiety and fear. That's a desirable therapeutic result, but in this case, it freed his psyche to plan the killings and carry them out without fear of the consequences. One or two, so far as I know, defense consultants added the opinion that sertraline caused Holmes's psychotic symptoms, including his human capital belief, thus creating a reason, albeit an irrational one, for him to kill others. The people who helped the defense develop these ideas, including a somewhat controversial British psychiatric consultant named David Healy, used a sometimes speculative case timeline to make their premise fit the facts. It relied in part on his undated notebook entries. They assumed that certain of Holmes's thoughts arose just after he started taking the sertraline, that his self-diagnosed mental problems, such as dysphoric mania, were accurate, and that the purported adverse effects of the sertraline somehow not only persisted, but increased during the 3 to 6 weeks after he stopped the medication, but before the shootings. The evidence cited by those who espoused the sertraline theory was very thin. They admitted that sertraline and its medicinal kin are good drugs that serve an important clinical purpose. Somehow, they surmised, Holmes was literally one case in millions, and each piece fell exactly into place to create a perfect storm scenario of "the medicine made me do it." While there is a tiny group of reported cases of people who appear to have rapidly changed and become very violent after taking sertraline, they number in the single digits compared with the millions who have taken the drug without incident over the past quarter century. It is reasonable to examine the possibilities and search for data, but it makes no sense to conclude that sertraline is the culprit or even a significant cause of the shootings based on the information available in the Holmes case. A couple of psychiatrists have said, for example in a BBC Panorama television special on the Holmes case, that sertraline's adverse effects can, in rare instances, persist for up to 2 months, and thus could have influenced the shootings. That having been considered, when I spoke with Holmes some 2 years later, he said that he still held his human capital belief and that people should still be worried about him, casting even further doubt on a sertraline defense. Was some sertraline link conceivable? Anything is possible, and it's an idea tailor-made for people who oppose all psychiatric medications. There are lots of those folks around. And conspiracy theorists who allege that the government or some nefarious cabal framed Holmes in the first place. But the evidence wasn't convincing, and the defense decided not to pursue it at the trial. After the defense rested its case on July 10, the district attorney was entitled to call rebuttal witnesses. The prosecution had hired and prepared several psychiatrists to counter the defense case and its possible extra experts. Dr. Resnick, who had reviewed all of the case records and materials, was ready to testify. 2 other prosecution experts, one, Dr. Douglas Jacobs, well qualified to rebut any attempt to implicate sertraline, were prepared as well. But when the defense chose not to pursue the sertraline theory and didn't call additional experts, Brockler decided that launching a lengthy rebuttal was unnecessary and might do more harm than good to the state's case. The prosecution had made its points, and the jurors were tired. There was no need. Closing arguments began on July 14, 2015, the 49th day of the trial. After a morning of legal arguments and objections, the judge warned those in the gallery, which included many victims and victims' family members, about emotional outbursts and brought in the jury. Each side was allowed 2 hours. The prosecution went first. D.A. Brockler spoke for 90 minutes with soft-voiced passion about the crimes and the evidence, also arguing that defense experts had failed to do adequate forensic evaluations, much less support the case for insanity. A model of the auditorium where the shootings took place was prominent while Brockler was talking. The defense had the auditorium model covered before the jury returned for Mr. King's closing argument. Facts do not cease to exist because someone wants to ignore them, he began. He asked the jury to ignore the prosecution's allegations that there was no mental illness and listen to the facts. Dr. Reed told you about his mental illness. Even the doctors that the prosecution used say that he's psychotic. Where's the logic in the things he did, the mission, what he told his psychiatrist? King continued. It's psychotic. You can't attribute that to logic, he said. It defies logic. That's the psychotic process. The district attorney wants you to defy logic. Mr. Holmes had lost touch with reality. He was consumed with a mental illness. He could not control his thoughts, his actions, his perceptions. King pleaded with the jury to accept the mental illness, that Mr. Holmes was in the throes of a psychotic episode when this took place. He's not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution was allowed a short rebuttal. Then the judge revealed which 12 jurors had been chosen before the trial started to deliberate. The other 7, who remained after 5 had been dismissed during the trial, would be isolated and ready to serve if needed. The judge had already read deliberation instructions to the jurors, each of whom had his or her own copy and verdict forms. The directions weren't simple, and they weren't short. There were 62 pages in all, with 30 specific instructions, admonishments about outside communication, and deliberation details for some 166 criminal counts, each with multiple elements, and each including the element of sanity or insanity. If the prosecution had not proved sanity beyond a reasonable doubt, all the terms carefully defined under Colorado law, then the other elements would be irrelevant. The charges included 12 counts of murder with deliberation, first degree, and 12 counts of first-degree murder with extreme indifference, along with lesser included offenses such as second-degree murder and manslaughter, and over 100 counts of attempted murder. The number of victims and the number of possible verdicts for each charge made it a dizzying document. The verdict forms, which would be completed by the foreperson on behalf of the entire jury for each charge, were complex as well. What did the words mean to that jury? In Colorado, reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense that arises from a fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not vague or speculative. Reasonable doubt would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in important matters. Extreme indifference refers to knowingly showing an attitude of universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, creating grave risk of death to others in the absence of insanity. With deliberation means intentionally and after reflection and judgment about an act such as murder or attempted murder. One of the jury instructions explained what would happen if they found Holmes insane. He would be committed to the Colorado Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that he is eligible for release. That is, until a judge finds that he no longer has an abnormal mental condition likely to cause danger to himself or others in the foreseeable future, and is capable of distinguishing right from wrong and behaving legally. If Holmes were found not guilty by reason of insanity, he could never again be tried on the same charges. This set of deliberations completely ignored punishment. It was solely to determine Holmes's sanity and, if he were found to have been sane at the time of each shooting, his guilt or lack of guilt for all elements of each of the crimes. Any finding of sane or guilty had to be beyond reasonable doubt. Once the foreperson notified Judge Samur that juror deliberations were complete, the judge gave the parties and the media 2 hours' notice before reconvening court to announce the verdicts. The jury had been out for less than 2 days, returning on July 16, almost 3 years to the day after the shootings and 3 months after the trial began. They had deliberated for about 12 hours in all, a very short time considering the amount of paperwork required for each of the charges. The courtroom was silent as Holmes stood beside his lawyers and Judge Samur read each of the verdict forms, beginning with the first. Phase 2 Sentencing Verdict Form. Verdict Form, Count 1. Murder in the first degree after deliberation. Jonathan Blunk. We, the jury, find the defendant, James Egan Holmes, guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The other verdicts followed suit. It took Samur an hour to read them all. 15. Punishment. We don't kill people for being sick. Attorney Rebecca Higgs, defending Holmes during the penalty mitigation phase of the trial. The sentencing hearing began 3 days later. The same jury that had deliberated Holmes's guilt would now hear testimony about how he should be punished for the murders. Any process that brings the death penalty closer is very serious. Up to 3 more steps, or phases, remained. The terminology is a little confusing. Judge Samur referred to the just concluded guilty or not guilty proceedings as the trial. Once the jury found Holmes guilty on all counts, a hearing ensued to determine punishment. Since 24 of the charges were associated with the death penalty, the jury remained a part of the decision process. The judge would deal with verdicts that brought prison sentences, but only a jury can sentence a defendant to die. First, the jury would hear testimony about aggravating factors related to the first-degree murder offenses, phase 1 of the sentencing process. Then they would deliberate again. Phase 2 would follow, in which they would listen to mitigating factors, things the defense hoped would offset some of the horrors the prosecution had highlighted during the past 3 months, and deliberate once again to compare the aggravating and mitigating conditions. If they failed to agree unanimously that aggravation outweighed mitigation, the death penalty would not be authorized. The jury's work would then be over, and the judge would decide Holmes's sentences. If, however, all 12 found beyond a reasonable doubt that aggravation did outweigh mitigation, the jurors would return to hear arguments for and against the death penalty itself, and then deliberate a final time to decide whether Holmes would live or die. No matter what their decisions, after the jury's work was complete, there would be a final sentencing session at which the judge would formalize Holmes's punishment. Phase 1 of the sentencing process was very straightforward. Colorado law defined 5 kinds of aggravating conditions that the jury would consider. Had Holmes murdered more than 2 people in the first degree? Had he knowingly created a grave risk to additional people in killing his 12 victims? Had his first-degree murders been committed in an especially cruel or heinous manner? Had he committed first-degree murder while lying in wait or from ambush? Had he intentionally killed a child? The prosecution needed for the jurors to agree with only one of those for the proceedings to continue toward the death penalty. Assistant District Attorney Rich Orman's arguments for aggravation were, in the words of the Los Angeles Times, brief, brutal, and riveting. He showed the jury as much of the carnage as the judge would allow, graphic photos of those who had died and those who had survived to undergo sometimes Herculean treatment and still be left disabled. He read every victim's name. He argued that the killing of little Veronica Mosier, shot 4 times, was absolutely intentional, in spite of Holmes's words of regret. Orman spoke of victims dying surrounded by screaming and by pain and by anguish from a conscienceless, pitiless killer. He cited the anguish that the victims, including those who were dying, must have felt for the loved ones who were with them, perhaps even greater than their own fear of dying. The defense knew that at least one of the aggravating factors had been proved even before the sentencing hearing began. Far more than 2 people had been killed, and one factor would be enough. The jurors deliberated briefly on July 22 and returned with their decisions the next day. They accepted 4 of the 5 aggravating conditions, omitting only the intentional killing of a child. Some jurors had reasonable doubt that Holmes had purposely aimed at Veronica Mosier. The process moved to Phase 2. Phase 2 was the defense's best opportunity to humanize James Holmes for the jurors, to have them see something, anything other than the single-minded killer and terrorizer of innocent moviegoers that the prosecution had relentlessly painted a few days before and throughout the trial. Attorney Rebecca Higgs told the jury that the defense accepted its verdict, then explained that a defendant can be legally sane but still seriously mentally ill. She would not describe that illness as justification or an excuse, she said, but as a reason to choose life. We don't kill people for being sick. The defense began to call its mitigation witnesses on July 27. 18 of Holmes's former neighbors, friends, and classmates had been flown in from California for the trial. It would have been hard to find that many supporters in Colorado. Holmes's sister, Chris, was among the first to testify, telling the jury about a gentle brother, the Jimmy she looked up to as a small child, who let her play with the big kids and protected her when bullies threatened. The brother and sister who built forts and threw things for the dogs to fetch. The day he finally allowed her into his secret treehouse. The family closeness and Dad's own shyness and difficulty expressing feelings. She talked about the changes she saw in Jimmy after the family moved back to San Diego from Salinas, and later as he moved into adolescence. The next day, Robert Holmes showed family photographs on the large screen behind the witness stand. Jimmy smiling in every one. Christmas, Disneyland, the beach, Big Bear Lake, the aquarium, camping, snorkeling. Times with Uncle Dexter and Aunt Terry, fishing, riding horses. A happy kid, a family kid, a human being. Arlene Holmes, perhaps the most poignant of the defense witnesses, spoke about Jimmy's and later James's mental changes, and especially about the signs that she and Robert didn't see of his mounting problems and deteriorating ability to deal with them. She said, holding back a mother's tears, "I didn't realize that his loudest cry for help was his silence." Other defense witnesses talked about the house on Foxtail Place, the Halloween parties where Jimmy helped the younger children through the family haunted house, playing little kid basketball in the cul-de-sac, perfect attendance at Castroville Elementary. Former teachers used words like helpful, sweet, exceptional, and a leader. Martin and Catherine Barrett, neighbors in their Oak Hills suburb, spoke of family trips to a water park and a happy, shy, non-confrontational Jimmy who fit in well. Their son Joe, now a lawyer, said Jimmy had been a good friend and a normal kid. Lori and Mark Bidwell had a son Chris's age in Oak Hills. They talked about a shy, friendly Jimmy who was kind to younger kids and had a great sense of humor. Claire Vincent taught Jimmy piano for several years. He played in recitals and had duets with Sister Chris. He was in the Mesa Verde Middle School band. Dad coached him at soccer. Pat Silva played on his team at Mesa Verde and Westview High, Silva said Jimmy was funny, sweet, quiet. He played other sports too, not great, but a game kid, participating, trying. Things changed. A high school friend said Jimmy kept to himself except for a circle of quiet friends who went to movies and played paintball. A high school teacher said he was tough to get to know. But Barbara Martin, whose yard Jimmy mowed when he was 17, said he was a model child. One of the jurors became ill during the mitigation testimony. Judge Samur sent the entire jury home for the day while the defense continued to call its witnesses. Their testimony video recorded and later played back for all the jurors to see and hear. Dr. Jeffrey Metzner was called again to testify, this time for the defense on mitigation. He reiterated his opinion and his agreement with the other psychiatrists that Holmes suffered from a severe mental illness, which he had diagnosed as schizoaffective disorder. That illness, he said, characterized in part by delusions that indicate psychosis, was a primary source of Holmes's crimes. It was still present and is incurable. On July 30, the lawyers presented their final Phase 2 arguments. Judge Samur gave the jurors their instructions for their next set of deliberations. The jury's task this time was to compare the aggravating and mitigating factors and determine whether or not the aggravating conditions outweighed, beyond reasonable doubt, the mitigating ones for the sole purpose of considering the death penalty. They would deliberate, discussing their thoughts and opinions with one another, but their decisions were to be individual, each deciding for himself or herself. If even one juror did not find beyond reasonable doubt that aggravation outweighed mitigation, the death penalty would not be authorized, and the case would go to non-capital sentencing by the judge. If, and only if, the result was unanimously in favor of the aggravating conditions, the death penalty was authorized, and the sentencing hearing would proceed to Phase 3. This time there were 22 written instructions for the jurors, covering 52 pages. The judge read the instructions aloud as well. They included both a short recap of the prosecution's aggravating factors and a lengthy, detailed summary of the defense theory of mitigation, 62 items in all, touching on Holmes's childhood and family life, his long history of kindness and respect for others, the absence of any other criminal history, many illustrations of his mental illness, the expert's agreement that his illness contributed significantly to the crimes, his psychiatric treatment, wrestling with keeping his dark impulses at bay, and more. The instructions cautioned jurors not to consider any potential aggravating factors except the 4 that had been proved in Phase 1. They were free, however, to think of additional mitigating conditions beyond those offered by the defense and to consider mercy for the defendant if they wished. They were to scrupulously avoid information that was not part of the evidence presented during the trial, such as media coverage, public sentiment, or social prejudice. On August 3, the jury returned. Every juror found for aggravation for each of the 24 murder charges, which were eventually consolidated into 12, one for each murder victim. The death penalty was authorized. The next step in the process, Phase 3, would begin the following day, after which the jury would deliberate a final time to decide between death for James Holmes and life in prison without possibility of parole. It consisted of 2 days of often tearful prosecution testimony by 12 of the hundreds of victims and their family members affected by the shootings. The defense could not call witnesses in this phase. Mary Teresa Hoover, mother of murder victim A.J. Boyk, told the jury that she had lost half her children, half of what I was put on this earth to do. Karen Teves, mother of deceased Alex Teves, spoke of pain every single day and her fear that someday she won't remember what her son's laugh sounded like. Sandy Phillips wore her dead daughter's scarf to the witness stand. She always wears that scarf as a memorial. I cry every day, she said. She and her husband, now 65 and 71 years old, don't plan a future anymore. The victims weren't the only people in the courtroom who cried. During the Phase 3 testimony, defense lawyer Brady objected to the prosecution's calling 2 victim witnesses to talk about the death of 6-year-old Veronica Mosier, rather than only her mother. Brady noted that many jurors had been crying, up to half of them, she said, and overwhelmed with emotion. The judge agreed that a couple of jurors had been weeping at times, but said he was monitoring them and he did not believe their emotion was excessive, and thus that fairness was in jeopardy. Samur had warned the jurors about emotional displays and admonished them to show self-restraint. The prosecution was allowed to call Veronica's grandfather, as well as her mother. After the prosecution called its last victim impact witness, Judge Samur once again reminded Holmes of both his right to testify on his own behalf and his right to make an allocution to the jury. The allocution would be a personal statement, without cross-examination, in which he could try to influence the jury or express whatever else he wished. Holmes declined. He had shown almost no emotion during the entire trial and spoken fewer than a dozen words to the court. The next day, just before each side presented closing arguments for the last time, the judge gave the jury his final instructions. Samur's instructions for the Phase 3 deliberations varied from routine, the same admonishments as before, such as to stick to the evidence presented and avoid outside influences, to the gravity of what he said may well be the most important and serious decisions you will ever be asked to make. One instruction included the words, "The law never requires a death sentence." Each juror's sentencing decision, he said, for each individual charge of murder must be reached beyond a reasonable doubt and, in addition, must reflect a profoundly reasoned moral response to the defendant's background, character, history, and crimes. Mercy and sympathy within the context of the evidence presented could be considered. They heard the victim impact statements but were to base their decisions on the evidence, not emotion. They were not to compare the defendant to the victims. The death penalty had been authorized by the jury's Phase 2 findings. These last deliberations were to determine whether or not every juror believed execution was appropriate justice for Holmes. A unanimous death sentence for any of the counts would invoke the death penalty. That's a very different way of thinking from that of the hundreds of thousands of television viewers, armchair quarterbacks, internet trolls, and media commentators who had been calling for the death penalty every day for months. It's easy when you're not a juror, when you don't have all of the evidence and all of the responsibility of those 12 people who make the decision for real. D.A. Brockler took 30 minutes for his closing, beginning with a projected photo of the Century 16 entrance and the words, "Through this door is horror." He showed photos of all the murder victims, each fading out to the sounds of screams and gunshots from the 911 recordings. Brockler's final statement was, "For James Egan Holmes, justice is death. Death." As defense lawyer Brady rose to begin her final argument, many of the observing victims and family members left the courtroom. Their exit hadn't been planned in advance, it just happened. At least one juror watched them leave. Brady took 30 minutes as well, pleading for Holmes's life with quiet passion. The shootings were heartbreaking, she said, but they were caused by Holmes's psychiatric disorder. The death of a seriously mentally ill man is not justice. Please, no more death. The bailiff escorted the jurors to the jury room to begin deliberations. They finished their task in less than 24 hours. The next day, Friday, August 7, 2015, the foreperson signaled the judge that the jury had reached a verdict. Before the jurors returned to the courtroom, the judge once again cautioned victims and other spectators about outbursts. The jury filed in and sat down. Samur read their verdicts, identical except for the victims' names, for each first-degree murder charge. We, the jury, do not have a unanimous final verdict on this count, and we, the jury, understand that as a result, the court will impose a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. At the first indication that Holmes would not be put to death, his mother, Arlene, sobbed with relief and slumped into her husband Robert's shoulder. He braced her gently. The judge continued to read. Some spectators, mostly victims and their families, left to release their feelings outside. Their cries could be heard through the courtroom doors. James Holmes would live because one juror refused to assess the ultimate penalty. Two others had serious doubts because of his mental illness, it was later learned, but the jury stopped deliberating because the additional juror decisions, in light of at least one vote against execution, would be moot. The jury was dismissed with thanks and high praise for their extraordinary work and endurance. Formal sentencing was scheduled for a final hearing that would begin on August 24. At the final sentencing hearing, Holmes was back in an orange jail jumpsuit and shackles. He would sit through 2 days of additional victim impact statements, made to the judge rather than addressed directly to him, Holmes, before the sentences were read. Over 100 people, some in wheelchairs, some still grieving the deaths of loved ones, some living with the special trauma of being a first responder to the massacre, many having trouble getting their words out, and all articulate in their own ways, remembered for the court that terrible night in 2012 and its lasting physical and emotional devastation. With no jury to address, they spoke to Judge Samur from a lectern in front of the bench. A few weren't satisfied that Holmes wouldn't be put to death. One in particular called the upcoming life sentences unjust. Judge Samur took exception to that and spent considerable time responding to her comments. Justice means giving the facts to a jury and accepting their decisions, he said. The jury did its job. If it was a popularity contest, then you could never have justice. Arlene Holmes, a deeply suffering victim in her own right, was the last to take the podium. She spoke for her family, saying that Holmes does feel remorse, but can't express it well because of his illness. She expressed her family's deep sorrow for all the victims. We cannot feel the depths of your pain. We can only listen to everything you have expressed, and we pray for you. At last, on August 26, 2015, 27-year-old Holmes stood impassively beside Public Defender King to hear his fate, his wrists handcuffed to a chain around his waist. Some media reports said his lack of expression was caused by his medication, but that's unlikely. He just wasn't emotional. The gist of the outcome was a foregone conclusion. James Holmes was sentenced to 12 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole, and an additional total of 3,318 years in prison for 141 lesser included offenses. It was the longest sentence in U.S. history. When he had finished reading the sentences, Judge Samur looked at Holmes with a scorn uncharacteristic of the respect he had shown the defendant during the trial. He contrasted Holmes's unfeeling carnage with the compassion of the juror who voted against the death penalty. The defendant does not deserve any sympathy, he said, never using Holmes's name. And for that reason, the court imposes the maximum sentence it can impose under the law. Samur's final words as he closed the proceedings were, "Sheriff, get the defendant out of my courtroom, please." The gallery erupted in applause, then cheers. One woman shouted, "Loser, loser, loser," as deputies escorted Holmes from the courtroom. The door closed behind him for the last time, and Judge Samur, an arbiter of justice under the most trying of circumstances, stepped down from his bench. Epilogue, Denouement. Following his sentencing, Holmes was quickly moved from the Arapahoe County Detention Facility to a Denver Corrections Intake Center, then to the Level 5 Maximum Security Colorado State Penitentiary in Canyon City, Colorado. He remained isolated from other inmates. In October of 2015, after being at Canyon City for about 5 weeks, he was assaulted by another inmate in a series of events the penitentiary described as inadvertent. The prison incident report says that a guard was escorting Holmes from his case manager's office when someone opened a nearby security gate that had another inmate behind it. That inmate recognized Holmes, decided to attack him, and darted through the now closing sliding door to get to him. The guard couldn't radio the gate control person or call for help because, he said, the battery in his radio was dead. The assailant got in a few blows, he said 6 or 7, the official report said about 2, before he was subdued and also struck the female case manager. Holmes was not seriously injured and was said not to have required medical attention. The assault was described as accidental or serendipitous by the correctional staff involved and by the Colorado Prison's director, Steve Hager. Hager mentioned surveillance video of the incident in an interview with ABC News. Jails and prisons routinely have video in all inmate areas and preserve recordings that document things like assaults. But when the network later tried to obtain it, there was none. No staff person was ever disciplined. According to Hager and ABC, the inmate assailant received 60 days in segregation, loss of privileges for 45 days, restrictive housing, and a transfer to the Colorado Penitentiary in Sterling City. The assailant, whom I decline to name, also received substantial notoriety for himself, network news coverage, national airing of a letter with his apology to America for not sending Holmes to Satan's Lake of Fire, and several small donations to his commissary account from fans in the free world, prison slang for outside the walls. The assailant's mother started a GoFundMe account for him. He later told a news outlet, through his father, that the assault had been set up by the guards. Prison officials dismissed those allegations as the words of an offender trying to minimize his own behavior. In mid-December, Holmes was moved to the San Carlos Correctional Facility, also Level 5, located in Pueblo, on the campus of the Colorado Mental Health Institute. San Carlos is designed to house and treat inmates with severe mental illness or developmental disability. Some stays are brief, others much longer, depending on when the inmate can safely be sent to an ordinary prison. One corrections representative denied that the move was related to Holmes's psychiatric condition, saying that it was simply part of routine movement through the system for a new inmate. This is where things get murky, and information supplied by the Colorado Department of Corrections becomes confusing, perhaps for valid reasons. The prison system soon stopped releasing information about Holmes's whereabouts. Some media reports, often based on interviews with a Department of Corrections spokesperson, said that he was transferred to another prison in January 2016, perhaps in Colorado and perhaps not. Other sources, including those I spoke with when I tried to schedule a post-sentencing follow-up interview with Holmes, implied that he remained at San Carlos until March and then was transferred to an undisclosed location out of state. Later records indicate that he was moved to another state in January via Interstate Compact, an agreement between correctional systems to exchange inmates who, for any of a number of reasons, are difficult to keep in state. One seemingly obvious reason for the move was safety for Holmes, other inmates, and staff. On the other hand, Bob Hood, former warden of the federal Supermax facility in Florence, Colorado, referred to the transfer as a dump job. Hood told ABC News that prisons manage assault risk every day and can deal effectively with dangers to both inmates and staff. Holmes's situation wasn't all that unusual. George Brockler agreed. Speaking in favor of victims' right to know Holmes's location, he noted that other notorious offenders, from Charles Manson to the 9/11 perpetrators to former U.S. Army Major Nidal Hasan, who killed 13 and wounded over 30 at Fort Hood, Texas, have never been sent to undisclosed locations. One of Brockler's deputy district attorneys, Rich Orman, filed open records requests for more information on the transfer. Some observers noted at the time that if Holmes is in an unknown location, he won't get the fan support that came to him when he was in the Arapahoe County Detention Facility. They and some victims liked the idea that his odd group of supporters can't send him letters, pictures, or commissary donations if they don't know where he is. Several months after the trial, and not knowing where he was being held, I contacted Holmes's parents in an effort to interview him one more time. I tried not to intrude, but asked if they might consult their family attorney about sharing his location with me, very confidentially, so that I could seek his permission and the institution's for a final visit. Arlene Holmes was cordial, but understandably cautious. After all, I was one of the psychiatrists who testified that he should be held responsible for murder. She was kind enough to talk it over with her husband, but they ultimately declined. We now know that Holmes was transferred out of state in January of 2016. The following June, the Colorado Department of Public Safety's Victims' Rights Act subcommittee came to a deadlock in its debate about whether or not the correctional system's refusal to divulge his location to victims was illegal. In September of 2017, prison authorities revealed that Holmes is an inmate at the United States Penitentiary, Allenwood, part of a high-security federal correctional complex in White Deer, Pennsylvania, about 3 hours northwest of Philadelphia. On December 4, 2015, Judge Samur held yet another hearing in the Holmes case. This one related to restitution for the substantial financial costs incurred by the victims, their families, and the Colorado Victim Compensation Fund as a result of Holmes's crimes. The district attorney's office had brought the action, which was largely symbolic. Holmes was ordered to pay, should he ever have the money, $851,000 to reimburse the state fund for current expenditures and $103,000 to the victims themselves. Interest on the amount will accrue, and it could increase with future eligible expenses. A portion of any money Holmes earns in prison could be attached, taken by the state of Colorado, as can his prison accounts. Holmes was sent donations totaling several $100s during his trial, and ended up with almost $5,000 in his jail account by the time he was sentenced. 5 years to the day after the shootings, residents of Aurora held a candlelight vigil in memory of Holmes's victims. At 12:18 a.m. on July 20, 2017, the names of the deceased were read as white balloons were released. A crowd of people then walked toward Aurora's 720 Reflection Memorial Garden, where a procession of law enforcement officers arrived to loud applause and cheers of support. If the jurors' decisions had been unanimous for the death penalty, Holmes would probably never be executed. The road from conviction to execution is long and circuitous. Most condemned inmates escape the fate in one way or another. In Colorado, then-Governor John Hickenlooper was an outspoken opponent of the death penalty and had vowed that no one would be executed on his watch. It's a conservative, red state, albeit with large liberal populations in the cities, but it seems likely that Colorado will repeal the death penalty in the fairly near future. Afterward, the search for why. Where's the why? A lot of readers bought this book to learn why James Holmes did what he did. So far, I haven't told you. I hope you'll keep reading, even though I may not answer all your questions. As much as we like to think that criminal investigations, trials, and psychiatrists and psychologists lead us to the why of mass killings and their perpetrators, they don't. The first time I met District Attorney George Brockler, over a year before the Holmes trial, he told me that he just wanted to know what caused the shootings. Why did Holmes do it? If there was some underlying cause that means he's not guilty by reason of insanity, Brockler said, so be it. He just wanted the answer. I have great respect for Brockler and I like him, but I don't think that's what he was thinking at the time. I was being schmoozed, just as I was from time to time by the public defenders. Brockler's task was to prosecute a person who had been duly indicted on 24 counts of murder and scores of other felony charges. His objective was to put Holmes onto death row. Saving him was solely the province of the public defender, not the prosecutors. Trials are not about finding the truth. They're not even about finding the reasons for things beyond what lawyers and jurists call rational motive, money, revenge, self-defense, and the like. Think about that for a moment. Criminal trials are about coming to justice, often in very complicated circumstances. They are two-dimensional resolutions of multidimensional situations. They reduce crime, accusations of crime, loss, pain, fear, vengeance, penance, compensation, restitution, correction, and sometimes mercy to yes or no questions, guilty or not guilty. In the United States, they do their job through an adversary system to resolve things one way or another. Trials are rarely about the whole story, the why. The prosecution seeks to bend the jury to a theory of the facts, a strange phrase, theory of the facts, that will lead to a guilty verdict. The defense offers an alternative theory that it hopes will create reasonable doubt about the state's allegations. The rule of law makes the playing field as level as it can be, given the government's huge resource advantage over individual defendants, with things like presumption of innocence, the right to a public jury trial, a guarantee of competent counsel regardless of ability to pay, a prosecution burden of beyond reasonable doubt, and dozens of other rights of the accused. In the end, the case is decided, the book is closed, legally at least, and life goes on without the why. But when the topic is something as terrible and frightening as mass murder, our search for why isn't satisfied by a jury verdict and a judicial sentence. Things get complicated. They don't really get resolved. Not resolving the why can be very unsettling. We want our world to be orderly, predictable, and safe, not frightening. We don't want the person next door to be able to turn homicidal all of a sudden, especially without some good reason. We don't want danger to lurk in theaters or nightclubs or schools or workplaces, but if it occasionally does, we want that danger to somehow be logical, not to be so random that we get nervous every time we sit down in an auditorium and feel the lights dim. More broadly, we want to feel settled, comfortable with some explanation that fits the way we go through life. We also look for something concrete, something outside ourselves to blame. Ancient humans thought up all kinds of blameworthy creations for whatever troubled them or piqued their curiosity. They gave their creations, gods, magic, totems, names. Naming the beast always makes it less fearful, more settling. Modern folks like to do that too. Some things have good, valid, reliable explanations, and some don't. But we still like to have things resolved, to feel settled. It's very tempting to resolve the enigma of things like Holmes's killings and maimings to increase our comfort by creating an easy why, one that sounds good to enough people on internet comment forums, Facebook or Twitter, at cocktail parties or over a beer, that they reflect our own views back to us as if in an echo chamber. Such a why doesn't have to be accurate or tell the whole story. It just needs a few articulate voices to tell us or agree with us that the matter is settled. We nod confidently. No matter that the voices say the same thing over and over without real critique, that they silence other views with pat answers and disapproval. We want simple. Sometimes we need simple. That's where things like a sertraline-Zoloft hypothesis come in for crimes such as Holmes's, or a government frame-up hypothesis, a spurned lover hypothesis, a graduate school failure hypothesis, a he's pure evil hypothesis, or even a psychiatric one. The search is worthwhile, but a trial doesn't end it, nor is there likely to be a valid answer from writers or commentators who stand to gain from publicizing their pet theories, much less from internet trolls and others with quick, simple, or conspiracy theory answers. Most of the so-called explanations for Holmes's behavior that we're drawn to aren't so much explanations as resolutions. They're ways to resolve the unsettling questions that poke at our frustration with the enigma, our fears, and often some of the unconscious feelings that lie deep within us. No current explanation of Holmes's tragic behavior withstands routine scientific tests of replicability and predictability. Examining people with his diagnosis, with his family and social background, his medications, his culture, or his race doesn't work. Every effort to tease out a group from which we can recognize perpetrators and prevent incidents like the one in Aurora fails. Each creates a scenario in which hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of people with the same characteristics don't shoot at anyone, much less 400 people in a theater. The answer, and this really is the answer, but it's not very satisfying, lies in an unimaginably detailed and complex confluence that we can't replicate because we can't see all of it. It's an almost unique condition that arises in only one person among millions, and the few people who have it don't wear big asterisks on their foreheads so that we can recognize them. That means that predicting or preventing the handful of James Holmeses in North America or the world isn't primarily an issue of mental health care or better law enforcement, as some suggest. Such killings are not, in any realistic sense, the system's fault. Better access to mental health care, if applied adequately and nationwide, is likely to reduce mass killings and other crimes. But we'll never know which 2 or 3 out of millions of patients was kept from killing because of the heightened treatment opportunity. More liberal U.S. civil commitment laws, laws that allow hospitalization against a patient's will, would help tens of thousands of patients every year and prevent a few crimes and many suicides. But the societal trade-offs among need for clinical intervention, protection against harming oneself or others, and a person's right to refuse hospitalization and medication are complicated indeed. Decades ago, Dr. Alan Stone, a Harvard professor of psychiatry and of law, foresaw situations in which many severely mentally ill patients, whom the law increasingly allowed to refuse much-needed psychiatric care in the name of their civil rights, would die with their rights on. His prediction has come to pass. Just how important is mental illness to our prevention conundrum? For reducing the murder rate or violent crime in general, not very. For individual cases, almost always viewed after the fact and clouded by social outrage, finger-pointing, and political posturing, the topic is worth discussing. But our greater aim should be primarily to advance care and access to care for the millions of patients who aren't destined to be violent. The point is that although some mass murderers, but not all, perhaps not even most, have a treatable mental disorder, the equation doesn't work the other way. Think of the old adage that all heroin addicts started by drinking milk, but most milk drinkers don't become heroin addicts. It would be silly to try to prevent heroin use by monitoring milk drinkers or trying to modify milk consumption. It's just as silly and blatantly unfair and unconstitutional to treat everyone with a mental illness, even a serious one, as if he or she were doomed to be violent. Dozens of studies, some very large, have shown that mental illness, either in general or by specific diagnosis, is not a significant factor in rates of crime, violent crime, or killing in general. Killing doesn't necessarily imply murder. Every major crime category and every violent crime category is either more common in the general population than in mental patients or occurs at about the same rate. The only exception is substance abuse, which may or may not be considered a mental illness by some. Drunks, crackheads, heroin addicts, and amphetamine abusers are a much greater threat to the public than are people with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. I am not suggesting that we ignore danger signals in psychiatric patients. Indications of danger to others should be taken seriously, whether the person is mentally ill or not. Fortunately, once the immediate risk is contained, good treatment and cooperating with that treatment, once it's offered, almost always decreases the risk from those few people with mental illness who are significantly dangerous. That's not the case, by the way, for the far greater number of criminals who aren't mentally ill. They don't particularly want our help, and they rarely benefit from it. With due respect for caring therapists, social workers, and other counselors who try valiantly to change the purely antisocial people among us, psychiatry and psychology rarely ameliorate the danger and violence that can arise from simple criminality, amorality, or greed. Mental health is a low priority for legislators. Funding and new programs don't usually get much attention from the general population, and there's little immediate bang for the buck to encourage votes in the next election. Mental patients, though better organized today than ever before, are often unable to advocate articulately for themselves. In spite of fine groups such as the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, Mental Health America, MHA, and the Depression and Bipolar Support Alliance, DBSA, and their state and local chapters, patients and their illnesses don't get many headlines or much front-page space unless they're involved in something sensational. That kind of publicity is full of inaccurate stereotypes and public misconceptions. Those who use it to increase support and understanding of mental illness are drowned out by the noise of media frenzy and sometimes by the anger generated by events such as those at the Century 16 Theater on July 20, 2012. Colorado did a lot to address its citizens' acute mental health needs during the 5 years after the Aurora tragedy. It opened additional crisis centers and walk-in clinics and created many more hotlines. The new state funding, some $20 million, was a good thing and helped many people. I haven't seen evidence, however, in Colorado or elsewhere, of increasing dollars or other support for non-crisis services. Crises get much more attention than day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month inpatient and outpatient needs. But the latter is where the most important work gets done, where people get treatment that lasts and can put them on a path to real change. Real treatment. It's not just for crises and headlines. It's for people, for the long haul. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of A Dark Night in Aurora, Inside James Holmes and the Colorado Mass Shootings, by William H. Reed, MD, MPH, performed by the author. Directed by Tom Parks, engineered by Matt Churchill. Performance, copyright 2018, by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. aurora.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.